Hello everyone and welcome to the 7th round of 45th FIDE World Chess Olympiad here in Budapest. I'm Women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich and I'm joined by Grandmasters Peter Svidler and Cristian Chirila. We had a fantastic rest day. I hope you also had a good one, and we are ready to check what was happening all these 6 rounds of the Olympiad and continue with the 7th round. Cristian, please remind us who is leading right now.
First of all, good to see you guys. It was a good rest day. I didn't see you too much, which was perhaps not that bad because it renewed my interest in finally seeing you back. Of course, it's India showtime, both in the open section and the women's section as well. They're perfect so far. I have to say they've been absolutely impressive. And Vietnam also, the surprise, I would say, in the open section. They've been playing fantastic chess, and what a save it was against China with Lek Kwang beating the world champion Ding Liren with the black pieces. Peter, what stood out for you?
Well, it was a very, very interesting round, and yeah, the result, I guess the most important result of the day was China dropping points. China is also dropping points in the women's section, but there maybe it's less of a shock. And this is the picture we will be talking about for much of today, I feel. This is board one of the central match of the day, absolutely most important event in the open section, India playing China. And this is the challenger there with the white pieces, Gukesh, preparing to play against Wei Yi.
Surprisingly.
That is not an optical illusion. No. That is not Ding Liren, the world champion, playing board one for China today. And this is obviously the biggest story of the day today, which we will be returning to, I think, over and over, because it is quite something.
Yeah. We were shocked in the morning, yes, when we saw the pairings and we didn't see the name of the world champion there. This is something we would expect, of course, to have the best lineup for China. And of course, the world champion playing against the future challenger. Big surprise.
Absolutely. But, you know, the circumstances kind of make it an interesting but understandable decision at the same time, because obviously Ding Liren is not in the greatest shape of his life. We've seen it in this event. He hasn't won a single game, if I'm not mistaken, and he dropped the game against Lek Kwang, a very difficult game because that also cost his team the only match points that they lost. So definitely a difficult defeat for him, and perhaps even the rest day couldn't temper those feelings.
Yeah, but you still have to say that yes, he lost, and he lost a very painful long game against Lek Kwang, which, as you correctly said, it was a turning point of the match. They were, due to the victory by Wang Yui on board 4, they were kind of in control, and Ding did not really have any, like, he was even better out of the opening.
Completely.
And then he had a pretty safe endgame, which normally you do not lose with the white pieces, and he did end up losing it. But if you talk about team strategy, and this is once again something we can go into more detail later, but the man on your screen, Wei Yi, is currently the go-to person to win games of chess in this team. And in that respect, it would make a lot of sense to put him on a white board. And that would mean Ding gets to try to neutralize Gukesh with black on board 1, and Wei Yi gets white on board 2 against Prague. That, I think, made absolutely perfect sense. And the fact that they went the other way, the fact that they went the way that you see on your screen with Wei Yi playing black against Gukesh, is, I think, a very strong indication that, yeah, Ding is just not himself. They're just not willing to risk a black game against somebody he is supposed to play. I mean, that's kind of unfair. Somebody he will play a world championship match in 2 months' time. This is extremely unusual. I'm trying to imagine any of the previous world champions, coming to the Olympiad and then not playing in what is obviously the central match of the Olympiad. I'm coming up short. I don't think that would have happened.
And we have the first symbolic move on the board, on the first board of the Olympiad. It's Mr. Laszlo Bekefi is doing it, general manager of Coca-Cola Hungary. This is whom I saw now on the screen.
I believe we're perhaps going to see somebody else as well.
But
yeah, I wonder if he was instructed by Gukesh to play c4, or whether this was ad-libbed. We will see in a moment whether this is actually the choice.
That move was taken back, so my guess is that not.
I think that it pretty much always gets taken back because the clock hasn't been started. So
That's true. That's a good
I
point.
think.
Yes.
But yeah, often people who are making the first ceremonial moves, they actually ask the player. So depending, and also C4 is not your natural move to make. So either the Coca-Cola chief is a very
Perhaps
avid
he actually
chess
knows
player,
what
yeah,
he's
distant
doing.
player.
maybe he's just a very good chess player and just likes the English opening, or Gukesh told him to make that move.
Interesting. Oh, you will find out very, very soon. Maybe so we see the handshake, yes, and the games started, yes.
And by the
Yeah.
way, regarding this match as well, and we
Nope.
see E4
Nope.
as Gukesh's choice, usual stuff from Gukesh. But another big surprise in this match and the team strategy was the inclusion of Hare Krishna on board 4 for India. Vidit coming off a very important victory against Gledura, and quite a convincing one. He was not played in this match. How do you think Team India came to that conclusion?
I think they're trying to throw China a little bit off. I think China, in preparing for this match, would have assumed it's probably Vidit because Vidit played more games so far in this tournament. I believe Hare Krishna played rounds 1 and 2 when
Yes.
first Gukesh and then Pragg were rested in the first 2 rounds. Hare actually won both of those games. It's not like he's
Yeah,
in
he's
a
doing
particularly
well, yes.
atrocious form or anything. And then he did not play rounds 3 through 6. So I think it would be quite normal for Team China to expect this to continue. And
It's just that all of them play so well that it's probably hard for the captain to make a choice, right? I mean, it's hard to change to someone who is also performing so well as we did. Yeah, just that we saw the bottles of Coca-Cola on the table. I would like to remind our viewers that Coca-Cola Hungary is the sponsor of the Olympiad right now. And yeah, so we have this match, and maybe we could see the whole lineup on the screen just to show to our viewers.
that's the women's.
That's the women's section. Yes, maybe yeah for men. So Gukesh is playing against Wei, as we mentioned before. Praggnanandhaa is playing Yu Yangyi, and Rigaisi, the one who didn't even give a half a point.
Yeah, six out of six.
Six
so
out
far.
of six. Yes.
At some point, we might bring up it. Now is maybe not the time, but at some point we have the graphics of what all the players in teams India and China have done so far in this tournament. And yeah, I
plays
think
against Bosendri.
specifically the choice to play Hare over Vidit is just an attempt, because we are playing after a rest day and pairings are published immediately, pretty much immediately after the round is done. So teams have had a day and a half to prepare for this match.
For both scenarios.
Yeah,
yes.
but the lineup is announced on the morning of the playing day
of today.
of today.
Yes.
So I think playing Hare kind of invalidates at least some of the work your opponents are likely to be doing, because I think they probably expect
The focus would be on Vidit
Yeah.
for at least, let's say, 70 to 80% of the time of your preparation. And then 20%, of course, you're also going to be thinking about Hare Krishna. And it's kind of the similar situation with Wei playing board 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking about FIDE a little bit, yes, guys, I mean, of course, we have to discuss, first of all, what happened on Bermuda Party, and
There's
like,
nothing to discuss about the Bermuda Party.
Stays
it stays in Bermuda Party.
What
yeah.
goes on at the Bermuda Party stays at the
Can we
Bermuda
at least
Party.
describe a little bit what was happening for people? Of course, if you open Instagram accounts and you can see some action happening there. Yes, so we cannot
in fact,
keep
I think-
everything in secret.
I
yes.
think Chess-Base India has
Yes,
done
they have done
marvelous
some stuff.
reporting of the Bermuda Party, and they might have been
Exactly.
the only ones that were filming a little bit. Generally, you don't want to film the players having fun. You know, look, they played a lot of chess. There's a lot of tension. It's time to let go a little bit, let some steam go off.
American team show up. Fabio was there, Levon Aronian.
Not for long.
Not for long.
Yes.
Carissa Eve also, I saw her there. Yes, so a few people. Peter decided not to go as you remember.
I was not really a
what you were
Bermuda Party
doing.
person, even when I was a player and/or young. So yeah, not really something I'm famous for. But I do have some insight. I spoke to Vladimir Kramnik at breakfast yesterday, and kind of a very famous tidbit from the Chennai Olympiad 22 was Ivan Sokolov, who was the captain and coach of the Uzbek youngsters in Chennai, forbade them, just straight up forbade them to go. And Vladimir told me that he is a kind of a softer hand with the kids, and he told them they can go if they want, and they just decided not to on their own.
Very nice.
Oh,
which
Very
is
professional.
yes,
Yes.
which shows something, yes. So Uzbekistan team, which is actually a very young team, they all decided to skip Bermuda party. Wow, that's something.
It is impressive. Yeah,
Impressive,
it is
yes.
impressive.
Well, to my eyes, they've had tremendous success with that strategy, with that experience of not going. They might as well, and they're professionals, they're the best at what they do. They understand this type of small, minute details. They matter, right? And that's exactly what they're doing. Right?
Also, this brings us up to a topic which I don't particularly like, but which I think interests the viewers often. And how much do you think superstition plays into it?
Oh, quite a lot. Yes, yes.
Because
quite a lot.
honestly, it does feel to me that, you know, they didn't go last year, they won the tournament.
Yes, it's
So they're just not going to go this year, even if they wanted to and the coach allows them to.
Yes.
They just think this was an important part of our victory.
Huge,
It
yes.
really wasn't. It really wasn't. They won because they
But
played
in their
fantastic
minds.
games.
Exactly,
It
yeah. But in
is.
your mind,
In their
sometimes you
minds,
do
it
the
is.
same things. You just try to keep the same things. Yes. What about you, Peter? You played 10 Olympiads. Did you have some rituals? You try to have
Yeah, but
to
they're
keep
not.
them.
They're not really Olympiad related. I think most chess players, you know, for some it really kind of becomes part of their identity. But I think all of us have some things. Like there are many things you cannot control when you play high-level sports, and because of that, I think you hold on. At least you try to hold on to things you can. And you know, people have weird little tics about I don't know, color of clothes
Yes.
and repeating or not repeating the same shirt and like
Yes, we know the examples.
all
yes.
of these things. And generally people will kind of be reluctant to describe them to you because it feels like once you tell people how this works, it will stop working. But I think most of us
Favorite pen?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
we had now that it's different rules and you have to use the pens from the organizers. This rules is not it doesn't work anymore. But before I remember that I had some favorite and pens which were working well, and the others
For
which
me,
were
it's-
not.
For me, it's the location. All the
Location.
time. Location. If I play well in one location, then I sort of build on that trust with the location. If I don't play well, then I generally continue not playing well.
yeah.
For Peter, it's definitely the tournaments, right? If you won once the Russian
Yeah.
championship, let's win again.
No, but that I think is not even. This is not even entirely a joke. I think if you talk about, I think I've had this confirmed by other strong players and their respective experiences. If you win something once, it actually makes it more probable you win
Yes,
it again.
yes.
Because in your mind, this block has been removed.
Absolutely.
You know that you're capable of winning this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for me, I honestly think the fact that I won a few very early on made it so much easier for me to win further Russian championships because I just knew, yes, this is something that can be done. It's realistic.
Yeah.
I can, if I play well, I can actually repeat that experience. So yeah, that is not superstition. That is actually how your brain works when it comes to achieving
Perhaps
difficult
it's the
things
same,
in sport.
And I
perhaps
think-
the same for Uzbekistan team, yes. So maybe that is how they feel as well. That
Whenever you're at your best in any sort of competition, you're flowing through the motion. Your chess is flowing. You don't have the typical nerves, right? In very tense situations. That's when you win. That's when you're at your best. If you've have won a world championship, for example, it's much more likely to continue winning world championships. I was talking with Alexandra Kosteniuk at the closing ceremony of the candidates, obviously after the painful draw of Fabiano versus Nepo, and she was telling me, look, he just simply wasn't feeling like he's himself in terms of nerves. The tension was very high. That game he would have won 9 out of 10 times or maybe more, right? It just so happened that in that particular moment he did not. He was a bit too tense, and she was telling me, look, he has to flow a little bit more. And I was telling her, yes, I understand, but you've already done it. You've already won the world championship.
Yeah.
So you know exactly what to do, but the first one is the most difficult one.
Wow. So, and we see Magnus Carlsen, who was ready to probably again lose his game. He came 10 minutes late. just,
And it's just right. Yeah.
he just arrived.
does
Yes,
this-
you don't see the moves on the board.
How
yes.
does this keep on happening?
This
I
is
don't
no
know. Yes,
surprise
it's
anymore.
a good question. Yes.
Yeah.
I was asked today if
Although-
I'm late for the games, but I see that we have a competitor. Usually, this was my habit to be late, but
To be fair, I think there were some flooding issues here in Budapest.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
yesterday I at some point asked Google Maps about something, and it kept on telling me times might be different to what we're telling you because of the flooding issues in the center of town. So if he stays somewhere where this may have affected
This Margarita
travel,
Island, yes, which is
then you can sort of understand why he might be late today.
you need a boat to get to the playing hall. Yes, in this case, not a bike.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Not a
not.
bike, boat then bike maybe. Yes, some combination of different transportation. Yes, for
I
sure.
talked with somebody from there, and they told me that so far so good, but they're on the fence, you know, whether they should be moved or not preemptively.
Wow, who could imagine such issues, right? I had no idea before I came here. Just on the last note, just to remember that we had this free day, and during this free day we had the Global Chess Festival organized by Judith Polgar. Absolutely amazing event in the National Gallery of Hungary. Fantastic event. So many kids showed up that they had to close the entrance at one point because it was so crowded that the museum couldn't handle it. This is what I was told, and I also visited, and it was a really nice moment. Judith Polgar was given the simultaneous exhibition. We will definitely show later the video from the Global Chess Festival. Amazing event, of course, for all Hungarian chess fans. I just wanted to draw your attention that I met Alexei Shirov there, and I was like, "Oh, Alexei, it's really nice to see you here for Global Chess Festival." He said, No, I came here to the National Gallery just to get some inspiration and see some paintings. And again, chess.
Yes.
Chess is everywhere
bit
in this city.
surprised. He wanted to avoid it.
I didn't expect to have it here, to tell you the truth. I was just trying to get some art. So it was very funny.
You're making some very interesting moves on your board.
We'll get to
Maybe
that.
we should get to
I
that.
think we're almost done with
Yes,
discussing
absolutely.
non-chess things, so it's time maybe to take a look at some positions in the central match of the day. There will be other matches to cover as well, of course, but we start by talking about India versus China. And on board one, honestly, it took me a while to realize why I can't get to the position I was trying to get to in my mind. This was a Sicilian in a game between Gukesh and Wei Yi. Wei Yi is very much a Najdorf player, likes playing the Najdorf. Gukesh goes knight c3 here, which is a possible way to deal with things. Obviously, you have not ruled out playing d4 later in the game, but you are asking the question. Sometimes the continuation after knight c3, knight f6 is people have definitely tried doing this. It's not entirely pointless, but it doesn't really give very much. Black has by this point figured out how to deal with this idea. And Gukesh does something else. He goes bishop e2 here, which is really kind of giving Black a vast number of things to choose from. If you play knight c6, I assume the idea is to play d4, and okay, you have prevented the Najdorf.
You have the
but
knight on
bishop,
C6
but bishop
already.
e2
Yes.
is not really the refutation of the Richter-Hauser. This is now a Boleslavsky system, and this is supposed to be completely fine for Black. But I'm guessing the idea here is Wei Yi is a Najdorf player. This is not a Najdorf.
Yes.
Sort of full stop. You know, we don't even really care if we're better here or not. We're just kind of avoiding the positions Wei Yi feels the most comfortable in. And then there is the move that Wei Yi actually played, which is a 75, giving up control over the d5 square for now, but occupying the center and fighting against d2, d4. Obviously, White played bishop c4, bishop e7, d3, knight c6, and it's just it took me like a couple of minutes to realize that now I understand why I cannot play knight g5 and f4 in a way that I'm used to. And to explain what I mean, I will show you a very, very popular line in the knight c6 Sicilian. After knight c6, one of the main moves here to avoid, let's say, the Sveshnikov is knight c3. And Black has a choice between knight f6, g6, and then the move is 75, which is absolutely a main line, let's say, something that Kramnik always used to play in this position when he was a Sicilian Sveshnikov player. White goes bishop c4, Black goes knight f6, sorry, Black goes normally, I think, d6 here, d3, bishop e7, or the other way around. Knight d2 is a serious move there, but if we talk about castling, Black goes knight f6, and
One tempo more.
look at this position, and then look at this position.
Yes.
Yes.
Gukesh is playing a very well-known theoretical position, which is supposed to be okay for Black.
Yes.
It's not even worse.
With a tempo down.
Yes.
Yeah, with a full tempo down, which is quite something. I don't think I've seen this before. And obviously, he hasn't even castled here. I believe he's played.
And that's my question. Can you try to do something with the king in center, or perhaps go long castle, prepare long castle? Is that what he's trying to achieve? Like, what is it that he's playing for?
I wonder. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
And by the way, he's thinking right now. After knight c6, it seems like maybe he's out of the book, maybe he's out of his preparation.
There's a bishop on g5 on our screen, right?
Yeah, I would be
For
scared
some
to
reason, the
go
game is not
for
updating,
castle.
but we can see on the video that there is a bishop on g5.
So that signals the fact that maybe you will, in fact, delay castle for a little while.
Let's say black is like extremely cooperative. Let's say you play castles, we play, actually let's be even more cooperative. h6 takes, we go knight d5, you castle. Here, yeah, I absolutely will be interested in the idea of playing c2, c3, and then following it up with h4, queen e2, maybe castle queenside, and try to open something up.
Yeah.
But h6, I think, is just a actively counterproductive move. I think I'm just not making that move at all. I think white probably takes on f6 anyway if we castle, so it's just a waste of a tempo, and it also gives white that famous hook on the king side to make opening files much easier. And secondly, I think as black here, I would be curious about a move such as knight d7, just to preserve the bishop on, I mean, not preserve the bishop, but to make white trade for the bishop on e7 and not the knight. Because I think if black has free choice here between trading the bishop on g5 for one of these light pieces, I would much rather trade it for the bishop on e7 if I were ye.
The knight, yes. And keep the knight and more control over
Yeah, the
the
knight
d5
might
square,
actually,
yes?
in some positions, this knight actually goes to b6, and it's kind of funny that we keep on coming back to this maneuver, but it's been kind of ruined for us by Arkady Naiditch.
Yes, exactly, yes, we have it in mind, yes,
Yeah,
this game, yes.
who did it against Wesley So and then was lost by move 15. But
But
it was
actually, it's still good maneuver.
Yeah,
Yes.
different position completely, and it's a very playable thing in this types of positions.
It sort of looks like a Gioco Piano, but with the pawn on c5 and
Yeah.
the knight on c3. So it's a little bit different.
it's a bit different.
Just
Elsewhere in the match, on board 2, there is a position which was obviously a QGA in the game between Yuengyi and Prague. They began by playing a QGA from a classical move order, knight f3, knight f6, e3, e6, bishop c4, c5, castles. And here somewhat unusually, because people mostly start with a6 in this position. Prague played knight c6 first, queen e2, and then played a6 next move, which is a kind of a quirky move order, but obviously most things are playable in this position. Rook d1, b7, b5, white took d takes c5, queen c7, bishop d3, bishop takes c5, a4. All very logical. White tries to either provoke b5, b4, which gives us a very nice square on c4, or provoke this, where maybe in best case scenarios you can play against the pawn on a6. And both of them are playing very, very quickly. Yuengyi got here having spent, well, 3.5 minutes on the clock, but he did gain about 6 minutes through increments. So I guess he spent something like 7 minutes on his moves. And Prague has just now, I think, begun thinking after bishop d2. What is your opinion on this, Cristian? Like, what are your first
this looks
thoughts?
extremely dry to me. Obviously, there's some pressure coming from the white side. The pawn on a6 is much weaker than my pawn on b2. I do have the bishop coming to c3, perhaps, trying to put some pressure, and then the knight follows up on d2 from b1. So there's still some pressure coming from the white side, but very often I even see black losing the pawn on a6 and then still getting enough compensation.
Yeah.
For not equality, not full equality, you're not going to get there anytime soon. But with precise play, you should be. And the margin for error for white to maintain his advantage, his slight advantage, is very, very small.
I have a question. Can I transfer this rook to the king's side if I want?
This
Like
is-
rook
this
h4?
is what I wanted to bring up. I think
Yes.
bishop d2 is actually an indication that, apart from this weakness on a6, white very much likes, let me make some moves. I don't know if it works, but I would be
Yes,
incredibly
I'm
interested.
like thinking about it
I would
already.
be incredibly interested.
Oh, this almost for sure works, right?
Yes, so-
This looks, like king g6, rook g4, and if this is not mate once again,
Yeah.
my entire life has been a lie.
This is
very tempting, yes.
I think this is something you absolutely need to be cognizant of and pay a lot of attention to, because this rook on a4, I think it's actually much more actively employed trying to get to the h4 square than any kind of a pressure against the a6 pawn. Because what Cristian said about winning the a6 pawn, first of all, I don't immediately see why you couldn't take on a6. Let me just briefly check if this is a blunder. No, it's not. Yeah, you could have done this, but black very often gets just a lot of piece counterplay.
I'm sure this is some sort of theory, well known for the players.
Yeah. And,
perhaps bishop d2 is the novelty, because right now Prague is thinking about it.
0 games here.
Wow.
Hang on. No,
I
wait.
think.
Yeah, I'm in the wrong tab. Yeah, hang on.
Yes.
So up to here, still 12 games, 3 games. Bishop d2 is not a novelty. Yeah, there has been one game played. Yeah, one game played.
And what was played after bishop d2 in?
I think he did play bishop b7.
Bishop b7.
So yeah, I'm curious what the reply is to bishop c3, and I suspect you probably like. I really don't like leaving the f6 square.
Yeah.
I think you have to stay on f6. The inclusion of
Can I just speculate and
Let's
put
go.
the rook
Yeah.
on h4
let's
and
go.
just see what's happening? Because I threatened maybe even to take on f6
I think we
already.
probably
Yes.
take it.
Just
play
h6
yeah.
and you kill everything. Like
Well,
that.
not everything, but I would like to have this kind of a shape on the king side and
Some
wait for you.
g4.
G4, G5, or knight G2, knight E4. This is
You
not
do
safe.
have to be careful, though, that you don't spend too many resources throwing everything at the black king, and then you leave things behind, you leave your pieces a bit strained on the king side. So white has its dangers in the position as well, if you're not careless. I'm thinking, of course, even about the game, similar, but not exactly the same, between Ding and Nepo. The last classical game from the World Championship match where Ding kind of went all in and got himself in trouble.
Yeah.
Managed to make a draw, but got himself in trouble.
So this is actually, despite it being seemingly a very symmetrical, very level kind of a QGA, might be a very sharp game. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this unfolds. On board 3, we have a very quickly developing game between Arjun Ergaisi and Busenji. Obviously, a 5 knight c3 Petrov. Let's take a look at the moves. This is the very topical knight c3 against the Petrov, and we quickly get to this position, which I think has been discussed in World Championship matches. I think Magnus had this against Fabi more than once, I think, in New York. Bishop d3, rook e8 is one move, c5 is sometimes, I think Fabi was playing c5.
In London. In London.
Oh, in London, sorry. Yeah, not New York, of course, yeah. But rook e8 is still very playable. Kind of a quiet-ish move, h2, h3 here by Arjun. Yes, you are preparing g4. Maybe you're stopping bishop g4 and knight g4. But
Bishop d7 is the main line here, right?
it is, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
this would have been a bit surprising to me, but they both clearly know what they're doing. So they are continuing to...
No, bishop d7 is the one that's supposed to cleanly equalize.
Yeah, and Arjun plays bishop b4. This is very central, obviously, because moves are quite logical. White has removed, in particular after c7, c5, when light squares are definitely a little bit weakened. It makes a lot of sense to remove this knight on f6 and put the bishop on the best square. Currently, both d6 and b7 are hanging, so black does need to be concrete. But yeah, as Cristian is saying, this is obviously very central line, very central theory, and both of them are playing quite quickly.
You do have to remember what you're doing. That's for sure. I think it's bishop to c6, but I'm not 100%
Yeah,
sure.
this is what my screen tells me as well, and it's kind of curious because I would need for someone to
rook takes
explain to
d1.
me why this doesn't lose material.
It does. Take on c6, and I think queen a5 or something along
And
those
this
lines.
actually works out, yeah. Okay.
Yes,
But the
barely,
idea is,
but
I
it
guess,
does
of bishop
work,
g5,
work
rook
out.
g8, all of these types of
Yeah.
counterplay, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you absolutely clearly you need to know exactly
You need
what
to
you're
know
doing
very
here.
precisely,
Yeah,
yeah.
because like if you make one wrong move somewhere here, you're just dead lost because you lost the central pawn for really not very much.
And at some point you get like bishop c3 ideas, sacrifice the piece and manage to get some sort of a perpetual. You have to be careful.
Yeah,
But he's still thinking, yes.
this is not a novelty. Bishop c6 was played in the only game which reached this position, so we're really expecting both of them to know what they're aiming for.
What is the alternative? How you defend the pawn? Bishop
I guess
b7? or
no,
what?
you don't.
You
defend
don't
the
do
pawn.
this,
Maybe,
right?
Maybe you start with
Ah,
queen
queen
a5.
a5,
The
okay.
alternative would be to include queen a5, wait for white to react to it, and then go from there. But yeah, obviously, I mean, we'll wait for Busenji to play something. He has the look of he is now on screen. He has a look of a player who is trying to remember what the file
Have
says.
you done any analysis with the new Stockfish
Not
Selfish,
yet, no.
I believe 17 or
17.
whatever it is right
It was
now.
just released, yeah.
Me neither. So, you know, who knows? Maybe they have found some new ideas.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
In
Thank
old
you.
variations, new
Yeah.
ideas, old variations.
But we'll wait for Busenji to commit to something. As Cristian said, this is a very central line, and yeah, I'd be shocked if both of them did not have it on their screens prior to the game. And on board 4, obviously we cannot have a match without a single Italian.
Of course, yes, it's not possible. Yes, this is
There it
normal.
is. There it is on our screen with Wang Yuye.
It's not allowed in this.
playing.
Absolutely against the
tournament, yes.
rules of chess nowadays.
Yeah. It's written into the contracts, I think, at this point. Yeah. People just have to nominate one game per match where there's an Italian. All jokes aside, it's understandable why this is happening. Berlin is even a bigger enemy, I think, to 1e4 players these days than trying to understand the Italians. So people just are not taking the risk of putting the bishop on b5.
Yeah.
It's
Not
too
anymore.
far. Too far. Yeah. Bishop has to stay closer to home. And yeah, this is a kind of a slowish way of approaching it. Black is not. If we look at this, like up to h3, this is all kind of normal, and I guess the normal way to develop here would be to play h6, rook e1, rook e8, and we get to, after let's say b4, bishop e6, bishop takes e6, rook takes e6, we get to this tabia, which is like very, very heavily discussed. I think Fabi played bishop b2 in this tournament.
In this
even.
tournament, yeah.
Yeah, queen c2 is the main move. Other moves have also been tried. So this is the.
Was that against Deck just last round?
Bishop
Bishop to
b2.
b2.
No. That was the game he won, where Black just gave
Against
up
the
everything.
Singaporean
Yes.
guy.
That was the.
Tin Jingyao.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this would have been normal, but knight e7 is also a logical thing to do. You
Bring
won
the
this knight on
knight.
g6, you free up the c pawn to play 6 d5. Sorry, my arrows are not great today. I'll do better. Knight e7, rook e1 played. I'm assuming after knight g6 we play d3, d4, because you cannot really postpone it for too long, because you will eventually give up this initiative to Black. If you're not playing d4 yourself, Black will play d5. So I'm assuming this happens, and then Black can ignore it. Black can also, in some positions, actually go for this. This is very double-edged, because I think these days the understanding is this structure is quite dangerous, because White has a lot of pressure, like queen b3, the bishop comes out to g5, knight might end up being on c5. It's not as clear-cut as my very primitive understanding was when I was a kid, that like if I get this Isolani with Black, I'm going to win it eventually and win the game. It's not really as simple as all that, but it's definitely an option.
Before we go to the next match, I just wanted to a little bit think about the fact that we reached already, actually, we went through the middle of the tournament, so already 6 rounds are in the history, and we have the round number 7. Like, what would be the strategy now for the teams? Like, also after free day, like what normally captains would say now, like now we have last 5 rounds, like it's some kind of a point, important moment for the teams and what they're doing. Like also taking into account the results, the shape of the players at the moment. Like even if you see the list of teams.
I'll begin by saying that captains have very, very different approaches to this, but you do somewhere around this point, maybe even earlier, but definitely at midway point, you have a much clearer understanding of what your best 4 are.
Yeah. Yeah.
In some teams, this will result in captains more or less flat out stating that that person who is perhaps playing not as well as the other 4 gets informed that, like, prepare, you will play specifically, let's say we play this opposition, at some point you will play against this particular guy, start preparing for this game. It's harder in the Olympiad because you do not know exactly which color you will get, so like your work is doubled. There was a very famous case which I still kind of sends shivers down my spine. It wasn't done to me, but even so, it's like a horrible memory from my childhood. There was a World Team Championship in 2000, I believe, 5 in Beersheba. And we came there, and I think in round 1, and we were captained by Sergei Dalmatov, somebody I like a great deal and admire as a chess player and as a thinker about the game. But as a captain, he was kind of strict, putting it somewhat mildly. So we played, I believe we played Israel in one of the earlier rounds. And Sergei Rublevsky is somebody who actually is turning 50 soon, so yeah, hi, happy birthday and all that. Yeah, he played White that match. He got a playable position in the Caro out of the opening, but not a position that was particularly better. and just offered a draw move 20. We didn't win the match. It didn't even impact the match.
Yeah.
And at the team meeting after that game, Dalmatov kind of took Sergei aside, and he said, okay, you will play against the Chinese women round 8. Start preparing. This is a week of chess where he's basically being told you're benched.
Yes.
You're not playing any more games. You will play that one game, and I will give you one guess who he had to play against the Chinese women in round 8 with black. 2005. Small child.
Huifan.
Yeah.
At that time,
Yes.
yes. Oh my gosh.
He lost that game, not unsurprisingly, because if your captain puts this amount of pressure on you to prepare for this one game
For the next 7 days.
it absolutely screws with your head.
Oh my gosh. What a story.
He did play Huifan. He got beaten badly, and
that was it. That was
his tournament.
Yes.
That was his entire tournament.
Yes, doesn't sound great yet.
And honestly, not advised. I think captains, in my opinion, are better off not doing these things. But you do get a better idea of what your best squad is. As for like tournament strategy, I think every single turn to the team in the open section knows that they somehow need to wait for India to stumble and hopefully get to actually play them, to try to beat them yourself. And like for Team USA now, for instance, like the obvious pre-tournament favorites, the situation is extremely straightforward.
Yes.
If they want to win the tournament,
they need to
win pretty
all
much every match.
matches, right?
And they need to start winning them immediately because they need to get to play India.
Yeah. They need to win every single match.
Yeah, they're so far behind right now that weirdly they're not guaranteed with 5 rounds to go, actually 4 rounds to go, because we know the pairings for this one. With 4 rounds to go, they need to actually reach India.
Yes.
Because if they do get to play them, they will have winning chances. Of course, they're a very strong squad.
But even if they win that, let's say they win their match against India, hypothetically speaking, you're still not guaranteed. Because the tie breaks, I believe, it's not direct encounter. And their tie breaks right now are not amazing.
Yes, and they lost a match and a half already.
Yes,
they lost
exactly.
a match and they drew yesterday because they failed to beat Romania.
But India has been at the top, so they're playing stronger opposition, which means that their tie breaks are going to be higher.
Better, yes.
So
Absolutely,
it's very problematic for Team USA. They need to win everything. At least they have nothing to lose at this point. If they want to get to the medals, if they want to get to the podium, they know what they have to do. They need to win all of their respective matches and try to win them with a high score.
So
That's
now
quite
they're playing
important.
against Greece, for example.
Not
We see
an
all of
easy
them
one.
in
No
the
way.
This
screens,
is not a walk in the park. Yeah, they're still obviously massive favorites, but
Yes.
this is not anybody's idea of an easy match.
And speaking of captains, also you have to keep everybody's egos in check. Sometimes when you're leading such a competitive team, one of the best teams, there's some egos, there's some clashes, and your role as a captain is also to keep them in check and kind of give them a way out. Look, the pressure is on me. Take some of the pressure from the players to the captain. I'm going to make the decisions, let's say.
That's a good
when
point,
things
yes.
are not clear, I'm going to make the decision. And we've had quite an important play in this Olympiad, the match between Ukraine and the United States.
Yes.
Anastasia, you were mentioning it yesterday while we were having coffee.
Yes.
You told me a very interesting story. Maybe you can share that with our audience.
Yeah, we discussed it also during the Bermuda party, the one we were talking about before, that we met Anton Korobov during the party and we discussed their really important victory over US, and I asked him how it happened that Vasily Ivanchuk was still playing even though he lost such an important game the day before and missing the piece in one move. Definitely after such games you are not in the shape to play the next game against US, and he said that it was a very hard decision, and this decision was made by the captain during the very long meeting, which at the beginning they decided not to have Vasily in the team. This was the lineup without him, and they kept talking, and at the end, Belyavsky, the captain of the team, very, very experienced, of course, and very respectful trainer, said, no, the only chance we have is to have Vasily in the team.
So
and
he vetoed
he took
their decision, the players'
Yes.
decision to keep him out. They said, we need this legend
Yes, we need
on
to
the
have
roster,
him. Yes.
otherwise we have no chance.
And this is what he thought, and it turned out to be the right decision. Of course, you never know at the end, but as you said, Cristian, it's important sometimes to get some responsibility and tell to players, now you just go there and you just keep playing. It was my decision at the end of the day.
And this also brings up something that, you know, this morning all three of us had breakfast with Jan Gustafsson, who is the captain of the German national team, and his approach is like strikingly different to most of the teams I played in. And honestly, I probably would have very much enjoyed playing with a captain like this, where his approach, as far as I understand it, is he takes the entire responsibility on himself. There's no real there's no tradition of you know, 90 minutes of back and forth and you know, people trying to get themselves off the squad, or maybe some people desperately trying to get themselves selected. They have a meeting. They're actually yesterday. I saw them during the team meeting because they meet in
the lobby. Yes.
In the lobby of on our floor. Yeah, we were in the same hotel, and the selection part of the meeting takes 2 minutes.
Yes.
Basically, Gusti, I think he does ask if somebody has a real problem, but in general he just tells them who plays, and then they play some card games.
No democracy, you know, in this team. Yes, it's total.
And honestly,
that's kind of how I approach it as well with my team, for the most part.
Honestly, I think this is better in many ways, because it takes a lot of weight off the player's shoulders, where, you know, you don't need to argue a case, you don't need to think, you know, how your maybe desire or lesser desire to play next round, how it impacts your standing in the team, and like all of these internal dynamics. If the captain is there to make decisions, so he should make decisions, and I like this approach.
What about Kramnik? Vladimir Kramnik, I see the game of Nadirbek Abdusattorov against Andrei Volokitin on the screen, and is he the one who makes decisions during the team meeting? You think
probably.
So, yes?
This wasn't, I didn't really bring that up, and it didn't.
We will ask him later, yes.
Wasn't the topic of conversation, but yeah, that gives us a good segue, because this is obviously another very central match in this Olympiad. Uzbekistan playing against Ukraine today.
Nadirbek has birthday today, actually. Congratulations to him. Yes, he's
Really?
turning 20 today only.
That's a big one.
That's a big one. And can you imagine how many things he has achieved?
No longer a teenager. Yeah?
Yes. He achieved so many things by this age, and it's just amazing.
He's been around for
Washed must retire. Washed must retire.
That's a funny one. Yeah. By 20-year watch.
Yes. Yeah.
World rapid champion at the moment, and Olympic champion, and as well World Blitz team champion.
Yes,
right. With plenty of titles. Yes.
And honestly, does not feel like the trajectory.
He's only started.
Yeah. The trajectory is not likely to change. It feels to me like he is a very, very exciting player. And yeah, I spoke with Vladimir a little bit, and he. I don't particularly like. These are, after all, private conversations where he, you know, says things about his squad which probably should not be necessarily said on air, whether they're complimentary or not, just because it's a. You know, these were not public pronouncements, but I don't think I will break too many confidences if I say that he is incredibly impressed by Nadirbek and thinks that Nadirbek is going to be around for the next however long he wants to be around, basically. As long as he's not bored with chess, he will be a top player.
It doesn't look like, yes. He is playing chess all the time. I've seen him also playing and preparing to play for the Team WR, and also he played in WR Masters tournament. I mean, these kids, they're playing chess all the time. They love chess, you know. It's like when when they are not busy, they just keep playing with each other, and it's you can definitely see the passion.
And there is a flow that comes with that as well. As we were discussing at the beginning, I was actually at the Bermuda party speaking with Maxim Rothstein, who in fact lost against Nadirbek the round of that night. And he was saying that, look, Nadirbek maybe gave him a winning position even, but he was playing with so much confidence that he just simply did not understand, did not have the time, because he was also playing a la tempo, playing fast, putting pressure from all angles. And that's so important. There's so much confidence exuding from these young stars, exactly as you mentioned. They're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, and the thing about Nadirbek specifically is that let's say a skill that I struggled with a great deal. I mean, I'm not particularly comparing my career with his, but in terms of things that people do well and maybe other people do less well, he seems to be very ready and also incredibly capable of playing in a way that is not, strictly speaking, correct.
Objective, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is something a lot of people struggle with, and I absolutely name myself in that list. If I needed, let's say, to play for a win with black, it's not like I was incapable of not playing my own repertoire and playing some strange positions just to keep the position complicated. But in particular, when you're not in a top shape, I found it very difficult. I found that I started hating my position very early on, and this impacted my decisions, impacted the speed of play, because like you're just sitting there thinking, I sort of understand why this is my position, but still, why is this my position? I could have had a better one by playing my normal repertoire. Whereas to him, balancing the need to keep the game afloat with the need to still make good moves seems to come naturally. Yes. And this is an absolutely unbelievable skill, in particular in this setting, where he needs to be able to serve his team by, keeping the game going on board one, and potentially even beating very strong players with black on board one, because they've had some issues down the order. Norbek Yakuboyev, for instance, somebody who I rate quite highly, is not having a good Olympiad so far, which puts additional pressure
on everyone,
on everybody else. So about the positions, maybe finally we can talk about chess.
Let's do it.
Bit.
Yes, one last thing, because he has birthday today. Yes, that's why we're talking for so long about Norbek's birthday, and we devoted a bit segment for him. No, I just want to say that I feel also that he doesn't have fear.
Yeah.
That's important. Yes, you play with all these top players, Magnus, he wants to beat them. And this is what I feel. It's very important skill.
Sure, but still, when we discuss somebody like Norbek, we discuss him not in the context of, let's say, my generation or even some generation in the middle. We discuss him in the context of his generation. And his generation is basically Pragg, Vincent, Gukesh,
yes.
Aryan, in some order. This was not I begin with Pragg because this is where my mind goes, but in some order. And honestly, none of them play with fear.
Yep.
But I think among them, he still kind of stands out specifically because of that ability to disbalance the position without losing quality of play. And this is a very important skill, I think, in team competitions.
Yeah. Is it disbalanced position?
Yeah.
Right now. Okay.
Well, I mean, not
Speaking about the position.
Today,
Yes.
he's playing white. With white,
Yes.
you can take moves. Sort of, it's okay to play for sharper stuff. And this was in Najdorf, where Norbek played the Sozin, bishop c4, and then bishop e3. And he played it in an interesting way because, once again, the old Sozin was always kind of connected with the ideas of f4, f5, and playing the kinds of games that, let's say, Fischer in his POM would be like. He would play bishop b3 here, he would castle short, he would go f4, f5 as a matter of course, and then something would happen. And instead, after bishop b3, bishop b7, Norbek goes bishop b3, and they get the kind of a strange position, which is sort of feels related to the English attack type positions, where white puts the pawn on f3. This pawn will eventually be on g4. You're aiming for a push on the king side, but normally the bishop would not be here. In English attack positions, the bishop generally, I think, just stays on f1, gets developed to d3 maybe, and what it does is it creates this weird dynamic where you have this bishop on a2 not really doing very much. The pawn on a6 blocks it quite well, but it makes the d6 d5 break much more difficult. It severely disincentivizes the idea of a6 e5, but it's sort of kind of in a way. Currently the engine, I think, likes white. I like the move queen to e1 quite a lot, because we're threatening knight d5 here, the typical positional, well, both positional and tactical. There is a tactical explanation that after queen takes e1 we have a intermezzo with knight takes e7 check, and we win a piece. And also just positionally, it's incredibly useful for white to get rid of the bishop on e7, because the structure, without the bishop on e7, the central structure is much weaker. So Andrei Volokitin is thinking here. His choices, as I see them, are: you can actually invest a full tempo in king into king h8 to make knight takes e7 not be a check, but it's not really a particularly useful move to black. You can move the queen back from a5, but it just came to a5, so yes, that feels weird. Or you can play b5 before, and this is the one which generally I think you would like to play, but you need to know, I guess, the problem is, what's the reply to knight c2?
Because if you take, you cannot take on b4 because bishop is hanging, right? So
No,
you
bishop,
have to,
bishop isn't. No,
yes, you
no,
need
but
to
the
move
point
the
is,
knight.
the point is, if the queen comes to b4, first of all,
Yes.
there are now files open, and secondly, if you play knight d5 anyway,
Here it's knight
knight
d5,
takes d5
yes.
protects the queen on b4.
That's
This is
important.
still a playable position for white. I can go e takes d5, and I think if you naively take on e1, this is a very good endgame for white. But the problem is, there is a move queen a4, and then after king b1, I've been trying to kind of calculate this position for a while now because it was on our screen or at least on my screen for the last 5 minutes, and my mind immediately goes to trying to figure out what's going on. This is still playable for white, but it's extremely risky because we now have the open b file, the open c file, and if black manages to solve kind of immediate questions of what to do with his pieces in the center, like the point from the white side is if you take, I have knight f5, rook takes d5 comes in, bishop d4 comes in. It's honestly it's playable, but
Like black doesn't need to do it. Yes, you just bring the rook.
you can maybe play e5, knight c6, you take, you play rook
Rook
b8, and
no,
you
I don't want it.
and
Just
you
white.
pretend that you give some mate.
Yes,
Anyway,
yes.
this is a long conversation about something that might not happen because I think the much bigger issue is knight c2.
Okay.
And now it looks like you just lost this pawn, right? There's no piece that can protect it. You obviously
there is,
cannot take on
of
a3
course,
because it loses
b.
a full queen. So yeah,
What else you
I don't know what the answer is supposed to be to queen e1. I really don't like the idea of wasting a full tempo on king h8. I don't like the idea of playing queen c7 either because we could have done it on the previous move. Looks like Norway is probably quite happy with how
Maybe
things
he
are.
missed this queen e1 move.
Maybe,
Yes, it's like
maybe, yeah. Elsewhere in this match, I'll go briefly through the games. The obligatory,
yes,
obligatory Italian on our screen there.
yes, of course.
Vasil Ivanchuk playing a game against Noribek Yakuboyev. Feels like maybe white has a little bit of a pull because the pin along this diagonal is a little bit annoying, and there's some pull against the black center. On board 3, Jawahir Sindarov, who lost a painful game last round, just blundering a full piece against Amir Nabati, is playing a 2-knight Caro-Kann against Ruslan Ponomarev. Looks like a playable position for black. I think Ruslan probably is not unhappy about this. And on the last board, Shamsidin Wahidov, yet another Italian, by the way, I think. Yep, 2 Italians per match here. Both boards for Ukraine are playing the Italian today. And yeah, a kind of a central line of the Italian here with black playing d7, d5 in one tempo. And as is, I think, often the case, if white doesn't refute it immediately, the position honestly looks very healthy for black. I don't quite see why this should be any kind of a problem for black at all, but Anton Korobov clearly, although honestly he's already burned through almost half an hour on the clock, as you can see there. Anton is on an hour and 6 minutes against an hour to 20 for Wahidov. So quite an unclear looking match for now. And then let's check in with Cristian who has other news.
Absolutely. I do want to talk about this match between Iran and Vietnam because we know these two teams have made quite some waves in this competition, especially Vietnam. Obviously, I'm talking about the match against China from the last round where Wang Lian won an important victory and saved the match, which ended up in a draw. But also Iran just defeated Norway, a very difficult team to defeat, especially with Magnus. And Magnus was putting so much pressure on Parham Makhshudlu, but Parham did not crack. Let's take a look at what's happening in this one. Parham versus Lekwang Liem, and Lekwang already is signaling the fact that he wants to tame the game, play the Berlin, maybe equalize and make a draw. Knight to d2, knight to d7. White obviously is trying to focus more or less on the queen side, but also against the pawn on e5 and maybe a break in the center. The typical plans in the Berlin: rook to e8, a4, trying to take more space, a5, immediately saying nope, I'm not going to allow you to go a5 yourself and take too much space on this side. I want to have a comfortable position. Castle b6, but this comes at the expense of, this bishop is a little bit in an unpleasant situation, because if you exchange it, I'm going to be able to take back with the knight, remove this knight, and then immediately try to open things up with the move f4. Now, bishop to b4, rook to g1. Oh my goodness. Okay. This was the move that I did not have before I started the presentation, but now rook to g1 has landed on the board. That's an invitation, and you know what's going to happen. g4 is going to come next. Fischer style attack coming against the king on g8, g4, rook to g3 perhaps, g5, and try to do something. In the absence of the light square bishop, this is a bit surprising, I'm not going to lie. But Parham definitely signals the fact that he knows what he's doing. Perhaps he has had this type of positions in his preparation. Perhaps he has analyzed with Grishuk. Who knows? Maybe we should ask him at some point. Grishuk is the captain and coach of Team Iran, giving them ideas, giving them motivation in this very difficult match. So very intriguing move, very intriguing place at this point in this particular match. Aminta Batabey with the black pieces versus Trongson. Very intriguing position, but quite balanced so far. And in fact, it's very similar to this one between Jiahui Ban, who is perhaps making his debut. I'm not 100% sure, but he was not. He's the 5th board. He's the reserve. But the player that was on the 4th board, unfortunately, has not had very good results. He's taking a break, and right now we're seeing his replacement facing Puya Idani, who actually gave the victory to Iran in their respective match against Norway on board 4. Very crucial victory, and he's in good shape. He's playing good chess, very similar structure as the game of Tabatabai. But this one, Bardia versus Tuan Minle. Tuan Minle has had an absolutely spectacular event so far. He's having, and I made this fun before, a marvelous time. Right now, take a look at this. Queen to c7. Bishop takes g2. We're expecting bishop takes b7, or even castle perhaps in the position. I'm seeing some potential for these pawns to become extremely vulnerable, especially the pawn on c5. So there are some strategical pitfalls that black could fall in right now. So I'm seeing this position. I see this one with the most potential to get imbalanced in this match so far. But to be honest, after that move rook to g1, even Parham is looking quite sharp. And if he knows more than his opponent, then I have to give him the slight advantage out of the opening. So far, it does seem Iran has a slight advantage in their respective match against Vietnam. How do you guys see this one?
I think I tend to agree with you, and this is obviously Vietnam is one of the more exciting stories of the tournament so far. A team comprising strong grandmasters, not a shock that they might do okay, but
yes,
they are currently on 11 match points out of 12. They saved the match against China, were the first team to take any points off China. Le Quan doing very, very good on board one. Tuan Minle, as you mentioned, a star so far as well. So very, very interesting to see how they do against a very strong Iranian team captained by my good friend Alexander Grishuk. Iran obviously starts as favorites on paper. They, apart from board one, I think they outrank the Vietnamese players everywhere. But yeah, Vietnam has already proven that they are a very, very solid team, and it will be interesting to watch how this develops.
And we decided to go to the women's section to check what's going on. We have very big matches today. Azerbaijan is, Georgia is playing against India today, but we have even one game which has finished already on one of the top matches. Yes, between.
Yeah, Bibisara Sabayeva has already drawn her game against Gunay Mamadzadeh in a match between Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan. I'm assuming they know each other.
I know why it happened actually, because Bibisara is not feeling well. I talked to the coach of the Kazakhstani team. She has some issues with health, and I think it was just a decision to make a draw, just to come out and make a draw, because obviously she's the top player of the team, and it would really harm if she wouldn't play today. So she made this draw in order to support the team, and now they have to play without her.
Yeah, we wish her all the best,
yes,
and hope she feels better. But the central match of the day is, of course, it involves the Indian team, because they're so far not even unbeaten. They haven't lost any match points at all. They're on 12 out of 12,
Absolutely.
Same as the men. And we begin by this game between Harika playing white pieces against Nanan Zagnidze. They both know each other, obviously, very, very well. They must have played dozens of games against each other. This, I think, was a Ragozin. Yeah, this began its life as as a Ragozin, and white played queen a4 check, followed by e3, which is one of the more fighting lines against the Ragozin. There's fewer really long force continuations here, and you get to play chess much more often. Castles, queen c2, black did take some pressure off the center. Black gets to play 6e5 here. A very useful move h2, h3, which is you're both stopping knight g4, and you're also kind of safeguarding yourself. And once again, I need to make some really bad moves to illustrate this point. But something that might happen in these types of structures is you blink and you miss some kind of a Greek gift sacrifice, and you might get mated very quickly. So h3 does a very good job of preventing all of this. Black played a6, a3. Very often you see in these types of structures this kind of a little dance where nobody really wants to commit to anything in the center, and you make as many improving moves as you can think of. a6, a3. I wouldn't be shocked if black played h6. White probably plays rook d1. Another way to go would be to play bishop d2, rook a d1. But here black already commits to b7, b5. Now an interesting choice for white, because you can definitely make an argument for keeping the bishop on this diagonal. It's a good diagonal. And we sort of just played a3 to have this square. But there is also definitely an argument for playing bishop d3 and meeting bishop b7, maybe with a move knight e4. Trying to
actually create double attack. You cannot take on e4 immediately.
Yeah, and taking on e4 is
pawn,
just really, really bad, because this pin is also very painful for black. So an interesting choice early on, I think, for Harika, and we'll see what she decides. On board 2, in the same match, there's a very interesting, to my eyes, game between Lela Jovakashvili and Vaishali, where they're discussing a line of the Grunfeld I have not seen before. I mean, not the line, but the approach to the line, which kind of surprised me. Lela played cd5, knight d5, bishop d2 against the Grunfeld. Once again, let's start from the beginning, d4, knight f6. We play the classical Grunfeld, white takes and goes bishop d2. The idea of this line, of course, is we're postponing the move e2, e4 for a move to be able to take with the bishop and not the pawn, to bring the bishop closer to where the action is. And this is what happens. Castles, queen d2. There's many moves here available to black. You can start with knight d7, you can start with even b7, b6, I think, which is what I think I recommended in my course. Some combination of those two moves, trying to play a bit of a slower game. But c5 is the main line. White plays d5, e6, bishop c4. So far so good, and this is quite well known. There's almost 100 games reaching this position. But the line that Vaishali played, queen h4, is very rare. There's only 2 games so far where black played this move. Obviously, we're attacking the center. The pawn on e4 cannot really be left unprotected, so white goes queen e3. But seemingly, we're now going to get kicked out by knight f3, and we've just burned a lot of time. Not so fast.
Oops.
Bishop d4. Very interesting option here. I guess the point is, if white takes twice, we can take on d5.
And now you cannot take with
you
the
cannot
pawn.
take with the pawn, you have to take with the bishop. And maybe we have some concrete counterplay connected with, I don't know, maybe we include queen g4 at some point, because I do want to stop knight f3 coming so comfortably for white. Like if I play knight c6 here, it would be good, if not for the fact that we get to play knight f3 and castle. So maybe we start by playing queen g4, and then we play knight c6.
Creating some issues.
Yeah.
So like, what to play now? G3? I don't know.
Yeah, if you have to play g3 or king f1, it doesn't really look
it's
very
not
attractive. So, but Lela, I don't think was surprised by this at all. She played knight f3, which is quite a spectacular move, like leaving her own queen on prise and picking up the queen on h4. This trade happened, this happened, and the bishop dropped back to h6, intending, I guess, to return to the game via the g7 square.
So black gave the pawn?
No, material is equal. But,
equal, yes,
yeah,
right now, yes, sorry, yes, because it
black-
felt like...
Black
Yes.
so far has only one piece out,
Yes.
apart from getting the castling in, but in these types of positions, I think the fact that this is now an endgame makes black's life a lot more comfortable, because what you can say more generally about these types of structures is that if you keep the queens on, you often might have to deal with some attacks on the king's side, which are now less of a topic. On board 3, a very kind of a slow Spanish game is being developed between Divya and Nino Batsiashvili, with no pieces being traded yet. You normally feel like white maybe is a little bit better in any kind of a position like this, but black is quite healthy. And on board 4, a very, very sharp Nimzo. on the board between Bela Khatanashvili playing white against Vantika. Obviously, black had to play g7, g5 to break the pin. There was a bishop on g5, which went to h4 and then f2. This is where it is now. So black probably is not going to be castling kingside in this game. But on the opposing side of the board, there's a typical Nimzo weaknesses which you can try to play against. And yeah, these positions are normally very, very unbalanced and very fun to watch. Hard to give anyone any advantage here.
Yeah, but this match is very, very important. Georgia is playing with India. Definitely trying. This match will decide a lot today. Georgia
Absolutely.
really would like to win this one in order to fight for the medals. India has perfect score so far, but I think it's time to go to Cristian, who has some news for us. What's happening in the match of Ukraine and Poland, one of the central matches?
Another big match, obviously, and this one, to my eyes, is crucial because Poland is coming off a crucial victory against China, Team China, inflicting a second loss in a row for China. Very important game for both of these teams. Obviously, we know how strong Ukraine is, but also Poland has increased its strength in the last few years with the addition of a couple of players, very strong players, and especially Alina Kashlinskaya, just incredible. She has won the first edition of the Grand Prix. She's in tip-top shape. And take a look at this position. This came from, of course, she's playing Julia Osmak with the black pieces, and this came from the typical Catalan, a6, knight to c6, and rook to b8, obviously signaling the fact that I will try to keep a hold of my pawn on c4 for the time. To drill in the point that I'm trying to get to the pawn on c4 or knight to c3, which was played in the game, and a bunch of others. But these are the two main lines. Bishop to b4, and now a surprising move by Julia, and it just shows that perhaps she's not very familiar with the opening. Queen to c2 is the typical way to go in this position. You want to transfer the rook to d1. Also, the queen on c2 supports the expansion with e4, which is very critical to this position. White is most likely not going to immediately recapture the pawn on c4, reestablish the material balance, but what they're going to get is an attack against the king that's going to go to g8 after a short castle. e4, e5, and then the knight is going to jump to e4, and we're going to try to focus our forces towards the black king. Now, she played a very interesting move, which has been played before, with the same idea, obviously, to go e4, e5, but it just doesn't seem to have the same sting as queen to c2, because you did want that rook on the d file to be pointing at the queen, to be supporting the pawn on d4 as well. And this one just simply is not as sharp, in my opinion. Black can just simply go castle, e4. We're going to have very similar positions. But again, queen to c2, not as easy to play right now because knight takes d4 is coming. You're not getting to the pawn on c4 as easily. I will be able to protect that with the move b5. We're going to see again this exchange between the extra pawn on the queen side for black and a potential attack brewing on the king side. But the time expenditure right now shows me that Julia perhaps is not very familiar with this one. So I would already give Alina some chances to maybe get an advantage with black. Huge. Monika Sochko against Anna Ushenina, another situation which is not dire but quite complicated for Team Ukraine, because I'm seeing the time right now and Anna does not look like, once again, she knows this one. 49 minutes already against 1 hour and 16 minutes, and she's been thinking Monika Sochko for quite some time. So it was even larger, the discrepancy. And to be honest, right now I'm seeing pressure, very annoying pressure for white. So I'm going to give slight advantage to Poland as well on this one. Olivia Kolbasa taking some huge risks in the opening. Bishop to c4, Gioco Piano, sure, let's go bishop c5, maybe knight to f6. She says no. She plays d6, which is a move I haven't seen in a very long time, and an interesting reaction to that. a4. The typical reaction would be to go c3, d4, and just try to open up, blast open the center, not a4. But it seems like Kolbasa was ready for it. Bishop to e6, and I guess this is the whole idea behind this setup with an early d6, to go bishop to e6, and at least take your opponent out of their usual repertoire. d4, take, knight to f6, knight to c3, bishop to e7, and finally, after a pretty long think, Natalia Buksa played the best move e5 in the position, and right now it's black who's going to be facing a very I would say tedious defense. Obviously you're not lost, you're not much worse or anything, but it's going to be a long game in which you're going to have to deal with a weakness on e6 for the rest of the game. White does not have any weaknesses. I'm going to be able, if you allow me, to go castle, rook e1, bishop goes out, rook to d1, you're going to suffer for a very long time. So advantage Ukraine in this one. And the last one, Alicia Slivichka versus Ina Gaponenko. I would assume this is already some sort of theory. This is how we started. It was a Sicilian. 4 knights with knight to c6 and a3. This is a very typical way nowadays to play against this setup. Just simply taking away the idea of bishop to b4, but allowing at the same time, because you were losing a tempo, this d5. And this is what we have right now. The plans are more or less understandable for both sides. White will try to cement something on d4 and keep this pawn on d5. I'm going to focus all my attention and my attack against the IQP, the isolated queen's pawn. Black is going to try to go something like rook to c8, maybe at the right moment take on d4, go rook to c4, push the pawn d4, and get your usual dynamic counterplay in the center. These are the type of situations, but still, again, I'm one of those classical players, in my understanding at least, and I do like to play against the IQP. So I'm going to give Team Poland the advantage in this one as well. How do you guys feel about this one?
Yeah, of course, it's one of the central matches, and we will keep an eye on it.
Two teams that should know each other really, really well, experienced squads, although the Polish team appears to be composed of younger players.
And Ukraine is missing their top 2 players as well, Muzicuk sisters, so it's a completely different
Absolutely,
team.
yes. Yeah, before we have a break, check, of course, our reporter Charlize played a fun game of geography with the players, and please check out how it turned out. And we will see you on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere.
We are here at the start of round 6 of the 45th FIDE Olympiad with this really cool globe here, asking players who they're playing against and whether they can point those countries out on the map. Let's see how they do. Who are you playing against today?
I'm playing against Chinese Taipei.
Do you think you can point them out on the map?
Yes, I think so.
Hello. Who are you playing against today?
Against Luxembourg.
I think it's here. Taipei.
Wow, that was quick.
Is it even on the map? Ah, it's here. Not too far from us.
Anamaya, hi, first of all.
We're playing Uzbekistan. I think she's called Nadir Janova.
Can you point Uzbekistan out on the map?
Ooh, it helps that I was just there, you know?
Who are you playing against today?
Denmark.
Can you point them out on this map?
Here.
I can try. Somewhere here.
There we go. Oh, that was quick.
No, it was not that far. Here.
Who are you playing against today?
Eritrea. We are playing against Jordan.
Guyana.
We're playing against Romania.
Argentina. And I'm playing with the World Junior Champion.
My country?
Jordan.
Jordan. It's around Oman.
Okay,
There we go.
Who's here? I think it's nearby. I think in this zone.
area.
Yes, in Middle East. Yeah.
Great. And can you point out Hungary on the map?
Hungary.
Oh, it's something. It's obviously in Europe.
Hungary out on the map. Well,
Yeah.
this one is going to be rather easy. Right here.
Yeah.
Very easy.
Yeah, just next to it here.
Oh, wow.
Here, that.
So here we have Europe. Before flying here, oh, there it is.
There we go.
Before flying here, I went to check and I still can't find it.
And then where is? Well, I'm close. It's over here. I think we're terrible.
I can't see. I don't have glasses.
It's here. Wait,
Wow, okay.
Hungary.
okay, Poland. I have drone from Poland to here by car.
No, really, sorry.
Yeah, here.
So thanks, Katie.
time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
In the heart of Europe lies Budapest, a city known for its bridges that connect its rich past with the future. This September, Budapest becomes a bridge itself, connecting nations from around the world. Are you ready? After a journey from Chennai around the globe, and in the year that the World Chess Federation celebrates its 100th year anniversary, we will step it up a notch. From September 10 to 23, all eyes are on Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. As the bridges of Budapest unfold, so too do the connections between nations and cultures through our beloved game of chess. More than 1,800 players will represent their country in the most prestigious chess event in the world. Watch live or join us in Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad and be part of the game that connects us all.
We are here with Sara Khadem playing for Spain for the first time at the Olympiad. I mean, moving to Spain, you just uprooted your life, big changes, right? But chess is pretty big in Spain, so have you been playing some open tournaments there?
Actually, I didn't get a chance to play a lot of tournaments, but I played last year in Yobragat Open. But now I'm planning to play more chess, and I accepted to play in all the tournaments, upcoming tournaments for the next month. So yeah, I'll play more chess.
And you're such a great ambassador for women's chess, Sara. Recently, you were on the cover of Vogue. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure, yeah, those were like some side things that I was doing apart from chess, and I would love to do many things in order to promote chess. And yeah, that was like very fortunate for me to be on the cover. And there was another thing as well, because recently I am collaborating with Cartier, so I'm one of the so yeah, this is like one of the things, like in the tournaments I will try to promote them, and also chess in the other way.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's awesome, not just for you, but for women's chess. Very exciting. What is your future like for the rest of the year in terms of tournaments?
I like to play in the World Rapid and Blitz. I'm still struggling with the, travel documents and all. But apart from that, I'm playing the Spanish League. Then it will be European Club Cup. I was gonna go to Tata Steel, but unfortunately not. And I think then it will be Spanish Championship and hopefully World Rapid and Blitz.
You have a lot lined up for you. Playing in the Olympiad, what would you say is the biggest difference between, these international tournaments and leagues you're playing and coming here playing in a team? Especially for you, a new team.
No, it's actually, I think, one of my most favorite tournaments, because you get to play in the team, and the whole atmosphere is very different, because you don't only play for yourself, you play for the whole country. And I have been liking it so far a lot. I mean, I'm a new team member, but I was really welcomed in the team, and I couldn't be happier.
Did you do any special training camps? What is it like behind the scenes with the team?
No, I think we have a great captain, Ivan Salgado. He's doing really great. And yeah, with him, I think we are all being well prepared.
And a final question, what is your favorite thing about the Olympiad?
My favorite thing to see many of the friends, from many years, and to have like so many people in one place is something huge, and I'm glad that we have that in chess.
Well, thank you very much, Sara, and hope you have a great Olympiad further.
Thank you, Charlie.
And we're back.
To the day 7 of the World Chess Olympiad. Hope it didn't take too long. And I think it's a good time to go to the game of the top-rated player on this planet, Magnus Carlsen.
Sure, why not? We haven't done that yet today. We did see him arrive a bit late for the match, but yeah, Norway is playing Austria today, and Magnus is clearly looking for
a fight.
Yeah, very much looking for a fight, because this is not a particularly fun position to have by move 10. This is obviously, it came from, eventually a Philidor. It began its life as a bit of a Pirc, and then very quickly Black plays e5. It no longer really is a Pirc at all. There's a number of ways to treat this, but knight f3 is by far the most popular. Black goes knight bd7, and Praggnanandhaa decides not to get involved with like the most fun move in this position. I think they even began playing with g1 here. I think, which is a very serious move, shockingly.
Yeah,
saying I do want g4, g5. I do not want to give up a pawn for it.
It's a pity. I mean, I would have played it, against Magnus.
Yeah,
it could be a fun game. Yes.
But bishop c4 is the way to play kind of normally, and then a2, a4 is a good move here, because a little bit of a trick for those of our viewers who maybe have encountered this and want to a bit of a life hack. If you start with rook e1, I'm not saying it's life-changing, but it allows this line with a6 and b6. And if you start with a4, you will still be able to play rook e1 later, but after a6, you of course quite happily can play a4, a5 yourself. So I think players have begun starting with a4 here, maybe for that specific reason. Magnus goes c6, h3, h6, bishop e3, rook e8, a5. You're kind of cramped with black. You don't have currently a lot of breathing room for your pieces, but it will improve a bit if white doesn't find a way to play very forcefully. Bishop f8, queen c7, Black quite clearly wants to play either knight e5 or knight
You
c5.
see Grishuk behind Magnus, checking in on Magnus's game.
Yeah.
As usually, Magnus gets lots of attention in the playing hall.
Yeah, seems like a very playable position. Of course, white is going to be at least a little bit better because white has more space. Having a pawn on a5 is very useful because you exert a lot of pressure against the black queen side. I'm drawing arrows which might seem a bit ridiculous right now, but it actually makes it difficult to develop the rook on
There's
a8.
pressure, yeah.
You do have to somehow solve the issue of a5, controlling both a7 and b7.
Wait, the thing is, you would love to play b5, but unfortunately you just simply don't have that option because you take on b6, you
just
cannot
to
take...
illustrate, yeah, you do not want to be doing this to your structure,
No.
even though the engine shockingly doesn't hate it as much. Apparently it was playable in the previous move for a very specific reason, because wherever the bishop goes, we can actually start immediately attacking the pawn on e4, and then we probably get to play d6, d5. Let's say if knight d2, we can push d5 and we're not much worse. But even if Magnus considered it, and I'm not sure he had, I think he dislikes the idea of simplification.
Simplifying. He
It's
doesn't
not
want
the type
to
of position
exchange
that he's striving
pieces.
for.
Yes.
Yeah, he wants to have more pieces on the board. I mean, he's not very interested in the idea of equalizing by trading a lot of stuff off the board. He wants to play a full game of chess.
And I just want to say that this type of position Magnus is very familiar with, because also one Daniil Dubov loves to play this type of structures. He actually played them even against Magnus himself in some of the former what they used to call them Magnus Tours. I don't remember what the actual name of it was, Champions Chess Tour, something
Yeah, he
along
won a
those lines.
very brilliant game with Black against Magnus.
He did defeat
talking
Magnus
about Dubov,
in this one, in this type of structure. So I'm sure they've played countless of training games against each other. In this one.
Seems probable, yeah. So this is board one. There's going to be a long game in development here. Obviously, you like white, and the point is, knight c5 is maybe a little bit vague, although you might do it, and you can maybe even rule out knight c5 altogether by playing bishop f4. Obviously, now this is just a blunder of a full piece. So black probably goes knight e5, and then we go bishop e2, and we say you still have to finish development. I will probably play rook e to d1. The bishop, if it gets chased away, can be placed on h2. Obviously, black is not particularly in favor of this trade because, once again, just very nice spatial advantage for white. But yeah, a very interesting game in progress. Now that we are on that match, we can maybe take a bird's eye view a little bit over what's happening elsewhere. Very interesting position on board 2 there. This is Johann Sebastian Christensen playing the Queen Gambit, well, Central Gambit, sorry. Central Gambit here with the white pieces, and a very messy position by move 10 or thereabouts already on the board. The Central Gambit is, of course, e4, e5, d4.
What people are ready to do anything, not to play Italian.
Not to play Italian or Berlin, yeah.
Yes,
and
Queen
this is
c4.
actually a newfangled way to play the Central Gambit, because people are automatically used to play Queen e3 here.
Exactly.
But now this move Queen c4, which is the engine, I think, preference, has become quite popular, and players immediately kind of launch into their game plans. White obviously is going to castle queenside and then try to do something on the king side, and black is correctly gaining some space on the queen side and also blowing things up in the center. So very, very sharp position.
I have a funny story about the Central Gambit. At the 2022 Olympiad, my student at the time, Begim Tohirjonova, was leading the American women's team, and they were doing very poorly in the first few rounds. I think they lost a match against a team that they were favored to win by a lot. And they didn't. The team needed a certain spirit that they didn't find in the first couple of rounds. So I told her, look, let's do something fun. We're not going to go into the main lines. Let's inspire the team with something. And I told her, let's go for the Central Gambit. Let's just have some fun, forget about theory. And in fact, it was a great decision, not only because she played it, but once she told them what she's going to play, the other person with the white pieces played exactly the same thing. And they scored 2 out of 2 in that one, kind of infusing new energy into the team. And immediately after that, they kind of, got on a completely new path and ended up in the 4th position by the end of it. But still, it's one of those tactics that you can sometimes infuse to change the course of a tournament.
Psychology is very important, right? I mean, to just to be like more energetic is so important. And let's remind our viewers actually that Norway lost the match on the 6th day of Olympiad. They were playing against Iran, and Magnus Carlsen made a draw against Farham, but didn't save the match. Having such a great position from the beginning, he didn't manage to win, and it turned
Farham
out...
defended really well from a certain point on. And,
Absolutely, yes. He found really brilliant moves, defensive moves, and at the end he called this ending, and Iran won, Norway lost, and today they have to actually try to win this match in order to also prove something.
I think they've already, out of 6 matches, right? They lost 2 and drew 1, right?
Yes.
I think.
Norway?
Yeah.
Norway.
I think they drew against...
I don't think they lost
without
2.
Magnus. They drew without Magnus 1 match.
No, they were 4.5 out of 5, weren't they?
They lost only 1
And now
against Iran.
they won against Iran. So 1 loss and 1 draw. 4.5 out of 6.
Turkey match with
that is,
Turkey.
9 out of 12 with the scoring system that they use. On board 3 today, Felix Broberger for Austria is, I mean, this is a kind of a classical Reti position. There's a lot of theory connected with this line. This began its life as actually White trying to play the Catalan, Black saying, how about Benoni? White saying, no thanks. And then somehow we end up in a very, very typical Reti line where White goes castles and then starts undermining the Black center. There's a lot of games reaching this position. We can check. Yeah, there's like more than 100 games reaching here. White played Rook e1, Bishop b6, 92, Rook ac8, and now Rook b1 seems logical. Knight b3 could be played. Queen b3 is something that they play often. And I think the reason Queen b3 hasn't been played yet is very often Black would immediately reply to that move by attacking the bishop on f4, the moment the White queen no longer controls that square. So choices here for Bloberger, and on board 4 we have, hang on, that's not...
I believe that was board 4.
Yeah, but for a different match. No, for board 4 is...
Aryan is not playing.
Yeah, they rested Aryan
Aryan is
today.
not playing. Okay, that's an interesting
and they have
choice.
Urkedal against Valentin Baidetsky on board 4 today. Not a player I've honestly heard of representing Austria today. Clearly a strong player, 25-12, but not a particularly attractive position for Black, because it seems like they played a kind of a classical Catalan with knight bd2, and game continued normally. And then Black played a4, maybe a bit too early, and then chose not to win it back immediately with bishop c6, playing rook a7, and White went c takes, e takes, rook fc1. Once again, maybe tactically something like queen e7 could be made to work here, with the idea of meeting queen takes c7 with rook c8, and then maybe take on e2 somewhere. But Black maybe somewhat naively played bishop d6, and now after bishop c3, White will give this pawn back on a5.
Once you start attacking it and commit some resources.
Yeah, but then your pieces look kind of silly.
Yes.
Like all of this, exhibition of pieces on a7 and a8, staring into your own pawn on a5. It doesn't really look as attractive as it could have looked elsewhere.
Now, the good news for Black is that the position is pretty solid still.
Solid, yes. But so you are definitely a bit worse.
Much worse, yes.
Yeah, definitely a bit worse. And looks like we already have a result.
Yes, Yulian Gi made a draw with Prague.
Yeah, this is an analysis position, which I guess they just repeated with rook c1, rook d1. We left it here. Prague played bishop b7, rook c1, and a very clever move here, queen d6, basically defending the pawn on a6 tactically, because you can play knight e5 here, and suddenly the pin along the a file connected with the attack on the bishop actually gives Black very obvious immediate counterplay. White played rook d1. Prague actually played queen c7 here, which is, this is not the strongest engine, and he took my arrows are being criticized again. He took seemingly like 10 minutes for the entire game, so I wouldn't be shocked if he actually knows that queen c7 is strongest. But on my screen, the engine is suggesting that the queen might actually have to go to e7, and it might be stronger. And after queen c7, during the break, I was checking the move bishop c3. Once again, we know knight d5, bishop h7 loses. This is no longer a surprise to us. So Black probably has to play bishop b7, and now we can actually take on a6. And this is the line that was on our screen there briefly. Black plays queen b6, and we get the kind of a position like this, where this should be enough. But after queen b3, for instance, the way to play probably is actually to take the queens off and to make a somewhat grim draw in some endgame, a pawn down. So considering how important it is for China, I think, to preserve all the winning chances today, I'm a little bit surprised that Yuan Yi chose to just repeat rook d1, rook c1 here, and they basically called an arbiter. Or maybe they're even allowed to offer a draw. I don't know. I think it's move 30, right?
Yes.
I don't think they can actually offer draws by moves.
Move 30 or repetition, and they have to call the arbiter.
But this is already, if you go rook c1 here, it's threefold. Yes. So I guess they called the arbiter, and they suggested that rook c1 would be a draw.
No, the big question is, how is the Rigaisi doing? Because he's winning game after game, and obviously with the white pieces especially, India has high hopes for that game.
Yeah, but there was an interesting development there, because, and this brings us back to your question about Stockfish 17. This is exactly the kind of a position where I think these days, if we talk about, talk shop a little bit about the working with engines, I think in positions where there is still some maneuvering going on, many people run two engines at the same time, and there would be Stockfish and probably some version of Lila, because they give you very different output in, let's say, in more close positions, in positions where there is a more sort of deviation in terms of concrete things that need to be calculated. But this is a very, very tactical type of a position where a lot of stuff is hanging for black already. And in those types of positions, it feels like Stockfish has a bit of an edge. So people, like here, you would be excused maybe to run just purely Stockfish. Yeah, and bishop c6 is still the best choice, but as I mentioned, if you don't want to play bishop 6, you probably play queen a5, which was played, a3, and now rook a b8. And maybe this took Arjun a little bit by surprise, because until then he was playing very, very quickly. But here he burned quite a bit of time, and he made a move that the engine doesn't agree with immediately, at least. Because the engine says you can and should take.
This is interesting. Like what?
Yeah, black plays bishop e6, and in this position it says the only move that does anything at all is a move rook d3.
Otherwise, bishop takes c3 is gone.
Otherwise, yeah, the threat, I think, is you start by playing rook bd8, and then you take on c3. For instance, let's say if bishop d3, you go rook bd8, queen f4, and you take on c3, you take on a3, and you're prepared to meet king d2 with c4. And it's some kind of a mess, which appears to end in a draw. But rook d3 stops that idea, and a different side of it is that if you play c4, the rook doesn't go to e3, which is what I thought initially would be the idea. The idea is you just drop it back, but now your queen is connected to the pawn on a3 and also has a b4 square to aim for in some positions.
Shall we start with rook d8 and then?
Yeah, you can go rook d8, and interestingly, it doesn't go to b4, because if it goes to b4 after, let's say, rook d1, and well, here there is this immediate tactic of opening up the rook and attacking the white king side. So you have to take with the king, and if you do take with the king, the engine goes queen c7 and says it's a bit awkwardly placed, and if you take on b7, you have just released control over the b2 pawn, so black gets some counterplay. All of this is quite intricate, but I think, honestly, I think rook d3 is missable, and even if you don't miss it, it's not very natural.
Yes,
it's not very natural to spend two tempi just moving it back and forth. And as I mentioned, even on our screen, even sort of the old, somewhat restricted Stockfish doesn't like anything else apart from rook d3 in this position. So you can understand Arjun not going for it. He played queen f4 instead. Busanji immediately played b5. White took on d6. And in this position, seems like b5, b4 equalizes. Nothing else works at all. If you play bishop e6, trying to, well, preserve some sanity, you run into bishop d5 and your attack just starts fizzling. It's a very, very important resource for white. Now if you play b5, b4, rook d6, fe6, and rook takes e6 just wins on the spot, because white is threatening. Yeah, exactly. b8 is hanging. If you take on e6, there's a lot of threats on the king side, such as rook takes f6 here. And black, unfortunately, for black, has not taken any of white's pieces yet, so white is just faster. But you can and should play b5 before straight away.
Wow. So if
Giving
just,
up
take the
both captures
the bishop,
are possible.
yes, if we
So
take
which
the
one do you want to take?
Let's first take on d7 just to see the to
You
show to
are
the
now
audience.
worse.
Yes.
Significantly. ba3.
Because if I
This
take,
pawn needs to be taken off
yes.
the board. Queen takes e3. Now
that's
the threat
important,
is
yes.
the threat is rook b1, king b1, queen b2 mate. So you have to start running.
King d1.
We go rook b1 check, king
King
e2.
e2.
We go queen c4 check, and things start collapsing.
Yes, and I cannot go anywhere.
No.
Yes.
No, rook
king
d7
g2
is
back.
just
Yes. And
of the two bishops, our biggest enemy is on f6.
Rook
It's not
f4.
really, yeah. So black includes ba and goes gf6 anyway, weirdly. Queen takes, rook takes e4, rook takes e4, queen takes c3. And this seems to be surviving for black. At least, once again, the engine we're using for this board is not the strongest engine in the world, so take it with a slight grain of salt, but this appears to be holding.
so, for example, rook h4.
Exactly, yeah, I'm
yes.
trying to figure out why this.
Yes, so like, is it perpetual?
Take,
like, check?
king g2, queen a5, and it does appear to be perpetual because you cannot cross the e file comfortably.
Because bishop b5 is coming, yes, like if I try to run with king e2, it's bishop b5.
Yeah, king e5, you
yes,
you
can even lose,
get
yes.
mated after
Yes,
bishop
yes.
e5, yeah.
So it's not possible. Yes, so you cannot run away. Yes, all the pieces are on the king's side. Yes.
So a very interesting turning point. Well, I mean, I say turning point. You would hope Boo actually knows what the answer is, because otherwise his previous play is a kind of a gamble which might just result in him being kind of lost.
Judging from the time, actually, maybe he found all this over the board, like 41 minutes
Also
against
possible.
58.
Also possible.
I mean, will he find also before? I mean, it's a critical moment. If it's the only move which holds the balance, wow.
I think it's findable. I think because I think once you realize how strong bishop d5 is, you kind of move away from this position because you realize that this is just not giving you the amounts of counterplay you need.
Bishop d5, can I take the bishop?
Yeah, both rook e8 and rook takes d5 are pretty strong. The point is, now if you play b5 before,
Yes.
your pawn on c5
Okay,
is pinned.
it's pinned. So I cannot play before.
And
What
if
else?
you cannot play before, I think
You
you're
just pawn
a
down, yes.
Yeah. Importantly, bishop g5 does not win the queen because
Yes.
your rook on b8 is still
Oops.
hanging.
Yeah.
No, this is just not good. This is just not good. While we're waiting for Boo to make a decision, let's briefly check in with the game on board 1. This is now a very recognizable outline. This began its life as a Najdorf, or at least an attempt to play the Najdorf. Then it briefly looked like a knight c3, e5 Sicilian. And now, honestly, the thing it resembles the most is 63 Spanish, if I'm allowed to make some moves on the board. There are some lines in the 63 Spanish. Let me just paint you a picture. And I'm wondering which of the two of them has more experience playing the structures. So in this line, in particular after a3, and this is something that a lot of people have done. I've had these positions. Most recently, I had this with black against Vishnyanand in the Levitov Chess Classic in 23. So you get here. There's been a number of quite high-profile games getting to this position, mine not being the most high-profile. And if you look at this position and then you look at what they have on the board, it actually is pretty similar. Let's say if you imagine, actually the position is even further down the line here. So if you compare this with that picture I drew,
only
95, 96,
yes.
yeah.
Yep.
And the point about these types of positions, h3, and yeah, you correctly, I think, goes g7, g6. It looks like the knight on d5 cannot really be challenged particularly well, but black often quite successfully plays around it, so to speak, just pretends that it's not there. You want to play bishop g7.
f5, no?
And eventually, yeah, you want to start playing f7, f5. And if you let that bishop go, you can take on f6 now and kind of take the sting out of this idea. But then there's really not very much to, like, why are you supposed to be better for white is unclear to me. But if you do allow bishop g7, play could become quite double-edged. And yeah, this is very interesting because in a way, this position is a bit of a turning point. Let's say you play, I don't know, c2, c3, we go bishop g7. And it looks like maybe knight g5 is doing something, but we can quite safely just play bishop c8 in response. There's no way to increase pressure against the f7 pawn. And then black will start playing h6, f5.
Can I also prepare something like f4 somewhere here? Or
Well, you're opening
like
like
d4, or it's not
the
possible?
bishop on g7 is
Yes.
black's worst piece.
Exactly,
By playing
like I'm helping,
yeah, by
yeah.
playing f4, you're kind of helping, yeah. So
Immediately. Yes,
another
it
thing
shows.
I found quite useful for black in these types of structures, and Wei has not done it yet, but maybe he will do it next move if he wants to, is I often found it quite useful for black to include the move a6, a5, just to make sure that the queen side is not getting opened. Because I think from the white side, one thing you could try is something like this, and then try to put the bishop on c4 and try to maybe threaten the pawn on a6. Plus, another idea would be, once I play bishop c4 in particular, I have ideas of playing knight b6 and trading the bishop on a6 for the bishop on c4 in such a way maybe that the white knight, let me just once again make some bad moves to paint the picture. This would be a kind of a dream scenario for me with the knight on c4, which is completely safe from any kind of a challenge. So yeah, after g6, very interesting strategic battle in front of us here, and a very well-defined choice for Gukesh as well, because if he takes on f6 here, he is probably never going to have any kind of risk in this position, but he is also limiting any hopes for serious advantage. And if he allows bishop g7, it could become quite a mess. Cristian?
Yes.
Yes, I've been keeping my eyes on this one, Greece versus the United States, and these two teams have actually met in 2022 as well in Chennai, and in fact it was a very tense battle, very difficult victory for the United States, 2.5 to 1.5 with board 1. Nico Theodorou in fact defeating Levan Aronian in that one. So definitely the United States understands how difficult the task ahead is in this match and how important it is as well. And I also think they understand the fact that they need to win, and they need to win big, because the tie breaks right now are not in their favor. They need to start winning by high margins, 3.5, 4-0 maybe, even if possible. That would be ideal. Take a look at this one. This is Nico Theodorou versus Fabiano Caruana, and we have a typical Catalan, this time with c6 and knight bd7. Again, there's plenty of ways in which you can play this position. a5, rook to d1, a4, getting more space on the queen side, but obviously this is also an option that takes more risk for black as well, because you are expanding but perhaps overextending at the same time. And of course, white is going to be focused on trying to do things in the center. Perhaps if you give me more moves, I'm going to go e4, and that's exactly why black plays the move knight to h5. Now bishop to e3, unless you want to play e4 and give me the dark square bishop, which is probably not advisable, you have to go back to e3, which he did. f5, knight to f1. Once again, we have this dilemma. Do I go f5 and I'm trying to create something on the king side as black, but that also opens up the possibility that maybe my pawn structure is going to become weak. It's an overextension for black, and this is where we stand right now. Take on f4. I like this transition for both colors, actually. Bishop to a6. This is the position currently that we have on the board. The computer is giving white a slight advantage, but it's one of those type of advantages in which both players have a lot to play for. And bishop to f1 seems to be the preferred option. At the same time, it's not an easy one. You have a couple, right? You can take on d5, you can go c5, or you can go a bishop to f1. Bishop to f1, and the importance of in fact exchanging the light square bishops apparently gives a white a slight advantage, but it's not easy to understand, especially with g5 coming. Black, you know, it's going to continue the attack on the king side. g5 will come. You generally, at least psychologically, want to have more pieces around your king. That bishop on g2, and we do have a move. I do think he has played bishop to f1, so good understanding by Nico Theodorou. This one is going to be a very intriguing battle. Let's continue down the road. Wesley So versus Stamatis, and Stamatis opens up with the King's Indian, very provocative option against Wesley. Wesley says, you know what, yes, I would love to play a King's Indian with you. I know that we need to score more points. Let's go. And this is what we have right now. h4, knight to c5, very complicated battle, obviously. The presence of the white key of the white knight on d5 compensates for the lack of the dark square bishop. You took on c5, but now you have a beautiful piece in the center. Knight to e8, perhaps hinting at the fact that maybe I will try get my knight on d4 as well. It's going to be very difficult though, because c6 is far away for the knight on e8. Take on d5, queen to c7, knight to d2, h6, bishop to h8, and rook to d3. And this is what we have right now. Again, is the battle of which knight is going to go first to their respective ideal squares, d5 or d4. And I think we're going to see a rook land on d4 in this position right now. In fact, the engine says that Stamatis is perfectly fine in this position, and perhaps for good reason. This pawn on h6, despite the fact that we know it's a thorn, potential thorn in a black's position, it's also potentially a liability if we exchange some pieces. So this one's still very complex. Dimitrios Mastrovasilis versus Lenier. And Lenier plays the Sicilian. I haven't seen Lenier play the Sicilian touch any other pawn but the e-pawn for a very long time. But again, they need to win, and they need to win big. And we have a Sicilian from Lenier signaling the fact that it's time to battle. And I'm sure the player with the white pieces, Mastrovasilis, says, yeah, sure, why not? Let's do it. b5, perhaps not the step in the right direction. Bishop to b7, bishop to e3, and queen to c7. Very important move. And right now, it does seem like black is starting to have a slight pull in the position. You're most likely going to take on a6. I will take back. We're going to see these exchanges. You take, I take, you take, and then at the end, I will pick up your knight on c3. You have some problems with your pawn structures. Sure, you have the two bishops as white, but it doesn't seem like any sort of attack is brewing against my king on the king side. So sure, you can go bishop to d3, but I have knight c5, maybe knight e5. I'm going to be the one pressing against your weaknesses. Advantage, black advantage, Lenier, and it's the type of position that Lenier loves to squeeze. So this one, I would say a slight advantage for black for Team USA. Levan Aronian definitely enjoying his position right now. And it was, once again, quite provocative from black to play the Sicilian. Let's take it even earlier. Knight to d7 castle, bishop to e2, knight to f6, and c4. I'm striving as white to get the Maroczy type of structure. And that's exactly what he got. Knight to c3, at d4, at the loss of a few tempis, sure, but also your position is not as optimal. Generally, we see the knight on c6, we see the bishop on e6. It's a completely different story. Knight to c2, g5. Kaliris is really looking for a fight, but I'm not convinced about this move. It does seem like you're creating too many weaknesses, especially the square f5, and immediately Levan understood that and took advantage of it. Rook to f2, very nice maneuver to hide the bishop on f1, get ready for this move, knight to f4, and also set up ideas to put the rook in the center and maybe break in the center with e5. Bishop to e3, knight to d4, knight to g6, your knight on f4, beautiful piece, but it doesn't do much anymore. Queen to b3, bishop d7, and knight to f5. This is what we have right now. I'm looking at the position opening up after the exchange on e6. I'm seeing the two bishops. I don't see as much of a pull of an attack against my king on g1. I think Levan is just simply much better in this one, has a great chance to take the full point for Team USA, and they need it in this one. Guys, back to you.
Absolutely, thanks for that. And another match I wanted to draw your attention to is a match which is interesting from both sides. First of all, we are here in beautiful sunny Budapest, where we are really, this is one of the best places, I think, to hold a chess tournament. So always very happy to be here. And finally, we're back to having very nice weather outside as well. It kind of, not that I'm unused to it raining, but I still prefer when it doesn't. There's been some flooding issues, but still very, very nice and pleasant to be around. And also, the hosts are doing quite well in the Olympiad. So I wanted to show the match between the team of Hungary, who are playing one of the kind of quiet stories of the Olympiad so far. Definitely a story to watch out for. They're playing the Lithuanian team, which I think is not on very many people's radar when you talk about teams that are likely to do well. But they are doing really, really well so far, and playing a very solid Olympiad. All of their players are rated in the 2530 to 2580 range, not really world beaters purely in terms of numbers, but playing a very, very solid event. And there you have Richard Rappert playing board 1 for Hungary. I think he just castled queenside by the looks of things, which is what you expect from Richard. Yeah, yeah, there it is. The king is on c8 currently. This has been, I think it's quite clear, this has been a Rubinstein. No, it wasn't. Why am I lying to you?
I'm not expecting actually Richard to castle at all.
No,
But
yeah.
sometimes he does it, yes.
It looks like a French, but it was not a French at all. It was, as you see, this very quirky opening where black goes knight of 6 d6, trying to kind of keep all the options open. Knight c3, saying, would you like a Pierce? g6, e4, and we're in pure Pierce territory. Richard says no. Bishop f5, knight h4, bishop d7, knight f3. Would you like a draw? No.
d5.
No draw for you. So now we have a really strange position where basically we have like a Jabava London, for instance, after bishop f4, but black played bishop d7, and bishop d7 is often a useful move. Okay. Yeah, they put the bishop on d7 in
knight b5.
In the e5, e6, c5 lines. White plays queen d3, Richard played d6, and now we have a kind of a French-looking position. Weirdly, with the queen already on e4, but still.
Hungary actually lost only one match so far. Yes, they lost against India, the match in the 6th round. But before that, they were just literally beating everyone. With such
and Lithuania
team.
is also doing really, really well. And Richard, very understandably, knowing it is Richard, I think you come to expect him from all the choices in this position. You can castle kingside, you can castle queenside. Of course, he castled queenside, bishop b2. And now he will try to launch something of an attack on the king side with the bishop on c6 and d6, kind of aimed in the right direction. The engine doesn't agree with this necessarily, but I don't think he will care, honestly. Richard is not the kind of a person to be particularly obsessed with whether his play is quote-unquote correct. This is board 1. On board 2, Proroka is better against Paulius Pulcinevicius. In fact, the engine says he is much better. I'm not sure exactly why it is.
Well, maybe because the king is still in the center. Maybe
knight takes c5, bishop takes c5, d c5, queen c5, and now queen c1. Yeah, this is
queen c1 is huge. Yes, you cannot do the castling because of bishop b3. So maybe that's why engine likes it so much.
If you imagine, let's say I make a kind of a normal move here, and when it gets to casting, it's still better for white, but it becomes tolerable. But after queen c1, your position is going to be very, very difficult to play with the bishop landing on a3.
Yeah.
This was a Sicilian.
What to do after that? I don't even know what black should do. Where this king goes.
This was a Sicilian where black played knight c6 and then e6. And I think a very interesting turning point is, and this is something we can discuss in terms of strategy, because black made, I think, the most natural move in the position here, which is d6, d5. But what I noticed recently is that very often players on the black side of these types of structures just quite happy to go knight f5, let's say ed6, they go f7, f6, and then you want to take on d6. Let me make some moves just to illustrate. So what you're trying to get is some sort of a position like this, where, yes, the pawn on c5 is weak, but it's quite difficult to get to. And in the process of trying to get to it, you often have to kind of abandon the king side. And black, let's say, we add some more moves. Yeah, I don't know. Knight e4, we go knight d4, and at some point we just start pushing. All of our structure on the king side starts being kind of slowly moved towards the white king, and it gets to very, very sharp positions. Instead, Pulcinevicius here played d6, d5. Proroka played d3, knight c3, castles, knight a4, queen c7, d4, and yeah, this is good for white, but black, I feel like Pulcinevicius' next two moves were sort of, he's playing on the wrong side of the board a little bit.
We saw a different strategy, yes, when white pushed c4, making sure that there is no c4 from black side. Yes, Giri, in a little bit different structure, he played it. But here, yes, black was allowed to play c4 move. So is it better for, let's say, do you have more space after playing c4?
Well, sort of yes, but also there's this really, really weak square on c5. And I think what happened here is the Lithuanian player felt he has to play kind of responsibly, because I think what the machine is suggesting is, having done everything we've done so far, we need to kind of forget queenside exists altogether and play in the center and on the king side. So we play f6. We are trying to break the structure, open the f file, play bishop b7 and castles as fast as possible. We are often just not going to be reacting to b takes
Yes,
c4
this
at
is what
all.
I'm thinking about. Can I get this pawn, or maybe I cannot because you have bishop a6 always?
Yeah,
Yes,
let's
even.
say if you do this and you play
Yes.
rook e1, I think the suggestion is just to do this and say, I don't really care.
Like take whatever you want.
Yeah, you
this
could even
there,
play
and
c5, I will play bishop b7, or bishop f4, maybe bishop f4 is stronger. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know why I play bishop b7. And I will try to push e6, c5. And my hope is, if I manage to start pushing my center towards, once again, e5, e4, f5, f4, there will be a lot of play on the king side. And instead, Pulchenevichus played bishop a6, stopping b takes c4. And then after rook e1, I particularly disliked the move c6, c5. I sort of understand he didn't like where this was going. But yeah.
What if he would play just bishop e7? I mean,
Exactly.
some kind of developing moves. Like what
Exactly.
would happen?
Well,
Why he didn't like it?
let's play slowly. I just
Queen d2 or do castling?
castles. Maybe we play bishop c3. We try to play bishop b4. It's not great. Honestly, it's not great.
It's
But
just positionally not great. Yes, because of c5 square you mentioned
yeah,
before.
because
Yes.
in particular, if these bishops come off,
Yes.
this knight on c5 is just going to be a massive difference between the quality of whites and black's position. But yeah, c5. I have a feeling he simply just missed queen c1. He thought
Just
he
easy
gets
to
to finish
miss.
development. I understand it. As I said, even a position like this would have been quite difficult to play. The bishop comes to d4, we play c2, c3, and we have this majority on the queen side we can push. It's going to be almost impossible to play f6 with the bishop on d4 controlling the dark squares. This is also no fun.
Seems big advantage
Yeah,
in
but
this
after
one.
queen
Yes.
c1, black
Wow.
is kind of busted. So yeah, big advantage Hungary here. On board 3, we have a game between Ferenc Berkes and Valery Kazakowski, where this has gone wrong for white. I don't even want to give a huge speech, but black has a bishop pair. White allowed d5, d4, breaking up the structure. This is just very good for black, so advantage Hungary here as well. And on board 4, Benjamin Gliduri is playing this very ambitious line that I think would have been completely unthinkable even, let's say, 20 years ago, definitely 40 years ago, where white just goes bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, and castles, and says we're playing a kind of a normal IQP, where black is a completely safe, healthy pawn up. And we're doing it because we have won some tempi. And there is actually always at least enough counterplay for white. Currently a very unclear position on
Yes,
the board.
with rook on g3. Yeah, looks fun.
We have a lot of play on the king side.
Yeah. Can we go quickly to check one more game, which is in the match Serbia and Netherlands? I see that some action is happening on the second board.
Yeah, and I think
and
I think
then
that was the
we
match I
jump-
was getting ready to.
you have it.
Yes, I have it
have
on the
it,
board,
okay,
and we'll get
great.
to that one in just a second.
Yes.
But let's start with board 1. Alexander Pratke versus Anish Giri. Anish, obviously, we know, has been struggling, but he's coming off a victory against, I believe, Berkic from Croatia. So definitely a good comeback for him. And right now he's essaying the French. Terrible. Peter, you probably disagree with me.
It's okay.
You're getting used to it. E5, c5, queen to g4, knight to e7. This is a very typical line in this one. Queen to c7. All of these pawn sacrifices are very much well known. You do give the pawns back because obviously you cannot take on d4. Queen to c3 would just win it for a black. You're losing the rook on a1, so you don't have time for that. You have to come back to the defense. You got some pawns and then you need to come back. This is one of the lines that whenever I was playing against the French, I was really avoiding because it's so much theory heavy for both sides. And both sides, if they don't know precisely what they're doing, they're going to get in trouble. Take on c3, take on c3, and we got to this endgame, king to d7. All of this has been seen before. There's nothing new so far. f4, a6, knight to c3, king to c7, knight to e4. And I think Giri more or less knew all the way until this position. But at this point, once again, he needs to understand the sense of urgency that black is facing, because if you allow me to go bishop to b2 back, save my bishop and save the control of this diagonal, then this h-pawn is going to be very difficult to stop. So at this point, what he had to do is start with bishop to g4 first, gain a tempo for your development, rook to d2, and then take on d4. And I was looking at this position and I was trying to understand why he didn't go for this one. And it kind of makes sense, because you're looking at the position, you see knight f6 coming, that's a double attack. You see the rook on d4 already set up to pick up the pawn on f4. I go knight f6, the pawn on f4 is going to be lost. So visually, it already feels like white has a pretty significant advantage. But in fact, it seems like after knight to c6, I'm just simply faster. Knight to c6, rook to d2, then rook g e8. I'm the one with dynamic play, and you don't have enough time to start your pawn push on the h file. He did not play that. He played rook to d8, and this is a tremendous opportunity and big mistake, because it allows white, to save the dark square bishop. Take on d8, knight to d5. The engine right now says white is +2, completely winning after the move knight to d5 with the simple in quotation marks, because you have so many options and it's not easy to make this type of decisions, allowing the knight to come to e3 with a check, to go h4, and it does seem like black is just simply not going to be able to stop that pawn very easily. You can give a check, then I go to c1, maybe you can go bishop to h5, but after bishop to c4, you can understand these bishops are cutting the board in half, and you don't actually have any compensation for that. So this one, really bad news for black. He played king to c1, perhaps a missed opportunity, and in fact after bishop to f5, we do have a move, bishop to d3 with perfect play right now. Perhaps Giri is back in the game. He needs to find this move, rook to g8. It's critical at this point. And right now it's when the calculation starts. Because the very obvious, h4 needs to be calculated. h4, you take on g2, I go h5, you go f3, it's a pawn race. I go h6, and at this point the only move that saves black is in fact bishop to h7. Not f2, because knight takes f2 would be quite problematic in fact, but bishop to h7. Looking from afar, this is not that easy to assess, especially because you see knight to c5, you see this bishop is getting exchanged, and you kind of ask yourself, hey, what if I'm missing something? What if I'm just miscalculating something? I'm just going to allow the h-pawn to promote. But in fact, after f2, it seems like black is the one that promotes first. So big opportunity right now for Giri to get back in the game. Still not easy, even after this move, rook to g8, because I can go knight to c3, knight to f6. These are the type of moves that the players will need to analyze. Jordan Van Forest on board 2 is doing, look, the guy has been the motor of Team Netherlands so far. He's winning game after game. He's saving Team Netherlands for quite some time. And right now he's kind of doing the same thing. And to be honest, I will defer this one to you, Peter, because obviously this is a Grunfeld. We have some interesting ideas, so maybe you can explain to us starting this move a4.
Yeah, this is a kind of a newfangled way to play this opening, and I remember a bit of a detour, but I did a chessable course on the Grunfeld somewhat recently, and one thing you realize very early on when you start working with the chessable team and the team of the testers who put your output through under a microscope is that you're basically not allowed to skip anything that looks like a legal move in any position, which is how I got to analyze a4, because I thought, okay, this cannot be serious, but some people are playing it. There's like 15 games in the database, which means I must address this. And then the more I looked at it, the more I thought, this is just not stupid somehow, because white is, for the time being at least, making d takes c4 less efficient, because we will be able to win this pawn back quite easily.
Which in fact happened.
Yeah, because you play knight a3 and b7, b5 is no longer a move. This is what we played a4 for. I think I recommended a kind of a slow approach, if we can go one move back and just talk about this. I think it is possible to just play a5, then play in some order, I don't know, e6, b6, bishop b7, knight bd7, just develop quietly, and the position does become very rigid. The downside of playing a4 here is that you kill off a lot of your own play on the queen side, of course. And I think d takes c4 is a little bit helpful, honestly. Yes. It makes white's life simpler and easier to understand. And the type of structure that they got, yeah, exactly, some kind of position like this, they are not always easy to equalize, despite looking quite innocuous in the beginning. The fact that white has this center, the pawn on d4 controls the center quite well. The bishop on g7 is still not being opened. Often pushing c6, c5 is not going to be so easy. These types of positions, sometimes they're okay and sometimes they're not, and you really need to differentiate.
And in fact, that's why I think he kind of underestimated the fact that you go bishop to a3, not bishop b2, and actually c5 is not
It's
easy
going to be
make.
difficult to organize.
Yes.
And if we come to, and once you have to make a move like knight a6, c7, I think you know you're at least in some kind of trouble.
Yeah.
So not really a shock to me at all that Alexei Sara now finds himself struggling to equalize.
And not only that, he struggles to equalize. He was, in fact, completely lost. Take a look at this. Knight b6, knight g5, take, knight takes f7.
Beautiful move.
Nice move, very typical. Look, these are the type of moves that Jordan loves to play. He calls himself a dynamic player. He loves to have this type of sacrifices available to him. Take on e5, the queen has to move, but right now, after the move a5, all of your pieces are slowly getting pushed back. Not only that, but the bishops are so powerful. And in fact, after f4, the bishop on g7, completely dead. Rook to d6, knight to f8. This is the position we have right now. Advantage. White, from an objective perspective, from a practical perspective, also it feels like it's much easier to play with the white pieces. At the same time, black is a piece up.
Two pawns for the piece.
Sure, yes. If I manage to restrain white's attack, somehow maybe exchange the rooks, which is not going to happen. I'm going to keep this rook on d6 or d5, and I'm going to wait for you.
It seems like there was a massive, because knight d8 was met now by Jordan played bishop b2. Looks like he may have missed knight takes f4.
Knight takes f4. Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
He just played bishop to b2, and Alexei Sarana, golden opportunity right now. I don't know if knight takes f4 has been played, but
Not
this
yet.
one,
E6?
this is probably what
Yes.
he's looking at. e6, right?
Why can't we take back with the forward-looking knight?
With this one, rook to f1, you can.
And
King to g8, bishop takes g7, take on g7, of course you cannot take
And
with
queen
the
f2
knight.
or queen f3 or something, yeah.
Yes, or queen to b2 check, and probably this is what he calculated, getting the queen to f6, some sort of a mate is going to happen, perhaps for good reason. By knight to f4 and then take with this knight, e takes f4, knight takes f4, continue.
Insisting.
Yes.
Insisting.
on knight takes f4,
Actually,
yeah.
threatening queen already was rook and knight.
But now it kind of becomes easy to calculate, right?
Yeah.
It's some sort of a simplification, and this is the crucial move. Don't take back, but rook to e2 first.
Oh.
If you
I'm
take back,
I'm having
you get
very
mated.
strong deja vu feelings right now, and not because I've seen this position. I know I haven't, but I have a feeling like honestly, this dialogue I'm having like a legit deja vu episode right now, which is, I'm sorry, like maybe the viewers don't need my psychosis being transmitted on air, but
we're for 7 days here.
I've had this conversation with you, Cristian, in my head, so
Perfect. There you have it. Look, we
This
might
will
be
happen on
living.
the 7th day of Olympiad. What will happen on the 11th? You can imagine, everyone.
So still some advantage, perhaps, maybe, for the Netherlands on that one. Nevertheless, Anish Giri is still in big trouble. So overall, in top two boards, I would give a slight advantage to Serbia. But Max Warmerdon, with the black pieces, has a tremendous position. This is the typical situation in which white has pretty much overextended f4, g4, leaving the king on g1, sort of exposed. There's no bishop on g2. You would love to have this bishop on g2. You don't have that, and now these bishops are cutting up the board in half, also putting a lot of pressure on the king. I'm seeing queen takes f4 as a big threat. I don't see great ways to defend, probably queen to f2, but again, I go h6. This is just a much easier position to play for black. You move the knight away, I jump to d5. That's not possible, or e4 as well. It seems like I'm controlling your pieces with mine. So big advantage, I would say Max has a pretty significant advantage in this one. And this is what we have on the final board. Ervin Lamy versus Velimir Ivic. And Ivic is looking good. Knight to a4, bishop to a7. He was looking even better before, but we're not going to go into that because it's not as clear. Bishop to a7, sure, white has enough compensation, perhaps, for the exchange. But still, look, you have two pawns on this side. I have the majority, not a good-looking majority, but still a majority on the queen side as black. If I manage to get castle, maybe rook to b8, and start pressuring you and your structure.
And they made some more moves.
More moves?
Yeah, bishop d2, knight d3,
Okay.
f4, g5 was played.
Oh, yeah, now it's looking even better.
Yeah, this is a problem for white, I think.
Knight on d3 is extremely powerful.
And g5 is just a very strong move, using the fact that if you take on g5, you have knight takes e5, which is...
Precisely.
Yeah, looks pretty strong. And if you don't take on g5, the g file might get opened, and then the rook on h8 will enter the game.
I was looking for a way to get the rook in the game. I was thinking the b file, now you have an even better avenue. The g file, open it up, rook to g8. Looking good for Serbia. So Team Serbia right now, look, this is a close match. Very, very close match. But I'm seeing Anish in some trouble on board 1 and Erwin in some trouble on board 4, while I think Team Netherlands, Max has a pretty significant advantage on board 3. It all hinges on the fact that whether Alexis Sarana is going to see knight takes f4, and I'm sure he's calculating that. Still hasn't played it. Big moment right now. Maybe he will see it, and if he does, perhaps he equalizes this position.
Peter, how is it going with Deja Vu? Maybe you remember the results or something you can draw from your experience.
No, I just remember that position after bishop takes g7.
Yeah.
I had it in my head. Yeah.
Okay. I just was hoping really, maybe for some predictions.
No,
you know, but
no predictions. No predictions
today.
coming.
Yes.
And I want to switch over to the women's section, because we have this all-important match there on board 1 between the team of Georgian women against India. On board 1, and I've on the topic of predictions, I've done some decent predicting live on air today, on some boards at least.
Okay.
This game followed more or less exactly the scenario that we were describing, and now we have this structure, and Harika maybe sold her position a little bit short by playing knight c5. You don't really have to trade pieces just yet. I think bishop c3 was very, very strong, because it's with the knight on c6 not having any squares, you pretty much never can take on e4. This looks kind of horrible, self-pinning yourself this way. And if you cannot take on e4, maybe you play knight g5, but then after rook a d1, once again, you continue sort of running out of moves. Because if you play queen d7, let's say if you want to go knight c5, you can go knight c5 now. It will be a much stronger version of the same position. But even what Harika did is still quite good. Bishop takes c5, we will take on e8, I guess. We will take on c5. This resembles that game that Vasil Ivanchuk ended up losing, right? You can definitely imagine the bishop also at some point getting traded for that knight on f3. And then the structure is similar to that game Vasil ended up losing with the white pieces. But the positions are quite nice for white.
I don't know if we have head-to-head, because as you mentioned, Peter, they played so many games. I'm just curious, like, who is leading right now?
Yeah, there we have it. Actual equality overall, each player won 3 and 12 draws in classical. But Harika is doing quite well with the white pieces. 2 wins for her, 7 draws, and no losses in the games where she was white. And also importantly, Harika played 5 games. No, that's 5 games for Harika, yes, and 5 games for Nana Dzagnidze. Nana is doing a lot better here. Nana has beaten Zhereptsova and Bulmaga in rounds 2 and 3, and then made 3 draws in a row against stronger position. And Harika actually lost 2 games.
She lost 2 games. Remember this crazy game against Sara, Bibi Sara, which she was supposed to win, actually.
She was completely winning out of the opening there, and ended up losing a slow game. So Harika is only on a 50%, maybe not her best Olympiad ever so far.
Impressive amount of games they played against each other. Of course, they're like long-term rivals, and this game is, of course, very important on the board number 1. But things are also happening on the board number 2, where
Vaishali is doing well. Vaishali is doing well against Lela Jevakashvili. We left it after the move bishop h6. Game continued. Castles, knight a6, rook d1, knight c7. A very logical. Well, the knight has to be developed somewhere, and also you ask white a question: do you want to allow me to trade on d5, or do you want to move the bishop away from the best square? Bishop g4, sorry, bishop b3, bishop g4, knight f3. I'm not sure I like knight f3. We could have just played something like rook d6 here and tried to play h3 and put the knight on f3 without it being traded, but knight f3 was chosen. White in general, I think, played this sequence a little bit too passively, and the current position should still be around equal, but after, let's say, b takes c3, we can play b6, b5, drive the bishop away from this diagonal, play maybe even c5, c4. And you start seeing an outline of a
Yes.
position which could get quite risky for white. For instance, if you imagine this knight already being on c5, this is
Exactly,
big
yes.
trouble.
Or
Because,
F4 somehow.
yeah,
or
f4 as well, but I think winning the pawn on c3 would be would be my immediate aim here. Maybe if white immediately plays a to a4 and starts digging up the structure on the queen side, she will survive, but it's a pleasant little endgame for Vaishali.
Can you say that this was really great preparation from Vaishali's side?
I
yes?
think
This
they
queen
both were.
H4, yes?
I think they both were quite prepared because I think Queen H4 was rare, but this response, which appears to be good, was also chosen quite quickly. So I think both of them kind of knew what they were doing in the opening, and definitely knew more than me about this particular Grunfeld, which is always a welcome sight. I always honestly welcome an opportunity to learn something about my favorite opening.
Yes, we
There was
discussed it. How many files
a
you
big
have.
moment, by the way, on board 3 where Divya, they got in their shuffling, they got this position, which is quite logical. White played knight of 3h2, knight g4, and put the queen on f3. Black covered the pawn on f7, which is also completely correct. And then Divya did something which really isn't great at all, and seemingly wasn't punished. She went knight e2. I understand the desire to get the knight over to f5. That would be very strong if you could achieve it, but unfortunately, it removes pressure from the pawn, from the d5 square, allowing black immediately to go takes on d5. And machine says you have to play something like bishop b3 here. Already, in many cases, I guess, just completely abandoning the pawn on b4. She played bishop c3 instead, and if black simply takes and goes c6, c5 here,
looks like really good.
the center is starting to creak because e4 is hanging, and also very, very importantly, yes, you can probably play knight g3, but the biggest problem isn't even c takes b4, it's c5, c4.
Ah, closing this bishop.
And now I have the fantastic square on e6 for the queen, meaning that I can very easily safeguard my king side, and you are going to have such trouble
Yeah, no, this bishop is like...
bringing it back into the game.
Yeah, how to bring him.
You might have to take b takes c5 here just to stop that from happening.
But then you lose e4
But then,
pawn.
yeah, we take
Yes.
on e4, we drop the bishop back to c6.
Eventually we'll take c5 back.
You're fighting for equality here with white, and I'm not sure you're achieving it, to be honest. So this was a very, very big turnaround when Batsashvili instead chose to take on g4 and play queen f6. And now white is really completely fine. You can take, for instance, play f2, f3. You're much better prepared to meet c5 simply by taking on c5. Your center is very safe. Black is probably still completely fine if she does, for instance, something like this. It's not like black is suddenly much worse. But there was an opportunity here on board 3 for the Georgian women to actually get a very, very good position and to put a lot of pressure on the Indian player, but that did not happen. And on board 4, we have the game between Bella Khatanashvili and Vantika, and game is progressing sort of as we expected, right? The king is still in the center. Black, if we look at what happened since we last saw this position, white played h4, black played rook g8, this trade happened, white developed some pieces, black created the idea of castling queenside, and white said, not so fast.
Yes, it's better to keep your king in the center.
Takes. And now if you castle queenside, you have to contend with ideas of queen a6 check, king b8, and rook b1, and
I don't know,
this is just
something
unplayable.
is happening
Yeah, this is
here,
just
yes.
unplayable because you're...
Queen a5 is a threat.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know what
just,
to play.
You're just, yeah.
c6.
Knight c6,
yeah,
I assume, just loses to d5, including the bishop in the attack, and
Yes.
then
And
you
c6
just
also.
break through, and black collapses. So instead of all that, Vantika took on c5. I'm guessing now she will play either knight d7 or queen d7. I have a feeling I have seen this position. Let me just check. I think I've seen this before. Yeah, there was, and there's only one game starting from here, but I have a feeling it's a very strong game. I have a feeling I've seen this between two 2700 players recently. I'm trying to remember who exactly, and there's...
but we cannot see, yes.
Yeah, there's no immediate way to bring it up without crushing the client, which I do not want to do, because this is where we're getting the picture from. I don't want to deprive our viewers of the board. But I have a feeling this is... Maybe Linier Dominguez played this with black against somebody. I have a feeling white won. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a game between two very, very strong players. So this is actually even a somewhat known position being discussed in a game between Bella And Vantika, I suspect neither of them knows about it because Vantika is on 17 minutes.
Yes.
And Bella is also
spent quite a lot of time, yes.
burning through a lot of time on the clock. But yeah, a very sharp match, and generally currently quite an even match. If we go board by board, Harika is a bit better against Nana, but not as much as she used to. Vaishali is a bit better on board too, so I guess we can give those two to India. Nino was better, but now around equality on board 3. And I'm guessing Bella, in practical terms, has a easier game to play. So slight advantage India, but not maybe as much.
Not critical for the moment, yes.
As it was before.
I would like to bring your attention to our birthday boy today. Nodirbek Abdusattorov is celebrating his birthday and playing the game against Andrei Volokitin, and it seems like he's about to deliver a present to himself. Look what's happening at the board.
Yeah,
right now.
and this is another one where I'm very happy with myself, because I basically gave this entire
the whole line. Yes.
Gave this entire line as an example. And yeah, looks like this game is just
the game
over.
is just finished, yes.
Yeah, Andrei just sitting there.
Shocked, I think, yes.
Shock, yeah.
Yes, so let's see actually what happened, because it's 2 hours into the game, 2 hours 20 minutes, and the game is over. So let's.
So we start by the position after Queen E1, which is the position we had on the board, and Andrei, after some thought, does play B5 before.
What emotions! Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and actually the move I was kind of praising, Knight C2, would have allowed D6, D5, and the position becomes very, very unclear. It's not great, but A takes B4 followed by 95, and then the entire line I pointed out to our viewers.
Yes.
Knight D5, E5, Queen A4, King B1, Bishop takes D5, seemingly all best moves by both sides. And now very specifically Knight F5, because you do need the bishop on D4.
Yes, you said Knight F5 is a move.
Bishop F6, Bishop D4. I thought this was playable for white. In fact, it's quite good for white. It's actually better for white. Rook F8, Queen C3, Knight D7, B3, Queen A3, Bishop takes, Rook takes D5.
Yes,
A5.
you cannot take the rook, Queen G7 checkmate, just quickly pointing out.
The rook. Yeah, this is the rule of chess broadcasting. If there is a mate, you have to show it.
You have to show it.
Yeah, so A6, A5, very understandable play there by Andrei Volokitin, because you do need to try to open the king on B1, Rook H D1, A4, Rook A5. And now, yeah, this is a very strong move, obviously.
Rook A5.
Pinning.
Maybe he missed it. It's so easy to miss.
Maybe. And in particular, looking at what he's supposed to do here, I don't think anybody does those two moves together. The engine says you're in a lot of trouble, and you're in so much trouble that you have to play takes, takes, and Queen C5 just by your own hand, simplifying into an endgame which honestly looks lost.
Oh.
But the point is, you can play G6, and wherever the knight goes, you actually get to take the A pawn off the board. It will cost you the pawn on C5, but this you can sort of imagine on a good day, good day saving. There is always some issue winning positions with one extra pawn, because I might be able to develop some counterplay against this king side. Instead, he played D6, D5. He already did not have very much time here. He played D6, D5. Nodirbek once again calculating incredibly cleanly, because with the king on B1 and the queen on A3, many people I think would have been slightly, apprehensive about leaving the back rank.
Yes.
Because if you blunder some kind of tactic which ends with rook E1, you will get mated. But Nodirbek is...
He's a machine. He just probably calculated everything.
Not afraid of any ghosts here. Black goes rook A8, he goes queen D2. And yeah, white is about to just take on A4, I guess maybe even with this rook to, with this rook to free up the D4 square for the knight. It is a completely winning position for white, but it still wasn't necessary to play rook C4. I guess the point is Andrei just forgot that rook B5 exists. There's no other way to explain it. I think he thought BC4 is just impossible, like it's an illegal move because it allows him to give mate in 2, but this is not mate in 2.
No, but what I see, Peter, also that he has 31 seconds left on his clock, so probably he was doing all the moves with seconds, and Nodirbek finished the game with 1 hour and 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes, and which shows that he had to play under huge time pressure, and we could see him after the game sitting there completely shocked. He probably needed a few minutes to realize what just happened. It's really difficult to lose the game like that.
And we'll go on a break in a moment, but I want to bring it back to a game we were discussing, and seems like Cristian abandoned his post a little bit too early, because a massive turnaround happened in the game between Sarana
Of course, let's check it.
and Jordan, because Sarana did not play.
Knight
where were
f4?
we? He did not play knight f4 here.
Wow. What
He
did
played
play?
king g8, allowing white very much back into the game after the move bishop g2, because this is where this bishop is supposed to go. It goes towards the d5 square. And in this position, you can go bishop d5 first. You can go, I mean, machine suggests play bishop d5, play a5, a6. If black takes, play bishop c3. And playing this way, white sort of, for the time being, pauses the progress in the center, is not really pushing to give mate in the center or anything like that. But you've completely stabilized. None of black pieces really have any moves. Very importantly, bishop c3 stops rook b6 because you will have rook a5, bishop a5. Otherwise, rook b6 would be a strong move. And we want to take on a6. Maybe we want to include rook a1
no,
takes
this
a6.
domination.
Yeah,
It
and
looks
just
like...
full dominance.
Wow.
And instead of that, Jordan decided, why do I need to care about any of this? I just want to give mate. And regrettably for him, knight takes f4,
Finally
takes f4,
happened.
queen takes d6. Different tactic though. This
He
is not,
really played g4.
yeah.
Cannot believe it.
And he's just
he
sitting
missed
there.
knight f4?
Yeah, and he's just sitting there. He's completely lost. It's basically resignable, because if you don't take on f4, black will take on g2 and take on e5. Black is a full piece up for nothing. And if you take on f4, you're a rook down. And yes, you have a beautiful center, but you have one pawn for the rook. It's not going to be enough. One pawn generally, unless you have a mating attack, is not a good compensation for the rook. So Serbia about to just win on board 2.
Yeah, what's the
This
drama?
is just a winning position.
Peter, it's just the middle of the round, but so many things have happened, and such a dramatic start of both matches in Ukraine and Uzbekistan. Of course, it's really hard. Imagine now Ukraine lost on the board number 1 in style, I would put it this way, and all the other members, they could see it.
Yeah.
Definitely, it affects, of course, the play of the others.
Absolutely does.
And yeah, it's not easy. Let's not forget, it's teams competition, and everybody is like dependent on each other. We are going to keep an eye on all these matches, but for now we'll go for a short break, and we will see you on the other side.
See you then.
We are here with Australia's Bobby Cheng, who has had an awesome tournament after a bit of a rough start. Tell us what's happened, Bobby.
Yeah, so in round 1, I lost to a 2100 rated player, which was the worst upset of the round and probably will be the worst upset of the entire tournament. And then I was very upset, and you know, as chess players are after they lose a game. But then my teammates really helped me out to cheer up, and I've come back with 4 victories. Yeah, 4 victories in a row, including over Ivanchuk and Howell. So feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, after a loss like that, taking down chess titans, how did you manage to do that?
Well, one step at a time. Just the first step is to fix your mood, which is always the biggest problem. So yeah, having good teammates around you really helps. We went out for dinner, and I just asked everyone, like, hey guys, tell me about your worst loss ever. And it was all worse than the one I had just done. So I was like, it's not a big deal. And at the end of the day, it's just a game, and life goes on when you lose. So yeah.
Okay, so everyone's pain kind of made you feel a little bit better about your own.
Yeah, you know what they say, like misery loves company. So
Facts.
So it really helps to know that, you know, it happens. It's going to happen again. It happens to everyone. It's completely normal. Yeah, that's it.
And keeping this mentality during such a long event can be quite tough, right? Do your teammates support each other throughout? Is kind of like solo missioning before the rounds? You prepare together, or pep talk, you know, other than just after losses?
Oh, we have dinner together every night, and we're always very friendly, and everyone gets along really good. So it's not just after a loss. We celebrate the wins. You know, go through the losses, everything we do together, and it really helps in a team environment.
That's pretty special, especially for a team event. Would you say that you prefer playing in team events than compared to individuals?
I do, and I get along with my teammates, and I do in this team, and I also love representing my country. So the Olympiad is a really special event. We have all the best players in the world here, you know, amateurs, everyone in between. Everyone's here, and it's a special atmosphere, so I really love playing in the Olympiad.
And tell us a bit about chess in Australia. What's that like?
Just in Australia. It's well, we're not bad. We have a decent Olympiad team.
Well, yeah, you're in it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what makes it decent. But the problem is we're very isolated, so traveling is very difficult, and we don't get many overseas players coming because it's so far. But you know, we're slowly getting better. Like we're hoping to create some big upsets this tournament.
And of course, being so isolated and traveling to tournaments is quite a journey. You moved to Paris for a little bit to be closer to the chess. Where are you now? What is Bobby Cheng doing?
Yeah, it's a long story, but I'm in Amsterdam right now. I'm working there full time. I have a full time job in finance. Okay. It's in Amsterdam. Anyway, long story. And it's nice because I can play chess. It's closer to where all the tournaments are. I can play in the Bundesliga on the weekend and things like that. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing at the moment.
But how are you balancing a work chess life? Isn't that really difficult to do, especially for a grandmaster top level chess? And then coming to the Olympiad and beating Ivanchuk and Howell, how do you do that?
Yeah, it's not easy, but gotta. I don't know. I don't have a great answer. You just gotta, spend time. You gotta make time on what you're passionate about, and that's it.
And tomorrow we have a free day. You told me about how well your team gets along with each other. Are you guys gonna do something together?
Yeah, I'm not organizing anything, but we're gonna go somewhere, maybe visit like the castle thing or whatever, and do some sports and get a massage or something. I don't know. I haven't organized anything, but it's gonna be fun.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Bobby. I'm keen to see how many more legends you take down the rest of this tournament.
Thank you very much.
2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is Chess Amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies. The world's biggest mind game, Global Chess League, coming soon.
Bobby, dude, your decimal course is taking forever, man.
What are you wearing?
Dude, I always wear this.
Well, why are you wearing it?
Dude, I'm going on Piers Morgan in 5 minutes.
You mean that Piers Morgan?
Wait.
Hans is on right now.
What? You interviewed Hans instead of me? God.
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will you respond to Eco's first move while ready to win?
Who's gonna swing across the channel with a dagger? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swing across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say like house. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
And welcome back, everyone. We keep watching the 7th round of the FIDE World Chess Olympiad in Budapest. And let's go to Peter because he has some news for us.
Yeah, I want to return to our top match of the day, and this is the position on board 1 in a game between Gukesh playing white against Wei Yi. We did not really still have a full conversation about the decision not to play Ding for today, but honestly, the way things stand right now, it might be a stroke of genius from the management of the Chinese team, because Wei Yi is doing really well against Gukesh, and if we drill down a little bit deeper, we left it here, and I gave a kind of a somewhat impassioned speech about this potentially becoming a bit dangerous for white if you're not careful. And Gukesh played as if there's really nothing to be particularly worried about. His next few moves here were c3, bishop g7. Already, the option of knight takes f6 will not come back. You had it, now it's gone. He played bishop a2 here, black played f5. You can still, and by the way, after f5, there's a typical tactic which also exists in the Sveshnikovs, and I only just noticed this was available to Gukesh. He could and should have played knight b4 here, using the fact that both e6 and c6 is hanging. Black probably plays bishop d7. We take on c6, and now we can go knight g5. And we get to trade some pieces, because we're threatening both knight f7 and knight e6, and if black uses this pin on the diagonal, we can go knight f7 check, rook takes f7, and we take on h6. And yes, you probably feel quite safe here with black. But as white, we have taken a lot of material off the board, we offloaded some of our poorer additional pieces, and it feels kind of weird to talk about this kind of a beautiful knight on d5 as not a great piece. But it really isn't doing very much here. And instead, Gukesh played bishop a2, black played f5, and he just played knight g5 here, continuing as if nothing really is happening at all. Black, of course, played bishop g8, and now Gukesh played, once again, there is definite strategic logic to what he is doing, but it's just not going to work out if he plays correctly. And there was still time to switch to challenging black on the queen side. You can play b4. It doesn't really create threats. But the thing is, you don't want to give black a fluid center. You want to keep the position in the center as stable as possible, while also hinting at some counterplay on the other side of the board. Instead, he took on f5 and played f4, which is sort of the recommended way to stop the advance. You do want to play f2, f4 quite early. But unfortunately for him, after h6, knight f3, and I think this hasn't been played yet, but probably will be played. h6, knight f3, and then black has a couple of options. And also the engine suggests you can go c5, c4 here. And this is the problem with the setup he's created. His pieces now are starting to hang a little bit, and black has a lot of opportunities you normally would not have had. This is a pawn sacrifice, but then we can play, for instance, knight a5, bishop a2, and even simply knight b3, forcing this exchange. And yes, white is currently a pawn up, but I think the strongest threat here is to play h7, h6. Let's make some kind of a normal move. Black goes either h6, e4, or even e4 followed by h6. This knight is kind of devoid of squares. And also, what I want to say is, this starts looking like a Sveshnikov. And I have a feeling Weyi at some point played the Sveshnikov. So I think he will have a decent amount of experience in these structures. So there is this interesting sacrifice with c5, c4 currently. Or there is even a simpler way to play. After f4, you can play h6, knight f3. Once again, c5, c4 exists, often will lead to very similar positions. But there is also a surprisingly strong option of takes, and knight e7. The point being that if you make a normal looking move like bishop a2, black plays e4, you take, maybe you play knight h4, black plays d5, then black plays c5, c4, and says, say goodbye to a bishop on a2. It is not coming back. This structure is not going to get shifted. It will never come back into play. And then eventually something bad will start happening to your king side. Because of that, after knight e7, the engine tries to hold on by starting with bishop e6, at least provoking a slightly awkward move, rook f6. And then it puts the bishop not on a2, but on b3, so that at the very least, when you get to these types of positions, you can maybe hope to get it over to g4. But this is still very, very far from fun. Black is assuming a lot of control in the center, and if you imagine this whole mass of pawns starting to come down the board, you are in trouble here with white. So an important moment here for the match, where he is thinking he's not left himself a lot of time, but neither has Gukesh. There will be a very, very exciting time trouble in this game. This is move 19, and they don't really have... Something has just been played. Yeah, c4, d4, bc4 actually has been played by Weyi. Weyi is playing really well today. So this shifts the match sort of in favor of Team China, but elsewhere we have interesting developments. This will just be a draw, I feel. Just briefly to show you how. b5, b4 was found by Busenji. Correctly, white took on f6. Correctly, white took on c3. Correctly, white played rook d6. And now after queen takes a3, king d... Oops, sorry. King d1 is also a draw, but... No, sorry, it's not actually, yeah. King d2, queen a5 check. I think at this point Arjun thought for quite a while, trying to find a way to not agree a draw, but he eventually did play king c1, and now black can just give those checks. There's nothing stronger for black either. If you give white a tempo, I think specifically the threat is to play rook e... Oops, sorry. The threat is to play rook e1, e3, denying checks from the third, and also preparing to run with the king towards the king side. So black does not have anything better than the perpetual, but the perpetual is very much available with all of these checks. This should end in a draw. But importantly, Hare Krishna on board 4 is definitely at least a little bit better against Wang Yue. And I'm honestly a little bit surprised at what happened here, because let's start from somewhere like here. This is a pretty typical outcome of the opening, where black in Italians allows white to push d3, d4 and does nothing in the center, but just challenges this pawn on d4. Choices for white are you can play d4, d5, but then black plays c5. Sorry. You can play d5, but then black plays c4. The bishop on a7 starts breathing. So very often what white ends up doing is you open the a file, you play bishop e3 for now. But then after queen c7, you probably end up stabilizing in the center by taking some pressure off. Knight f5 was played. This is all very logical. Now white has two bishops over bishop and knight, and also a very nice square on e4 to aim for. But then in this position, when you have made a choice which I honestly struggle to explain logically, because the piece that needs to be on e4, I mean, ideally, what you would really like to happen is the two light pieces remaining are white knight on e4 and the black bishop on a7. Then you're much better. But you're not getting that. That is just not realistic. Black will not help you with this. And in view of that, what you should be doing is either the immediate knight e4, or you start with queen f3, for instance, you wait for black to play c5, c4, you play knight e4 here. And black probably equalizes by playing precisely, but you're running no risks, and black actually needs to play precisely. But instead of that, Wang Yue played bishop e4, which is honestly a very difficult move for me to understand, because with very, very simple responses, takes, rook a d8, queen c2, c4, rook e1, and rook d6, we get to a position where you're dreaming with white of being able to play bishop f3 and then knight e4, and this will lead to equality. But the problem is, if you play bishop f3 here, and it might actually still be the best move, you are absolutely allowing all kinds of shenanigans starting from there. And in fact, you probably are incentivized at some point to give this exchange back. Not rook b1, of course, apologies. Because like if you play bishop d1 and black plays bishop c5, and then let's just as an example, these are not even bad moves, but somewhere here, like if you play queen e2 and you allow queen f4, it starts looking like you've lost, because let's say rook a d1, rook e8, if black manages to play e4, e3, you are probably going to get mated on the king side, and your extra exchanges is not completely not failed, because these are incredibly incredibly passive pieces. And in view of all that, he hasn't even played bishop f3, but now that he played knight f3, these are just like, these pieces should be the other way around. This should be here, and this should be here. And black just has a very easy game. You start by playing queen c5, you create ideas against the pawn f2, you play bishop b6, you double on the d file, and you will also constantly have this idea of playing rook d3, d6, d3. Let's say white goes g3, we can immediately play rook d3, using the fact that if you take, and take, you get hit by 5e4 and you're struggling for equality. So, especially considering how well China is doing on board 1, it feels to me that Wang Yue, somewhere around here, maybe he didn't appreciate how well Wei was doing, but maybe he should have kind of made sure that he is not worse. I have a feeling he was trying to play for advantage, trying to avoid simplifications. But what it resulted in is the only board really where India has any hope of winning. And it's very important because, once again, coming back to board 1, this is good for black. This is very, very dangerous for Gukesh.
Yeah, no, this one is actually looking very intense also, right? Because especially if people start realizing that Gukesh is in big trouble on his team, Hari Krishna will start looking for ways,
Absolutely,
ways to victory.
I'm sure Hari already knows that he must preserve the game at all costs. Like, there's no way he can take an early draw, which normally in a central match of the round, if you make an easy draw with black, it's okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, and Prague, for instance, making a 1-hour draw on board 2 against UNG, I'm pretty sure the team was completely fine with it at the time. But now that Gukesh is in trouble with white, yeah, everything starts looking slightly different.
Right, and Prague wasn't given any
No,
extra chances.
no.
Out of the opening, it felt like the only player that could play for an advantage was white.
Yes.
Was Yu Yang. Let's take a look at this one, Netherlands versus Serbia, because things have gone better for Netherlands in Anish's game, but everything else is a complete mess, and we will understand what I'm talking about in just a second. Bishop to d3, I think this is where we left it off, and we were discussing and praising the idea of just like pushing the pawn. h5, h4, h5, h6, you're in trouble. But Anish found the best path forward. Rook to g8 starts with this one, knight to f6, take, and rook to g5. This is, by the way, a critical move because you're kicking the bishop away and also you're getting ready to maintain the knight and in fact add another knight on this diagonal. Why am I saying this is important? Because with the diagonal open, h5, the h pawn pushes all the way to h8 unabashed. So bishop to d3, knight to e5, everything comes with tempo. h4, and this was already...
Take the bishop, yes.
Yes, but now this is going to be just simply a draw. It feels like Anish finally has equalized
What
the
about
position.
Jordan? Because we were checking during the break, yes, and g4 move, it seemed like was a mistake, yes.
Not good news for Jordan.
Let's see, yes.
But let's actually, yes, we'll get to that one in just a second.
Yes.
So we left it off somewhere around here.
Yes.
Sarana missed his first opportunity to play knight takes f4. He
Yeah.
played king to g8
Yes.
for good reasons. I mean, with the f-file open and the king still on f7, you might encounter some problems.
Yeah, we checked it and we discussed with Peter that bishop d5 was a move, but Jordan decided to play move g4 and
G4.
I don't know what he was thinking about. Knight f4 is like came
Missing once again the same
Knight f4. It's
tactic.
like he didn't look at this direction, right? Knight f4 and queen d6 followed up, and he found himself in a lost position.
Now he's lost. From
Now
a
he's
winning
lost, yes.
position, or perhaps a practically much better position, now he's lost.
Yes.
Because you're just simply a rook down, a full rook down.
Yes.
For one pawn, you do have, let's say, some compensation, let's call it some compensation, because the f-pawn is getting pushed, as it did. But a rook is a rook.
I mean, yeah, it's really hard to do something when you are rook down, right? So
it's still not that easy. Still not that easy, because I do have ideas. Queen to b2 is a big one. Setting up this battery on this diagonal, and then maybe f6, e6. Those pawns are still very dangerous. Still, I have to say Sarana is looking great, and maybe you actually you moved on to the next one.
yeah, but what's happening in this match? It's not the end, right? I mean,
No.
things are getting really crazy in the match between
no.
Netherlands and Serbia.
We
so
left
let's
it off
look.
at this point in
Yes.
board number 3's encounter between Indic and Warmerdam, and we said that we prefer Max's position with black pieces. It does seem like he's doing amazing. Knight to e4, still fine. Queen to g4. And at this point, queen to a7, I think he just completely missed this whole transition. Perhaps a tactical oversight. Rook to d7. Maybe he
Yes.
actually saw bishop takes c3 and stopped calculating. Saw a check, saw the fact that the king is completely endangered, open. But the problem is you actually lose a piece if you don't take on d7. You don't have any squares for the queen. Queen to b6, bishop takes c4. It's a simple tactic. You're just losing a piece.
So
So he
queen
had to
take
give up
b7.
the queen, but this is just like much worse right now.
Oh,
In fact, it's just completely lost.
so it's just it's rook for queen, right?
Rook for queen,
only.
yeah.
Yeah. So let's just stop here. It's not
This
going
one
well.
changed in a matter of actually in one move.
Yeah, so
One.
it's the same story. So both of them, Jordan and Max, they had better positions and they turned out to be completely different because things are happening
And
everywhere.
Irvin's position is not getting better. Let's just put it this way. We knew, I believe, we left it off after g5, explaining to the viewers that you basically just need to open up the g file for the rook, get all the pieces active, and then you're going to have a better position. Bishop to d4, f5, and this is why Erwin played bishop to c3 followed by f5. Sure, leaving the e5 pawn behind, but at the same time, at least the g file stays closed for the moment. King to e2, rook to e8. I'm going to pick up that pawn, and this is a technical task, but it should be objectively winning already for black. It's still not over. Practically, white still has some chances, but it's going to be a difficult mountain to climb.
Yeah, Serbia is doing really well in this
Could
match.
win 3.5 to a half.
Absolutely, it's unbelievable. And we go to Peter because we
yeah,
have
I
another...
wanted to, you know, this is a game that everybody likes to talk about.
Yes.
And today it's a spectacular game there by Magnus, who I think took even more risks than he normally takes. We saw, the last position we saw, I think, was somewhere here. As I mentioned, black wants to play knight e5, bishop e2 is fine, bishop d7, and bishop g3. Yeah, and the problem for Magnus is that the way the engine plays these positions does lead to setups. For instance, here the suggestion is to do something like this, which simplifies the position so much for white. You can play bishop h4, eventually take on f6, play knight d5, and it will become very, very simple and quite easy for white to just equalize if white wants to equalize. In view of that, I feel Magnus played a7, a6, and now I guess he read his opponent correctly. I don't want to be particularly critical of Valentin Dragnev, who is a very strong grandmaster, who's beaten very strong players in the past. But to me, as I watch the game unfold, it feels like Magnus got a very, very precise read that his opponent, probably because Austria on paper is looking quite good on other boards, his opponent came to try and play extremely solidly. And because of that, you can take more risks, because you know that you are not going to get as punished as you would get by somebody who is willing to actually play proactively for a win. For instance, in this position, a very simple idea of playing knight d2, then playing f2, f4, shooing the knight away from e5, putting your own knight on c4. This is kind of horrible for black. It's not lost. It's never really lost with 30 pieces on the board, but it's massively, massively unpleasant for black. Instead, white played bishop h4. Okay, so far so good. Why not attack the knight on f6? Knight h5 doesn't even look that bad, but Magnus decides to play even more fancy. He goes rook e6. This doesn't look that fancy, but you will see why I called it that. Once again, knight d2 is playable here, but you've actually lost some tempo because you provoked black to play g5, bishop g7, which is something that black actually wants to do. So absolutely play knight d2 two moves earlier. But Dragnev played knight takes e5, I'm sure expecting d takes e5. And the position actually is very simple and quite level. Instead, Magnus says, no, we're going to have fun today, whether you want it or not. Please take on f6. And yes, you should. You absolutely should. You should take on f6. You should play bishop c4. Let's say rook a8, you go rook e3. You want to give a check from g3. You want to play f4. The knight kind of belongs on those squares as well. There is not even a lot of counterplay. The engine suggests some really, really strange contortions, like this is currently the best line on my screen. And maybe it's not lost, but I mean, you don't hate this with white. This is like a very good Richter Rouser or something. Instead, Dragnev said, no, I'm not going to take on f6. It leads to very disbalanced structures. I will play b2, b4. Black says, take on f6 maybe?
Still?
And Dragnev says, no take on f6. And this is a massive mistake, specifically because of what Magnus played. And Magnus seizes his opportunity instantly. He goes c6, c5. The queen goes all the way back. And instead of moving the rook anywhere, Magnus says, let's go. Sacrifices this exchange. And suddenly, the white structure is so ruined. Honestly, it looks good for black. But I was kind of shocked to notice the engine says -2 here.
Wow.
White is an exchange
given
up.
an exchange, yes.
Yeah, white is an exchange up. And basically, the evaluation, and this is what Magnus obviously was playing for as well, the evaluation is white is busted. Because there are weaknesses everywhere. a5 is terminally weak. You will have to keep a rook on a1 for the rest of the game not to lose it. Let's say you take with the queen. Bishop e6, I do this. At some point, this bishop will be on d4. And we're not even in a hurry. We can include like h5, g6, king g7, and then start improving. Because white has no plans whatsoever. I guess in view of that, Dragnev took with the pawn. But then e5, e4. This now starts resembling this game between Van Yui and Hare Krishna, because if the pawn reaches e3, you will get mated. The dark squares are just so weak. He played bishop g4, f5, bishop h5. Here, interestingly, rook d8, which is a move that wasn't played, is much stronger than rook c8, which looks completely natural for some reason. But rook c8, d6, queen c5 is still quite strong. I guess the point is, now if white plays queen d2 and you take on d6, after rook a d1, you have to make a very awkward looking move, rook c6. And had you played rook d8 there, in the same position, you would very happily playing bishop c6 instead, and putting the queen on e5 and kind of giving mate on the king side. But Magnus is still in control, and whoa, what is this? This is an interesting move, by the way. He wants to give a check on b3. He also would very much like to trade a lot of pieces like this. Actually, this is a massive mistake, and white is suddenly even better. So after c3, the engine says the best move is queen e5, with the idea of taking on d6, and after g3, you can play immediate f4, you can also prepare it with rook f8, rook f6. But yeah, had Magnus played rook d8, I think he would have been more or less completely in control. I still expect him to get this done, but this is now back to being a somewhat sharp game. Elsewhere in the same match, Johann Sebastian, for a change, is much better on board 2, doing quite well in the central gambit. On board 3, this seems like a kind of a balanced endgame in the game between Bloberger and Hamamar. And on board 4, whoa, this is a mess. I did not actually see this before starting to talk about this match. White is, it looks like black might be getting through to the white king, but yeah, this is very simple. It looks like black, you remember there was this extra pawn on a5, it looks like Valentin Baidetsky just decided, maybe even correctly, not to even pay any attention to it and switched to trying to give mate on the king side, and he went for it. He just absolutely went for it with bishop takes g3, and this seems to have been an overreaction. And in the current position, white has just played the threat of knight h1 does look quite threatening, but unfortunately for black, simply taking and playing rook h1 leads to a position in which white has a very big advantage. The queen can run away, but then after bishop h3, there's just no stopping bishop e6 check.
And rook h8.
So overall, let's take stock. Magnus is better, Johann Sebastian is better. Urkedal is winning. I guess Norway is about to win another match.
Yes, and we do have, in fact, some big results in Hungary's match against one of the spectacular teams of this Olympiad, Lithuania. Peter won. Peter Leko, yes. Not our Peter, Peter Leko.
But Peter was mentioning, our Peter was saying that he's about to win because his advantage was really huge out of the opening. Yes. He outplayed his opponent, didn't allow him to do the castling after playing.
He certainly did. A4, take a look at this. If you go castle, bishop to a3, really nicely spotted. And it's just about the difference in pieces right now. As black, sure, the material balance is fine, but bishop on a6, no targets, completely out of play. If you go castle, bishop a3, you lose material, you're in trouble. Knight on g6 and knight on f3. Knight on g6 doesn't really do as much. It looks nice, maybe you can go to f4, but you don't have any friends around to try to get some attack going against the white king.
Yeah.
d4, this is a little bit of a desperation move. If you have to play this type of moves, then you're kind of busted. Queen to d5, and this is what we have. This is how it ended. Knight to c5, I have to say, really nice play, because bishop b7 is going to be met by rook to b1, and in fact, you're not saving the piece.
Yeah, it's also checkmate, right? Rook b8, a very beautiful checkmate we have to show.
Precisely, precisely. That's a nice way. You might be getting close to saving the position if you force me to move the bishop, but rook to b8 just delivers the checkmate. Really nice play by Peter Leko. And by the way, this is very much needed because, sure, Titas versus Sremavicius versus Richard Report, sort of equal. Kazakuski versus Ferenc Berces. Actually, Kazakuski is in some sort of trouble right now. This is the position, and he took on a3. I'm not sure I see the compensation. This is a pawn. I'm going to come back to b5, target the d4 pawn.
D4, yes.
I don't see the compensation yet, so advantage Hungary in this one as well. And Gledura versus Thomas Laurusas.
So sharp, yes.
Very sharp.
4 is on the board, yes.
Very sharp, but to be honest, I take, you take back, I guess, and then how do you get, let's say, the sharp positions that you really want? Maybe queen takes a5, I think would be. I have a feeling this one is going to liquidate. So something like queen takes a5, maybe bishop takes e6 doesn't work for the moment, but perhaps I can just simply go queen to e3. It doesn't seem like black is going to have any chances to win this one.
And
if anything, he's worse.
In this case, Hungary can actually win this match. I see that Peter has
Yeah, I have some news.
Good position.
It's not a close match, but I just want to update our viewers on what's going on in the match of the pre-tournament favorite USA, who are today going to win quite comfortably against Greece. This game has already finished in a victory for Linier Dominguez. Cristian said that this is exactly the kind of position Linier likes to play, and it's actually quite pleasant for black. At the time, like if white plays precisely here, it was still within equality margins. But the first move Dimitrios Mastrovasilis has played here is already a big mistake, and after f3, d5, bd5, knight d5, it gets quite annoying quite quickly. And I bring you to the position after queen d3, queen b2, where still you can sort of play like g3, king g2, and try to preserve this shape. It's going to be annoying. My feeling is eventually maybe you have to give up the pawn on c2 to trade some pieces, and then you will defend 3 against 4 for the rest of the game. Instead, he played bishop c6, once again hoping to trade some pieces, and this just loses by force to the move rook a1, which is something that I guess you don't anticipate, this being so strong that you cannot preserve material balance, but you cannot. The very simple threat is rook takes e1, and then the knight on d4 is going to fall. So he had to play rook d1 to at least preserve this type of balance, but now knight b4, queen f1, and very simply black just trades everything, takes on f2, goes queen b6 check, and if you play knight d4, e5 just picks up a knight, and if you leave the knight there, black will take it, and then there is no mate on the back rank because there is queen e8 in the end. So Linier wins. Another game that either already finished or will, already finished. Levon Aronian has beaten Andreas Kelleres. Black, as mentioned, black was in trouble from the word go. This is move 27. Black somehow managed to lose the pawn on b7, and now he launches some kind of a desperate counterattack in the center, which only leads to white picking up more material. He sacrificed the knight on f3 to create a threat of mate in 1, but mate in 1 was not blundered, and if mate in 1 is not blundered here, there's really not very much hope for anything. So 2-0 up for America versus Greece. Wesley on board 3 is pushing a little bit, but I suspect this has to be closer to a draw. In fact, I can probably even do this. I suspect I should not lose this with black, right? I will pick up on h6, and eventually black should be able to establish a blockade. The engine says, why not be greedy? Why not play 6a5 first, so that we don't lose anything on the queen side either? So it seems like Wesley might not win, but it's still going to be a very comfortable win for the States. This is a game between Nicolas Theodorou and Fabi, which at some point started going slightly pear-shaped for Nicolas. Cristian said that white is better somewhere around here, according to the machine. And the machine goes, very importantly, it goes c5, and then you either have to make some kind of a move like knight c4, where white can start just pushing on the queen side, or you can try getting rid of your poor bishop, but then you allow this passer on d6, supported by knight e5 next move. Maybe it's okay for black, but it's quite risky. Instead of that, Nicolas plays c takes d5, and then the structure with a very, very nice square for the knight on c4. This is the beginning of problems. This is still fine for white, of course, but this is sort of where the problems began. And 7 moves later, we get to a position like this, where already you can see some pressure, because I'm going to start having ideas of rook b8, rook b2, and there's still no attack on the king side. Nicolas tried breaking in the center, and this basically loses by force. fe4, knight e4, g4, queen takes c4, and here Fabi could have taken on f4. I guess he was worried about queen takes c6 with the idea of queen g6 and mate to the black king, but knight f8 covers everything, and the white position starts collapsing. Instead, he played knight f8, and now he's only better. He would have been completely winning had he taken on f4, but now after knight g2, rook d7, he is still better because the white pawns are really, really unimpressive, and these are not very impressive pieces. But compared to the previous position, white has some drawing chances. But in terms of the match, the US are already 2-0 up. Wesley is a bit better. Fabi is significantly better. They will win either 3-1 or 3.5, I suspect.
Guys, Anastasiya, maybe you can preface this one.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Peter. That was great, of course, update about what's happening in the match of USA. But yeah, I mean, we were checking with Cristian this game between Bogdan Daniel Dek and young Krzysztof Duda, and we are completely shocked.
Absolutely shocking development, because Duda was just like cruising towards more or less an effortless draw. King to G8, F4, G5, exchange, continue exchanging.
And then...
But just simply do not touch this
I think I know what he missed. I think I have a feeling
G4
what he missed.
Let's compare notes.
Let's compare what we think. Like,
what
here was fine, yes. And then he took G4, he saw King F8.
He probably
I think
thought
he thought Rook E6 and he thought to play King F7.
Correct.
But he forgot that Rook will
G5,
be protected. This is what my guess.
Probably.
What
My
yours?
guess was more stupid. I thought maybe in the final position, maybe he thought
Knight F4.
This is a light squared bishop somehow.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe
but
also
probably
Knight
not.
F4.
No.
Maybe also Knight F4.
No, I think it's King F8, Rook E6, and now he realized. No, Knight F4.
Maybe Knight F4 also.
Right?
The
and then
same
Bishop D6.
No, the same.
Yeah, Bishop
no, you
D6
take
check.
the rook. No?
Bishop D6 check first.
Yes.
King G7, and then we take the rook, and the pawn gets.
Yes,
to
and
E7.
again, it's protected.
I think this
yes.
is what
this is what he missed. Yes.
Because Knight F4, if you take on F5,
yes, immediately it's the draw. Yes.
Now King E7.
Now King E7, and you. Okay, yes, that's the point. He missed the check. Yes.
But he had 40 minutes on his clock, guys. I mean,
unbelievable.
Look, you spend a little bit of time. You play Knight D5. This makes a draw. You play Knight G4. This makes a draw. You don't take on H5.
Heartbreaking, of course, for Polish team. I mean, and for
huge.
Yes, huge.
And
Peter,
I think we have some even bigger developments.
Yeah, this is
in the top match.
People are. I feel like this is the first day I will be using this word, and we'll be using it more and more with every passing day. I think people are becoming a bit tired.
Yes.
Because what Wei did to his position there, I understand he didn't have much time, but still. This is exactly the kind of a position which Wei plays perfectly. Sorry, I've already made a huge mistake there. Yeah, so he got here, and okay, I understand this is me reading the screen, and I'm much stronger with the screen, but still, Wei, I think, in good shape, he would play Knight A5, Knight B3, or perhaps he would have chosen this line with H6 and then Bishop takes D5. Instead, he goes C4, which is strong. D takes C4, B takes C4, Bishop takes C4, and in this position, he makes a move you're kind of not allowed to make, because E takes F4 immediately ruins your entire game plan.
It defeats the purpose of what you've been doing for the last
your previous play immediately stops making any sense, because white returns to F3. This is now a glorious square for this knight, which we were like often when black played E5 before in the positions I was showing earlier. The knight on G5 was stuck. You maybe had to play H4 to be able to meet H6 with knight G5, H3. Now you have this glorious square for the knight. If you play knight e5 here, of course, this will not be touched. I will put the bishop on a2. I will play rook ad1, king h1. I've safeguarded everything. My pieces work together perfectly. But this isn't even the end of the problems. He could have played something like rook e8, rook e4 here. He's still not much worse. Instead, he went knight a5, bishop a2, knight b3, bishop b3, knight b3. It was rook b3. And in this position, if Gukesh plays rook f2, you are threatening knight takes f4. And if bishop d5, queen b6, which is what I suspect made him not play this, you just play queen d2, rook fb8, and you have this move, rook e1, which stops black from taking, because after all the trades, after all the trades on the b2 square, the fact that you don't have a luft for your king will cost you a full bishop, which means you cannot take on b2. Next move, white will play rook e1, e2, then white will unpin themselves and start collecting, because look at this. Look at this collection of firewood on the board. Like all of this will fall in short order. It's completely lost for black. And instead of that, Gukesh, who also has a very good tournament so far, and generally doesn't miss opportunities very often, went knight takes f4, allowing this check, and rook b8 now. And now with the bishop on g8, your tactic with rook e1, rook e8 doesn't exist anymore. So he was resigned to playing this. And this is now an endgame which, yes, you're still, I mean, knowing how risky his position was, this is still a good outcome, honestly. Like, he was in trouble. But you do not lose this with white. You probably don't win it either, because these pawns are quite weak.
I think rook d8 was
Yeah,
played.
rook d8, we go, I don't
Bishop
know.
takes c3 also was
Just simply
played.
take on c3, yeah. Yes, this is a bit awkward, but we cannot really get the knights close to the king fast enough to you generate many threats. Feels like a draw now is a kind of a logical result. And in the space of 5 moves there, we went from a position which we assessed as really dangerous for white to a position which objectively is probably winning for white to what is now seemingly very, very level. So what's happening on board 4 in the same match?
Well, actually, a lot of things have happened in that one. Now it's maybe slightly better for white, definitely not better for black anymore, and it all changed at this point. Rook to e2, when knight d3 came on the board, perhaps a missed opportunity. Look, the knight on d3 looks spectacular, but even better would have been rook to d3 right now, and then you just simply do not touch any piece as white.
Yes.
You cannot touch any piece as white, and you don't have a
there's
clear
this
way.
rook.
Yeah, you can go rook here, then I can go f. Look, I have time. This is the idea in this position. I can go queen d6, I can go bishop b6, I can go f6. I can improve my position to the maximum, and you just simply don't have any ways to make progress. Bishop to d3. Sorry, let's go a little bit behind. Knight to d3 was the move, but now you're kind of giving me, okay, I understand, knight to f4 is your idea, right? I defend against that. And then what? King to g2, I'm coming out of my shell with my pieces, right? And it just feels like I'm getting more space to breathe. And b4 came in the position, take, queen to c3, very good move. Taking advantage of the fact that finally I can look and take advantage that the pawn on e5, you haven't defended it yet with f6 because you didn't have time. You need to stop me from going rook to a1, rook to a7, getting my sort of play on that side. And bishop takes d3 came at the right moment, rook takes c5. This is the position right now. Simplified, a pawn up for white. I don't think white has huge winning chances or anything of that nature. Objectively, it's completely equal. But white is the only one that can press for an advantage.
We could see Pentala Hare Krishna, he was not happy with his position after what happened. He knows that he missed some advantage.
But he must be much more, much happier for Gukesh's position.
Yeah.
Because as Peter just showed us, he was very much busted. Sure, he got a better position at one point because of the inaccuracies of Wei. Nevertheless, he was in a worse position for a long time.
Peter, back to you. What are you checking?
I have some developments. This is our, well, board 3, but Hungary is always on board 2. Our match involving one more team, which is on 11 out of 12, team of Vietnam. They made a draw on board 2. This is the final position of the game between Nguyen Ngoc and Amin Tabatabai, very level endgame, which they decided not to play out. On board 1, there is this very messy position in the game between Parham Maksudlu and Lekwan Liam. At some point, the black queen side started to collapse, but Lekwan managed to generate enough counterplay on the king side to force these types of simplifications. I guess he goes, what, not this. I guess he goes rook 1 e2. My initial question when I got to this position was, I asked myself, can black be better? Because generally, with the king quite open, you often like the rooks. But I think the king is safe enough on f4, and the queen side is disappearing quickly enough, that the answer to that question is no.
And you probably also have the perpetual whenever you...
Black is never worse. If you play something like this, you will collect, like eventually all of this stuff will start falling. The king is just not safe. The general rule of thumb is, for the queen, even let's say with the 2 extra pawns on one side, for the side with the queen to be better, the king needs to be completely safe. When there is so much weakness around the white king, you are not really playing for a win here. But I think it's still likely to end in a draw. Elsewhere, though, sorry, on board 3, we have this long-standing maneuvering battle between Bardia Daneshvar and Tuan Minlay, which seems to be kind of heading towards some advantage for white, because they've been playing this structure with this material starting from move 28. It's now move 42. Black, for some reason, declined for all this time to completely secure the king side. It was also possible, as the engine suggests, to play e6, e5 straight away, with the idea of if the knights get traded, you play rook d5 and you win this pawn back. And generally opening some files for your rook seems to be a good idea. Instead, Black just shuffled, shuffled, shuffled. And eventually, as we will see, White managed to push h5. And if you imagine White actually being able to win this pawn back and then somehow securing the pawn on b3, in particular, I'm thinking, I don't know exactly how to organize it, but I would like to get this king over to b2. And then the White position is completely secured and you can start trying to push on the king side. For the time being, after king g6, I don't see exactly how we win the pawn on h5 comfortably. But the general trend, I would suspect, is slightly in Iran's favor. But the biggest problem for Vietnam is they do not have board 4 of the same strength as the top 3.
Yeah.
It's still a very strong player playing for Vietnam, whichever one of the two players they have for board 4. Obviously, this is a very strong chess player. But once again, struggling on board 4. This is a game between Ban against Poyedani. And I started looking at this somewhere around here. And already in this position, the move the Vietnamese player chose is kind of obviously not right, because he played rook h4, allowing Black to take, and play queen g3, winning this hugely important tempo. You have to play rook h1. And in fact, in this position, rook f3 followed by, let's say, h6, rook ef8 is kind of winning, simply, because hg, we can block in the queen on d2, and then the threat of rook f2 will just win the game for Black. But even in sort of more straightforward terms, you have 3 squares here. h4 allows takes on queen g3, h1 allows knight g3. So what you do is you choose h2. And then if g3, the rook very happily returns to h3, and this is actually a weakness. And if Black has to take on d2, you get the same position as before, but after queen g3, nothing is hanging, so you can include h6. And it immediately becomes a lot more double-edged. And in the game, he was actually led back into the game a little bit, because after rook h1, rook f3 wasn't played. Black chose e5, which does give White some chances. But once again, in this position, you just need to start creating counter threats. But d5 is a bit of a optimistic move, and now after rook f5 followed by rook ef8, the king on g1 connected with this rook on h1, which has no moves, just consigns White to completely hopeless situations, and the game has already finished. This is the final position. White resigned. And this means that with a lightly drawn move on board 1, and the position Iran cannot really lose on board 3, Iran will probably beat Vietnam, kind of ending the wonder run that they've had so far. They are on 11 out of 12 prior to the rest day, but it looks like they will finally lose a match.
We will see what is happening in this match. We have many followers from Vietnam now in chat. I mean, they're discussing probably the match. We don't understand anything at the moment, but we hope the discussion is really interesting. And still wish good luck to Vietnam trying to hold.
Just
and
want to
let's
give
go.
An update.
Yes.
This is sure a match that it's not very consequential for the top standings right now, but Armenia versus England was definitely a clash that we were looking forward to, and it's this one that's making the difference right now. Haik Martirosyan on board 1 just defeated Nikita Vitikov, and I have to say, in a very beautiful endgame, very beautifully conducted endgame. All the problems for Nikita started at this point, when he decided, rightfully so, at least from a practical perspective, to go bishop e7. Bishop takes d2 seems to have been the better move in the position, giving away the dark square bishop, which is definitely not easy, and then putting the knight on b3. He didn't do that. He played bishop to e7, and after that everything comes with tempo. The knight settles on b6, beautiful. Knight b5, and simply all of your pieces are getting pushed back. You haven't even castled yet. You're not finishing your development.
I looked at this at some point. I just want to bring it back to knight c3.
Yes.
I just want to specifically stop after knight a2 c3 here. Yeah. Rook d8, knight,
Yes.
yeah, knight c3. I switched the board on at this point, and it says +3.5.
Correct. Yes.
equal material,
Yes.
symmetrical structure.
It looks
Absolutely.
great.
3.5.
For example, if you go something like castle, I think you're losing a piece
Bishop f4,
immediately
bishop c7, yeah.
after f4 or
Or
bishop
f4,
to
e5,
c6.
yeah.
And then,
But bishop f4 as well, extremely powerful move. Everything just loses at this point. Bishop f4, bishop c7, and look, Martirosyan really nicely played, and a crucial victory, by the way, because it's the only one right now. By the way, you
two
cannot
draws
take on d5.
this
Very
match.
nice, because of bishop to d6. You take, I take, and you're losing the bishop at the end of it. Two draws, and the fate of Team England lies once again
on David Howell.
the
Let's
strong
hope he's
shoulders of David Howell.
Let's
With
hope
the
he's
white
not going to
pieces.
play for 6 hours, but everything is still possible. And I just wanted to tell you also that Ukraine is now also at the urge of losing the match. As we remember, it was heartbreaking loss for Andrei Volokitin, who lost against Nazarbek Abdusattorov. We didn't come to this match for a long time. Anton Korobov made a draw on the board number 4, and they're still playing on the board number 3 and 4, but it doesn't look good at all.
Yes.
So Vasily Ivanchuk is trying to defend descending against
He's definitely
Nodirbek
not winning against Nodirbek Yakuboev
yes.
right now, who, as Peter mentioned at the beginning of the show, he's struggling so far at the Olympiad, but right now,
in this
good
game,
chance.
yes, he played pretty well and has good chances even to defeat his opponent. And board number 4,
Well, at
3,
this point,
sorry,
it's just
doesn't look
it's
great
just about
either.
the safety of the kings. You're having huge problems with your king on h2, with the queen, limited material, by the way, but queen and rook are going to be enough to create some serious problems for the king on h2. If this pawn would be on g2, white would be more than fine. But unfortunately, the pawn is on f3, and you will have to suffer for the remainder
He
of the
put
game.
it himself, Vasily. Maybe that was a mistake,
Yes.
according to engine also before.
Yes, and it seems like Sindarov versus Ponomaryov. Sindarov obviously just simply better because he's a pawn up. Pawn up on the king side, sure, a little bit of a weak structure
They
with the
just
pawn on
need 2
d3.
draws, in fact, to win the match. But of course, they will have no
I
any.
have a feeling
I have a
they're-
feeling it's going to be huge. Yes.
First of all, there's zero chance that they lose unless some huge accident happen. None of the Uzbek players are going to lose their respective games.
Yes, so they will try to win both games and defeat Ukraine.
Tie breaks are important.
3.5,
Let's not forget
yes,
about that.
absolutely. So
Yeah.
I see Peter has something
And
for
before
us.
maybe I will maybe take a look at what happens in the women's section. I want to return to this fairy tale of a game. I don't know,
wild
like,
one.
or a horror story of a game between
Absolutely.
Jordan van Forest and Alexei Sarana. We established that this is completely winning for black, and in this position, weirdly, the only way to win really, really cleanly, but it's also the move you want to make. I'm really shocked. I'm guessing you had 5 minutes here for 5 moves. This seems calculable. You play knight d7. There's really nothing white can do that is not f5, f6, and everything else, like you will immediately lose a lot of material in the center. If you play bishop e6, I will instantly, of course, snap it off, play knight f6, knight f8, white resigns, full piece down, no threats. So the move is f6. Then we go bishop takes f6, you do this. There are currently some threats. So the only moves are actually like everything but the moves with the h-pawn lose. But these moves win very comfortably because this is just one check. You can play rook e7, creating an idea of f7 and then f8 discover check. Only move that wins properly is the move rook f8, but once again, it's the only move you will make. And then you just kind of run out of threats you can create. You can play bishop d2, trying to take on h6, and if rook takes f6, bishop takes h6, this actually kind of becomes very threatening. But once again, bishop d2, I will find a move queen d6, with the idea of taking with the queen, and after rook e6, I will quite happily, well, maybe not this, but knight takes f6. It will take maybe 10 more moves to play this out, but you are in exchange up for nothing, and you will win this. Instead of this, Sarana played h6, white played queen a3, which is still not the best move. Basically, the entire sequence from here is the server screams at about every single decision, says no, no, no.
It is an absolutely
no.
wild looking
Yeah.
game anyway.
And but then the end of the sequence, and once again here, you could have played knight d7 with the intention of taking on f6. He played queen h4, rook e4, he played knight d7, white played f6, he played rook f8. And now we're a full rook down, but the engine says if he plays rook f4 here, Jordan, He's not even worse.
Just to interrupt you for 1 second, I do think we're going to see a resignation in Magnus's game. Maybe we can pan out and see that the reaction.
Let me find that.
Magnus is putting the finishing touches right now.
His opponent has only
He
one
looks bored,
more
and whenever he
minute.
looks bored, that's not good news for you.
Yes.
Yeah, he is completely.
And checking the other games right now.
I think we're going to see a
Yes.
resignation by
Yes.
his opponent in just a second.
Yes, but
there's not much else to.
Maybe we should show also the position, because his
Yeah,
position
let's
is really great.
bring up the position for
For a second.
for the moment. Yeah, this is the current situation on the board where. Hang on.
Yes,
Yeah,
here we
there
are.
it is. And yes, White has a passer on the A file, but the passer on C2 is going to cost White
He played
an arm and a leg. So yeah, this is. And we actually predicted the whole sequence. Magnus took b takes c3. Actually, he didn't play queen e5, queen b3, queen c4, and in this position, White was supposed to play bishop h5, d1, but this is a difficult move to even think about. Instead, he took on b7, and then after queen e6, bishop takes d6. It doesn't look immediately obvious that White is completely busted, because you do have this passer and you still an exchange up, but combined threats of pushing the c-pawn with ideas of giving mate along this diagonal were too much. And yeah, as mentioned, in the current position, Magnus is just completely winning.
Yes, let's show the variation. Queen takes, yes.
But you might be wondering why Magnus just stood up. It seems like
Move
board
40. Move 40. Yeah.
Urkedal also has won his game, just finished. So right now, Norway 2 up. It's going to be 3 up, and then board 3 will be non-consequential.
Yeah, huge victory, and
Yeah,
we see
and
the handshake.
Johan Sebastian also won. So
Yes.
the only live board is board 3, where I would guess Black is maybe slightly worse, but it's not going to matter a great deal, because and there it is. Yeah,
It's
Magnus,
3-0 right now.
Magnus
Team
winning
Norway.
his game.
Wow, dominating this match, Norway.
By the way,
Good news
an important
for-
bounce back victory for Team Norway after a difficult loss against Iran, but still they're back in this. They're back in this tournament right now, and they can beat anybody. With Magnus on the top board and in good shape, they can beat absolutely anybody.
So it's very clear for Norway now. And where are we going? Maybe to the women's section?
Sure. Yeah.
Yes, we were checking the match, first boards of the match between India and Georgia with you, Cristian. And I would like to mention that there was one draw already, one result. Divya made a draw against Nino Batsiashvili. So at the moment it's equal.
Equal for the moment. Let's see what's happening on the other boards.
On the other boards.
Something is striking. On board 4, it seems like Vantika with the black pieces is going to be defeating Bella Kotanashvili.
Really?
And I think we left it somewhere around here when Bella played the move c5, a very typical pawn sacrifice. And Black did not take it. Black, in fact, played the move knight to d7. I really like this decision, because if you take it, then first of all, you're going to fall for queen to b5, so you cannot even touch it. But when I'm forcing you to take on b6, now my rook is alive. I'm going to get the knight to c5 or e5 and c4. Now it's starting to be quite obvious why White is in deep trouble strategically in this one. And she did not manage to get back into the game. Queen to b5, queen to d7, and we enter this endgame once again. It's all about the strategical aspect of this one, of this position, this endgame that favors Black. The bishop on f2 not playing a major role. Knight on b5, nice outpost, but doesn't do anything there. My knight's much more powerful, much more consequential. Rook to d7, and this is where we stand right now. Black is making strides, getting the
pawn
pawn
on
to
d3,
e3.
yes, is really, really strong, and all the pieces are so active, yes.
Look at my pieces and look at yours. I mean, the knight on
Those
c4.
knights are very powerful. Bishop on e1 is trying to cover all the squares, but okay.
There's
this
absolutely
is
no
so
connection
passive,
between
yes.
these two rooks. These two pieces, the bishop on e1 and the knight on b5. And look at the harmony between Black's pieces in this one.
Yeah,
It's
Bella
obvious.
misplayed for sure this game, but I see that Peter checks the game on the second board, right?
Yeah, there were a lot of things happening in this
Yes.
endgame between Dela Jovakashvili
But you predicted
and
that now
Vaishali.
this pawn is on c4, yes, and
Yeah,
the bishop, all this.
The structure did not get destroyed, and this is one turning point where Black could have played 95, which seems very, very strong, with the intention simply, like if you go a takes b5, I can simply recapture on b5 using the fact that rook takes b5 will lose a rook on d1 to knight f4 check. And this forces White to either give up on c3 or to play a very passive move like rook bc1. And then even optically, you're in tremendous amounts of trouble. This was not played by Vaishali. She did this instead. And this is much less. They repeated a few times, and then Vaishali decided not to repeat anymore. Played king f8. White, after king f8, should have probably put the rook on c6 and started opening up the bishop. Instead, white went king g3. The king came out faster. Some inaccuracies crept in, but I wanted specifically to show you this position where Vaishali combined a very, very nice tactic with a decision I cannot really explain. Like in the space of 2 moves, Vaishali played a very, very beautiful move, and then a move I honestly cannot explain. She starts by playing rook d3, which is very cute, using the fact that on basically an empty board, if you take, this is a full queen.
Yes. You cannot.
This is just a full queen.
Cannot get back.
Yeah, neither the king nor the rook can get to.
And after a takes b5, I can even take back.
Yeah, I think we can go ab. Yeah, there's no reason not to even go ab. Yeah, to really drive it home, because a8 is also covered.
Yes.
So rook d3, completely winning position. White goes rook b6, and then we don't take on c3.
Yes, just
rook c3, bishop h3 check, king e7, rook b7, king d6, rook b6, king c5.
Yeah.
Rook b7, king c6.
You mean just take the pawn and run?
We played rook d3 to take on c3.
Yes. What did she play?
And then she went back to d6, and now after bishop h3 check, king e7, white is not really worse anymore, because you will have to play rook c6, and now how are you going to attack the pawn on c3? I just go f4, I go f5 next move. It's still maybe a touch worse for white, but I think she had maybe a minute here after rook d3, rook b6. But a minute should be enough to calculate that particular line. It really isn't a difficult line. I don't know, maybe she was unhappy about allowing rook c6, but once again, we go 95, after rook takes c6, we just start promoting our pawns. It does not look close. Honestly, it looks winning for black. So a bit of a strange one there from Vaishali, but because of how winning Vantika is, it probably will not really affect the result of the match. Yeah, this looks completely dominant. I don't like. I mean, Harika now there was a trade of bishops on f5, so yeah, this will be a draw. There is no way to make progress for anybody. Draw on 1, draw on 3, completely winning position on 4, and as mentioned, white played a5 for some reason. This changes things.
Every move, yes.
Actually, I think maybe I know what this is. Lela knows that they're about to go one down.
Yes.
So for her, it actually makes sense to try and keep this a game.
Yes.
But this is not like, this is a position where you have to make sure you make a draw if you're playing properly. But this is a team competition, so she feels she cannot play properly. She feels she absolutely has to keep the game afloat. But now black is once again better. You play king d6, let's say f4, you play 95, bishop g2, you play rook c5, and whichever way you go around, like maybe optically it might look to you like you're making some progress on the a file, but rook a7, rook a7, rook c7 just controls everything. And I mean, the question is, will Vaishali go for this? Because I assume there are some simpler ways to play which just secure a draw. So once again, knowing just how winning her teammate is on board for, maybe she is not very interested in giving white any any passed pawns, but generally this is now very much in Vaishali's favor again.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And actually we keep our eyes on the match between Ukraine and Poland, because things have changed a lot. Lina Kashlinska managed to defeat Yulia Osmak on the board 1.
And to be honest, things went wrong for Yulia from the get-go. Because this rook to e1 was just really a bad move in the opening, allowing black to more or less get everything that they want in this Catalan, maintain the pawn on c4, and not get under a severe attack on the king side. It just wasn't the right way to play this one. And to be honest, Kashlinskaya played a really good game. I was going through the motions, and he never missed a beat. Knight takes b4, bishop takes g2.
Nice.
Really nice tactics, of course. Yeah, if you take on g2, then knight to d4 comes, you're losing. Then c3 is coming as well. You're in big trouble, basically. Something along these lines. Take. First of all, I can go rook to e8, but also c3 most likely will be decisive.
So 2 draws on the board number 2 and
but
4.
We might see.
Still, we have 1 game in progress.
Yes. perhaps Natalia Buksa could play spoiler's role in her game. Having some difficulties right now, unfortunately, with the switch. But there it is. There you have it. They have reached time control. There's some pressure. You have the much better knight on e4 than on d7. And at the right moment, I will have to time it very well. I will play f4. If I manage to invade with my king, then obviously things become quite unpleasant for you. But it still seems to be within the range of equality. Nevertheless, it is white Natalia Buksa that's pressuring Kielbasa.
And she needs to win this game in order to equalize the score in the match between Ukraine and Poland.
I just want to take this moment to say that the production, I think this is for the first time in the history of chess production that we have an AI assisted production as well. Of course, we have our producer, magnificent producer, Sotiris, but also we have some AI assisting Sotiris in this one, based on emotions. So the AI is looking at all these cameras, and when it sees emotions, it changes to that particular camera, occasionally, of course.
Do we have emotions here? Let's try to figure it out.
No, this was probably Sotiris. This was probably Sotiris, but occasionally you see whenever the AI is gathering enough information.
That was human, yes.
That there's a lot of emotion.
We have some feedback from him.
I think it's pretty cool.
This is cool, yes.
This has a lot of potential for the future.
Okay.
And yeah, before I end my shift at the board, I scroll down a bit. And I wanted specifically to show this game. This is an important match between Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan, which seems to be shifting very much in favor of Kazakhstan, in large part, I feel, because of this game. And this is one of the Dubov specials. A45 in this position, I believe, was first played by Dubov, who won an unbelievable game in one of the Grand Swisses against, I want to say, Bulbier from Denmark. The idea being that you go for some position like this where you're already going to be some material down, but you are going to have a lot of activity. The bishop goes to d6, rook goes to e8, and a kind of an old Marshall style, the way Frank Marshall actually meant to play the Marshall Gambit before it became such a powerful drawing weapon it is right now. Queen e2, rook e8, and specifically I want to point out a particular moment in the game where it's going to be completely impossible for me to explain why these moves are being made. This is a very, very sharp line where black is down material and is absolutely committed to trying to give mate on the king side, as you will see. Bishop takes h3 played here, knight e4, bishop g4, queen c4. And I just want to show you the sequence from here, because Gulnar Mamadova here played knight d5, which basically is a losing mistake. But it's a losing mistake for a very specific reason. d4, rook h5, black is about to play queen h4 and win, quote unquote. Everything else loses, but bishop g5 wins. This wasn't blunder because it's one of the most obvious moves in the position. Black goes bishop h2 check, king f1, and look at this beautiful move.
Wow.
Bishop h2 f4, creating a threat
rook
of
h1.
Rook h1 mate.
Very nice, very nice.
And here, and I guess this is where Alua Nurman, playing the white pieces, calculated for one move longer than her opponent. You give the king the f2 square, and suddenly your entire attack disappears, and black, sadly for her, had to simplify into this endgame, which is just completely lost. Alua Nurman won. There was a draw, as we mentioned. There was a draw within the first 10 minutes between Gunay Mamadzada and Bibisara Asobayeva. Miraret Kamalidenova on board 2 is completely winning, so Kazakhstan will beat Azerbaijan today.
Okay, seems likely this result, and I think it's time to go for a break, and I hope we are going to have a very special guest at the end of it. Stay with us.
So finally, I have a chance to interview my fellow Canadian. Sean Rodrigue-Lemieux is our board number 1, and today you won your game against Mustafa Elmas. And so far, the team is doing pretty well. You made draw with Norway, but Carlsen was not playing, unfortunately. And then, unfortunately for you, because you said you wanted to play him.
Yeah, it would have been great to play Magnus. You know, I've been dreaming about this moment since I was a little child. So when I saw I was playing Norway, I was super happy. But of course, I had to play Christiansen instead. But I was still very happy with that pairing. He's a super strong player, and it was a great opportunity for our team to play against a stronger team and see how we could do against them.
Yeah, and then you beat Greece, also a high-rated team. Now you're on the verge of winning against Turkey.
Yeah, so we're leading 2-0 right now. My teammate Razan Proroka also won his game. So we're just hoping that one of our other two players makes at least a draw. They both have difficult positions right now, but I'm sure like they're both super good defenders. So I hope they can get at least a draw.
So tell me, what is it? What is the secret of Canadian team that you're winning against the high-rated opponents?
I feel like we have a good chemistry. I think we all spend time together. We play table tennis. We sometimes prepare together, and I feel like that's really good for the team spirit. I feel like we're all supporting each other, and yeah, basically everyone is playing super well. So yeah, somehow the team, everything's going well for us.
Well, Sean, you were also the world champion under 18, just not so far, a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Did it boost your chess? Like, did you get more opportunities and everything like that after that?
For sure. I think it's a good way to get more recognition with this tournament. So I got a bit more invitations after this, and also I think it's good for the confidence mostly. Knowing that you're able to win such tournaments, that really helped me in this way. But yeah, of course, it really boosted my chess career.
So you said you wanted to play Magnus Carlsen, but your today's opponent, he made a draw with Magnus Carlsen yesterday. And today you beat him. So you can say that you beat Magnus Carlsen by one handshake.
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe you can show a little bit how you managed to win this game. Sure. Like in this position here, it seemed like, okay, black is a little bit passive, but nothing is so bad for him yet. And then suddenly in a few moves, you were having a great position. So maybe you can explain how did this happen?
Sure. So out of the opening, usually I always get prepared. So today I thought I would try something that I've never played before. Some line that one of my friends recommended at some point, and I wasn't really happy out of the opening. He knew it better than me, and I felt like I got a slightly worse position maybe. But then I started to have a lot of activity. I pushed a lot of pawns, and then I started feeling confident. So and yeah, at this moment I feel like my position was a lot more active, and I really started to try to put pressure.
Yeah, so maybe you can just show how it went and...
Sure. So I played bishop h6. I was really trying to gain a lot of time with every move. I was trying to get the initiative. And after rook f7, yeah, somehow we maneuvered a bit. And at some point, I really felt like he gave me some chances. He played the move king f8 here. And I was expecting king h8 instead. And I probably would have did h4. I wasn't sure yet. I have a few options. Knight e4 was also interesting.
King h8 looks a bit more natural. Like king h8 looks a bit artificial.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Maybe he wanted to defend the rook, but it has many problems. Like first of all, I have two rooks on the f-file, and inevitably the f-file is going to open up. Also, I have queen h6 check, which is always a bit tempo for me. And my first idea was to play bishop d3, and I think it's a really strong move because now I'm threatening to sacrifice on f5, and it's very hard for him to prevent it because the pressure on the f-file is so strong, and he has basically no development. Well, my king is super safe. So I played bishop d3, and now I think, yeah, bishop. Actually wasn't sure about bishop takes f5 after the fact. I thought maybe I should have taken with the knight.
Yeah, but you see the engine gives it two extension bars.
Apparently it was good still. But yeah, he found this nice defensive resource, takes and knight e4. I think that's really maybe even the only way to hold on.
Continue the game, yeah.
But the problem is my queenside pawns are still strong, and I still have so much pressure. So I trade queens with knight d4, and I have too many threats. I have knight d6 is a threat. If he takes on f3, I go g takes f3 probably, and I attack the knight and I threaten knight e6. So he has to go rook d7, but now after c5, it's really difficult for him because my pawns are running, and it was basically my way for him to stop them. So he played knight d2, which is probably again the best defense in my opinion.
I like how all this time you're just ignoring this pawn on a5.
Yeah.
He just took on a5 and he's just standing there and you're just ignoring it. You have better things to do.
Exactly, and the fact that he played b6 and b takes a5 makes it easier for my c pawn to advance, as opposed to if the pawn was still on b7.
Yeah.
So now with that pawn on a5, I can play c5 like easier, I would say. And yeah, after knight d2, I spent a lot of time. I wasn't sure what to do, but I think I took and I played rook c1, which apparently is the best way to play. And yeah, really the c pawn is deciding the game. His pawns are not advanced enough. So yeah, c6, b5, and yeah, after a few moves, I think the two pawns just decide the game.
Yeah, so they're just going and going, and now you don't even care that your knight is gone. You know, you're just pushing your pawns, and
yeah, the pawns are too strong.
Yeah. And that's how you won this game. Well, great game, actually, quite clean and very interesting one. So congratulations on this win.
Thank you.
And as we said before, the team is also standing very well. So probably the match will be won. You'll have somebody really strong tomorrow. So good luck.
Thank you.
And yeah, we'll keep following.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to 100 Endgames You Must Know. Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience. So thanks for watching, happy studying, and enjoy the material.
In the heart of Europe lies Budapest, a city known for its bridges that connect its rich past with the future. This September, Budapest becomes a bridge itself, connecting nations from around the world. Are you ready? After a journey from Chennai around the globe, and in the year that the World Chess Federation celebrates its 100th year anniversary, we will step it up a notch. From September 10 to 23, all eyes are on Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. As the bridges of Budapest unfold, so too do the connections between nations and cultures through our beloved game of chess. More than 1,800 players will represent their country in the most prestigious chess event in the world. Watch live or join us in Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad and be part of the game that connects us all.
Welcome back, everyone. We keep watching the end of the round 7 of the World Chess Olympiad. And of course, Cristian, I would like you to go to the game between Iran and Vietnam. From the match Iran-Vietnam, we have many followers today who are definitely rooting for the team of Vietnam.
Yes, absolutely. Oh,
Yes, and this is a very important match because Iran is leading 2-1 for the moment, and this game, the last game, is really decisive, and it's all about it. If Vietnamese player will manage to win, then he will manage to equalize the match, but I don't think it's the case for the moment. His position doesn't look like he's going to do it.
No, no, absolutely not. If anything, it is white, Bardya-Daneshvar, a very strong player that will be putting the hurt right now on black, because I have all the weaknesses to work with. I have c5 to work with, I have h6 to work with, and guess what? This knight, after the opening of the position with g4, which is another idea in this position, first of all, that's going to open up the rook, and that's why the rook is on h5, but also, if you take on g4, I take back with the knight, and guess what? Look at all of these pawns that are going to fight against the lonely a6 pawn. So definitely right now, it is Bardya-Daneshvar and Iran, Team Iran, that it's the big favorites to win this one. Tuan Minle, look, he's had a tremendous tournament so far. Unfortunately, I think it is about time for him to lose this one. He's in a losing position right now.
He had 4.5 out of 5.
Yes, yes. No, he's playing amazing chess.
Yes, he's playing amazing tournaments so far.
5 out of 6. 5 out of 6. He in fact played all his games.
He played all his games.
All
because
his
I see on my screen.
He's the only player that played all his games.
Yeah, that's an absolutely great result.
Team Vietnam.
But also his opponent shows pretty great results so far. Yes.
Also played all his games.
All his games and 5 out of 6.
5 out of 6 as well. No, this
not
is a
bad.
big...
They're fighting actually for the medal.
Very likely. Very likely that they're fighting for the top medal on board 3. Just incredible players, both of them. By the way, again, Bardya-Daneshvar 2600 right now, but he's so young. He's only 17 or 18 years of age, and he's improving at an exponential pace.
And we were discussing before we came, during our break, we were discussing on artificial intelligence possibilities and the cameras which were jumping from one player to another. And I was just telling to Cristian that actually if it was only about emotions, then we don't have two very emotional players, Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi, not participating in this event. Otherwise, artificial intelligence would jump only to them, you know, then we will need human who would stop it all the time.
The camera would be definitely on them, but guess what? Okay, let's jump back to this one, the big match, India versus China, because things are starting to look quite clear right now.
Absolutely. We have 1-1 in the match between India and China, and two boards are still trying to find out who is going to be stronger in this match. We were following very closely the game between Gukesh and Wei Yi for the whole day, and things can actually change a lot, and we have now positioned this very, very deep ending with two knights and rook against rook, right?
Absolutely.
How would you estimate it, Cristian?
It seems like not a lot of things can happen in this position. To put it mildly, the knights are doing a tremendous job defending. The only weakness in white's position, the pawn on a3, you cannot really use this king to try to get to my a5 pawn, because if you do that, you're going to lose your whole king side. So you need to keep this king on the king side. You cannot move the knights, otherwise you're going to lose the a pawn. Based on those factors, it does seem like none of the players can in fact make any progress, and as we can see in the last, let's say, 10 moves, this is what we're getting. So king to e3, rook to g1, king to f2, rook to c1, knight to e2. They're still trying, but not much is going to happen. I'm just simply going to get the rook on a1, stay stuck to the pawn on a3. That's going to mean the knight on b5 is not going to move anytime soon. Once again, you try to move the king, don't do that, you're going to lose the king side and in fact the game as well. So this one is very equal. Now let's see what's happening in the other one. Hare
Yes,
Krishna
the last one.
with black from a better position right now. He's defending a slightly worse position, but it's
he
not.
will defend it. It feels like very likely we'll have 4 draws
2-2.
in this match and 2-2
Yes.
as the result, as the outcome of all these battles.
I think that's, and by the way, that's I would say a very good result for China.
Yes.
Especially given that they haven't played with Ding Liren. They rested Ding Liren after the loss in the previous round against Le Quang. They understood that something is not working very well in his play right now. So they decided to give everybody else a chance. And to be honest, they rose to the expectation. Team China did quite well in this round.
Perhaps it's going to be the first half a point, which, I mean, 1 point, which India will lose in the whole Olympiad. Yes,
I know,
so far
I
they
know.
were perfect. But you see Wang Yue, he's shaking his head. I don't know what happened, but he's quite emotional.
Look,
In
he's
general,
still calculating.
Yes.
He's still calculating.
Yeah,
I
maybe
mean,
he's trying
D4,
to.
Rook takes h3, b5. I would assume rook to h1 to start giving checks from behind. I will continue pushing.
Yes.
B6. And at this point, if you're not paying attention, you might get in trouble. For example, if you spend unnecessary extra time to go h5, now you can just basically resign after rook b7.
Wow.
Because b7 is coming.
Yes,
right?
so
you're in
black
trouble.
should be careful. Yes, like probably rook b1 should be played instead of h5, I guess.
Yes.
Right, keep eye on this pawn, but maybe just or you have to give checks. No, first you have to make sure that.
Once again, once the king connects to the pawn, then it's time to give a check.
Yes.
And the only way to continue for white would be to try to get the king to b8.
b8.
But right now, given that the king is a bit too far away, I can start pushing my king outside of the box as
That's
well.
a good point, yes. So we'll immediately bring our king into the game. So what I can see that Hare Krishna still needs to work to be done, right? To
At
make
some
sure.
point, we're going to see this endgame.
Yes.
Rook versus 2 pawns, and there's going to be some calculation. Nevertheless, with good play and not perfect play, you have options along the way to not be perfect and still make the draw. And I think Hare Krishna will make it.
Yeah. As we mentioned before, I don't know if maybe we can see live results, just to update our viewers with what's happening, if it's possible. But for the moment, Hungary is doing really well. As we know, Peter Leko managed to win. It was a draw on the first board. Richard Rapport made a draw there, and they have actually great position on the board number 3.
Yes.
Gukesh is, I think, is about to win his
Valery
game.
Kazakuski right now in a very difficult spot against Ferenc Berkes, who has been a mainstay of the Hungarian team for so long. I think he's played maybe 10 Olympiads, something like
Really,
that.
yes,
I
so
mean,
many,
he's been
yes.
playing for a very long
Constantly,
time.
yes. But how many extra pawns he got in this?
10 might be an exaggeration.
Yes.
But I think we left it somewhere around here. He took on a3. Remember when we were analyzing this position, just picking up the pawn, and I was asking, hey, where's the compensation? And he seems to have asked the same question. Rook to e3, knight to b5, getting back to try to get to d4. And that's why the AI is showing us Wang Yue, because he's showing so much emotion.
Actually,
Right
yes,
now, you can
because
see him.
Yes.
He's really living
He
the
knows
moment right
that
now.
the fate of the match is on his shoulders right
Yes.
now. Yes, so he's
Lots of
emotional.
pressure.
Yes.
Lots of pressure. By the way, look at this move. Beautiful. Something missed by Kazakuski. An easy tactic, picking up the pawn on d4, crucial pawn, because that also weakens the pawn on e5, and we see a result
Yes,
there.
I think it's in the women's section. Georgia, India, Anna Zagnidze
Made a draw.
game. I think she made the draw against Harika Dronavali. Yes, a quite expected result considering the position. We were following it closely, the match. So it means 2 draws already for India, Georgia for the moment. Sorry, Cristian, for interrupting. We can come back to the game.
Yes, and
Yes.
we'll get to that one in just a second as well. We'll move to the ladies for
Yes.
a while also. Queen takes d4, just to kind of update what's happening in this one. Take on e6. Look, you've managed to get your pawn to e6. Maybe you're hoping that you have some sort of an attack, but there's no attack. Rook to e8, rook to f3, and right now I think, oh my goodness, that's a lot of pawns.
This is what I told you. Like I calculated
1,
4
2,
pawns.
3,
Yes,
4 pawns
Quite
to the good.
no.
And you're actually not
Yes.
getting any.
Don't know.
Okay, you got one.
Yes.
Congratulations, but that's about it. 3 pawns extra for Gukesh.
And
I
open
think he
king
has this.
as well. I mean, this king doesn't look like a safe king, right?
Yep. Yep. No, this one is looking good. I think Hungary is going to take this match.
win, it seems like that.
It does seem like they're going to take this match against the very unpleasant team, Lithuania. I mean, look, they're the underdog in pretty much every single game, but they've done really good damage along the way. I believe they just beat Poland, the previous match, who, by the way, let's take a look at what's happening with Poland.
Yeah, just on the way, I will tell you that Uzbekistan has already won the match against Ukraine. It's 2.5 to half. Ruslan Ponomarev lost on the board number 3, and Vasily Ivanchuk is the only one who's trying to defend his position.
Let's talk about that, actually, just to show the final moments. We were discussing this position, was saying that basically white is just a pawn up.
Pawn up, yes, and
some work to be done, but a pawn up. A pawn is a pawn. H5, take, bishop to c3 also. Generally, it's considered that with the bishop against the knight in the endgame, it favors the bishop if there's pawns on both sides
exactly,
of the board.
Yes, and because bishop is very fast.
Correct.
Piece, yes,
correct.
And can be transferred to any
both sides.
Side of the board very, very easily.
The knight not so much, and in fact the knight is completely
lost.
Yes,
look at this knight. He's completely cut, and you just bring the pawn to f5, and what black is going to do after f4 and 5? I mean, I don't know what happened in the game, but I'm sure pretty similar.
The thing is, you have to go knight f6 or knight g7, and that allows me to take,
transfer to the pawn ending, which is
winning.
Should be winning. Yes,
exactly.
And this is what happened. Yes, because black had no other choice. F5 was coming in any case, and it was lost.
So congratulations to Team Uzbekistan getting it done against a very tough opponent, Ukraine,
yes,
who has defeated the United States. Let's not forget about that. So this was a huge one. Again, Iran seems to be going towards a victory against Vietnam. The United States has completed its mission of winning the respective match, but there's still one more game to
yes,
play.
so we have live results, and India is still playing against
Serbia
China 1-1.
versus Netherlands.
Yes.
Anastasiya, look at that score.
Yes, of course. This is what we discussed. It's unbelievable. They completely changed the situation of the match, and they won 3-1. A very impressive victory by Serbia. Iran 2-1 for the moment. We discussed that they have big chances also to win this match. Lithuania is losing to Hungary, and Armenia 2-1 against England. David Howell is trying to become a hero once again and save the match, but position doesn't look that great. I was checking it a little bit, but we will of course keep an eye on it, and so on.
If anything, I think Shan Sargsyan is in fact better in this position, with David falling to his last 3 minutes and 30 seconds against 37 minutes. This is the second time control, no more additional time. It does seem like this one is going to be hard to pull off.
You never know with David.
Never know, of course.
Yes, he is such a tricky player, and when he needs to play for his team, he is at least showing his best strengths. The other day,
he's an Olympic gold medalist.
Exactly.
Yes. 2022 India in Chennai. He, I think it was board 1 that in fact he won the Olympic gold medal. Just incredible.
Wow! And actually, I saw him recently, and I was like, David, how dare you to play so long games? You are the commentator yourself. And he was like, sorry guys, I knew. I felt so bad, not only because of you, I felt so bad because captains also were waiting, arbiters. I knew that I'm the only person in the whole playing hall, and it's all because of me. So we were making fun of him, and I told him, but okay, game was nice. And thanks at least that the position was quite interesting at the end, and so we had much fun.
Should we go to the women's for just a second and check what's happening in that one, just kind of give an update? Maybe we do have the results.
Well, but really great. Yes, we do have. Thank you so much. India is leading against Georgia right now because actually Bella Hutinashvili lost her game against Vantika. And yes, we discussed it. Yes, remember? Yes, really so now one more game in progress, and Vaishali is, we will check the position after.
Vaishali is looking good.
Yes.
It doesn't seem like Georgia is going to be able to keep this one.
I think
alive.
so as well. Which big news for India. Once again, Hungary is winning right now against Austria. Great news for local chess fans. Ukraine is still playing the match, trying to equalize against Poland. Azerbaijan is losing against Kazakhstan. United States of America. Look, 3 games are still in progress. United States of America is winning right now 1-0, but it's still not over.
Oh, that's actually a very
and
good
we
match
have to check
follow.
it. Yes.
I think we should go for that one just because it's such a
actually
crazy match.
tough match because Armenia is one of the strongest team in the Olympiad, and we
These
definitely
two
should
teams
check
are
it.
extremely
What
tightly
is this?
matched.
What is this position?
I will explain to you in just a second. So first of all, Carissa wins her game.
Yes.
Gives United States the lead against Mariam Murchian. But
Makrotyshan, yes.
you're much better at that than I am.
I used to pronounce this surname since I was, I don't know, 15, because we
simple.
were playing the same age with Lilith.
That's one of the most difficult names for me to pronounce.
Absolutely.
And I will let you do the honors. But there's one, right now she's playing against Begim Tohirjanova, and it seems like she's going to take this one. Sorry.
How many
pawns
exactly?
is that?
This is what I told you. Like, I couldn't believe my eyes.
I
when
cannot
saw
believe the
it. Like
pawn on h7 is white.
It's
I mean,
4 pawns, yes.
That's 4 pawns.
4 pawns.
But 5 of them by themselves. Okay, you have the majority on the queen side, that's black.
It's
but
not
I have
helpful.
5 pawns on this side. This is an absolutely disgusting position for black.
The only hope for black would be that the king is pretty open, but all these pawns are remaining. Yes, I'm joking.
I mean,
Yes.
I just simply don't see.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
It's sad because look, Begim used to be my student at the university, so I know her very well. She's a tremendous player.
Absolutely, of
but
course.
there's absolutely no chance in this one,
This one.
unless something incredible happens. Something like queen to b1, you go d6, you start pushing, and then I go rook to
Some rook
c1,
c1, rook
and then you
h1.
forget that there's a checkmate in one move.
Yes.
Threat in the position, you play this, and then you lose. Obviously, that can happen. But that's literally the only thing that could change the outcome of
I
this
think
game.
she played the move queen b1, no? Is
Okay.
it on the board? Yes. Of course.
It does not matter as much.
Yes. No, I know what you mean. You just move. You make a couple of moves, but okay, still she keeps
Well,
some
first of all, I
hopes.
can go queen f2,
Queen
queen
f2.
e3. The thing is, now there's no more rook c1.
Even rook g8, yes.
Because I go rook g8.
Yes, and you actually took the square a7, yes,
No
from
problem.
me. Yes,
I can
yes.
take it.
Okay, give one check. I just move king on g3.
You
yes,
give
exactly.
another one, I go queen f3,
Yeah,
and that's it.
That's it. Yes, exactly.
The checks are over. So this one will most likely 99%.
Equalize the score. Yes, so it's 1-1 for the moment. Let's see the board number 2.
Elina Danielian will defeat most likely Irina Krush.
Wow. I
With
don't
the
know
white
how
pieces.
it happened, but it's a queen against bishop and a few pawns, but it should be winning for white.
It's winning, yes.
Yes.
And but that's not over.
Mhm.
That would give Armenia 2-1 advantage. But Alice Lee
Seems like
on
saving
the
the match.
bottom board seems to be saving the match for the United States. c6 is the last move that was played. If you go king takes g4, I just simply give you a rook on f4.
That's nice.
I force the trade of the rooks, and then I just push my pawn. So that's over. And if you try to do something else, if you try to take with the rook, then I just simply push. You have to go behind like this. And now I'm just continuing to push. Not only that, first of all, I'm a pawn up, and a very important pawn up. But my threat is to go king to d3. You're cut. Your king is cut. You cannot approach the pawn.
And then e4, yes.
And then I
This
just
is
simply
nice
push
trick.
e4.
Nice.
Yes. You cannot take with the pawn because you're losing the rook. You take with the rook. I get a queen. Very easy win for Alice. So in
it
fact,
feels like 2-2, yes, for the
it
moment.
seems very close to 2-2.
Wow,
Yes.
what a battle, yes, in this one. Yes,
Yes.
so we had the last game in Ukraine-Poland match. Maybe we can have a look. Remember, we were
Oh, yeah,
checking
that
it.
was a
Yes,
big
it's a big one because this game will decide the fate of the match. Which is at the moment Ukraine is losing right now. So.
And the thing is, we left it off somewhere
Yes,
around
and
here.
I don't think it's changed that much. But
Not
no,
that
G5
much.
was played.
Finally,
Yes,
after
G5.
a bunch of repetitions and maneuvers, finally she decided it's time. Time to go G5.
Yes, so I did just check time. Natalia's not doing that well, but
8
still
minutes
there
against
is time.
16 minutes.
Mhm.
Look, this is going to be. Natalia is trying to win this.
She does.
She
She's
needs to
trying,
win to keep Ukraine in the match. In fact, if she
Mhm.
wins, it's a draw, 2-2. And she has some chances in this one. Because right now, it seems like the best move is to go knight to b8.
With the idea to grab this pawn on a5.
My guess is that if you take, now I go knight c6, you take on a6, now I take on a5. That forces you to go c5.
Yes, more or less the only move, yes.
And then just simply knight to c6. This is not easy.
It's not simple at
Not
all.
easy, because
yes,
I
you
just
have
simply
to-
go knight 7. My knight actually goes out.
Is it the best way how to hold the position?
It seems this is the best way to hold, yes. But it's a hugely important and
Yeah.
very difficult decision to make.
Can I ask you something, Cristian? What if I just take on g5? Let's just make some simple
Very
moves.
good,
like
very good question.
So then king g4.
Queen
Yes, this is
G4.
the idea to
I'm
move
not
your
taking.
king forward, right?
This knight on e4 sticks around
Mhm.
to keep pressure on c5, and I'm going to try to invade with my king, using my
Yes.
king. I'm only
And
going
like-
to use my king.
This is huge because you want to get also to f5 to g6. Yes,
Yes.
and if you go king e6, I will go to g6. Yes, so it's
And
not
then
easy
at the right moment, I will find a way. Right now,
to
for
break
example,
through. Yes, king.
your
Mhm.
knight is stuck to the defense of e5 as
Mhm.
well.
Yeah, so maybe
now
like
I can use my knight.
Or I would say I thought about knight c3, but yes, I also
Knight
like
c3
knight
is also
g5. Yes,
a
Mhm.
great move. Yes, everything wins at this point.
Yes, yes, yes. So maybe knight g5 was precise, but yeah, I mean she has chances. So of course black shouldn't take on g5. We just checked it to actually show that it would be a
Let's
bad
stick like
idea.
this,
Yes,
right?
if king f7, king g4.
And then maybe king e6.
Yes,
try
trying
to
to
stop me from going king f5.
So how do I progress? Like what I should do?
I
Do
think
have
it's
some
time
ideas?
to move this knight
To
on
a
a different
different-
square.
Mhm.
Perhaps d5, maybe even a4. Basically, all I need to do is lose a tempo right now.
Mhm.
So I think knight to c3 is perhaps the
Yes.
best move in
So
the position.
king probably cannot move, right? So you have to move with your knight.
You cannot move with the king because then I go king f5. I invade. If I manage to touch that point, that entry point, f5, then you're in big trouble.
So if I go knight b8, the same idea as before. That's something what you showed you.
That's probably the best.
The
and
best,
to be honest, I don't actually see how you're invading.
I have feeling maybe she took on g5 or like I don't.
No
Or maybe
way.
no.
No
No,
way. No, she played king f7.
King f7.
Yeah.
Okay. Mhm.
King f7, king h3. She understands exactly what she needs to do. You go to g4, I go to e6. And I'm never letting you invade via f5. That's the key to the position.
Yeah,
Look,
Natalia Buksa will try her best
She
to
will.
get through, but it's not an easy task at all for the
No.
moment. Yes.
No. I think we should go back to
Yes.
the open. Going back to the open, let's see. Let's recap what's happening. In fact, I think India and China are still playing. Maybe we can see the results once again for a little bit to recap what's happening as we enter once.
Yes, still
more
1-1.
the open
India,
section.
China. Lithuania is losing to Hungary. Iran is 2-1. Yes, pretty same. Ever since results remain the same. Serbia won the match. Armenia 2.5 to 1.5. So David
They
Hall
drew.
finished his
Yes,
game.
they drew.
Draw was enough, of course, for Armenia to complete the victory. France. Actually, we should check France-Georgia. We haven't checked it for a long time, but I was checking it during the break. Maxim had quite good position, but I don't know what happened after. Yes.
Georgia, yes.
France-Georgia, is still one game to go, yes?
We will check it.
I will. Something is, yes, actually still 2 games are in progress. Maxim managed to win his game against Shedishvili, yes.
Yeah, probably.
We are trying our best, yes.
Butchered that name as well.
It was okay.
But,
there is one draw also, but 2 games are still in progress. But Peter is back to us, and I'm just wondering maybe what
doesn't have
happened.
a mic yet,
Yes,
but he will.
what happened? What's happening at the playing hall? I mean, I'm so curious.
He does not have a brain yet.
Yes, yes. I'm just,
In a moment.
yes, of course, but I'm just curious because normally if somebody goes to the playing venue, we are like hoping to get some updates, like what's going on.
Yeah,
What
but,
is the general feeling?
Today my updates will stay well hidden.
Really? This
brief
is
and well
intriguing.
Well hidden. You probably covered this as well, but India will win in the women's section. They
Yeah.
already won on board 4.
Yes.
And Vaishali is back to being basically completely winning on board 4. Sorry, on board 2, so they will probably win 3-1. I want to take a brief walk through the matches in the women's section just to see if there's something that needs to be covered.
We just covered the match of Ukraine.
Okay, so
yes,
we're
we
not
did.
gonna
We
touch that
actually
one.
just came to open
Yeah,
sections.
the US has a very, very decisive looking match
Yes.
because Carissa Yip won on board 2.
We
board,
checked that one.
Yeah, on board 4, Lilith Mukachan is completely winning against Begim. As you can see, looks like White is playing with twice the chess pieces on the board somehow. Like
Yes,
Black,
yes,
we're,
they were
Black,
lucky.
we're not given enough pieces to start the game, and it's kind of telling at this point. So this will be a win for White. And on board 3, there is this position, which I guess is, I was kind of shocked it was giving me the equal bar, but it really isn't equal. Yeah. The queen is significantly stronger than
the rest of the pieces.
The bishop and 2 pawns, yeah. Elena will win, which means that Armenia will actually go 2-1 up, but on board 4, Alice Lee seems to be completely winning. So we are likely actually to see Black scoring no points.
Yeah.
Black gets 0 out of 4 in this match, which as always leads to a 2-2 draw as a result. So that's Armenia versus the States. Germany, Mongolia. Germany won on board 4, but Germany is losing on board 3, and draw on board 2 and on board 1. This is interesting to me because it seems like the engine is indicating this is holdable for White. This is a kind of a strange position. This was obviously some kind of a Spanish. I thought it was a Berlin, but no, it was actually just a straight up exchange Spanish, played in a way I would not recommend, because just as a kind of a, and this is a bit interesting to me because this is board 1. This is the strongest player from Team Mongolia here, not playing knight c3 and not playing castles, but just playing d4 straight away. And the point about the exchange Spanish is that whichever of those 2 moves you choose, Black needs to protect the pawn on e5 somehow. So you just win a full tempo. If you want to play this endgame, you can play it by provoking f6. And provoking f6 is also actively good for you because it denies the square for the Black knight. So a bit mystifying why this was chosen. This like instantly gives Black a very comfortable endgame. I don't know why this was done. But then we go to the final position, and I saw this in the playing hall, and I kind of didn't realize at the time. Black is a pawn up. Black has 2 bishops, and I thought, okay, this was a Berlin gone bad. It will be a very comfortable victory for Black. But actually, how do you make this guy do anything at all? This kind of a wave breaker is just so effective. Like we can play
fortress.
Yeah, like we can play king b7, king a6. We can play c6. We can play b5. And even here, I guess I play b2, b3. I'm not sure, and also White can probably stop it. But even this, I'm not sure is winning, because how do you make any progress? So this, the match altogether might end in a draw because, as I mentioned, Lara Schulze won on board 4, but on board 3, Josephine Heinemann will lose. Elsewhere, we have France playing Spain, where Spain seems to be very much in control, winning on board 4, and also, no, actually that's not true. Spain is currently leading, but are in trouble on boards 2 and 3, so I guess France probably is a favorite. And going further down, I guess I'll stop with the match between Bulgaria and Canada, because Bulgaria is a very strong, exciting team with a lot of up-and-comers, led by Antoaneta Stefanova, former world champion, on board 1. Antoaneta is much better. I don't know, the engine does seem to suggest that this is winning. It's never really clear when it's 2 against 1, but the pawn on h4 seems to be in desperate trouble, and if Black manages to pick it up without losing the pawn on e5, it will be good for Bulgaria, so advantage Bulgaria. Nurgul Salimova, once again, difficult endgame to immediately assess, but probably around equal. On board 3, Victoria Radeva is just winning with the Black pieces against Svetlana Demchenko, and on board 4, once again, a good position for Bulgaria with an exchange up for White. So Bulgaria, I guess, beats Canada today. And this probably ends our roundup of the women's section. So Over to you, and I'll switch to the open.
Okay, so huge update in this one. We were saying that France has drawn first blood, but it seemed like Luka Paicadze might actually win his respective game against Etienne Bracro. That's not the case anymore. That's not the case anymore, but he still has some chances. Nevertheless, Maurizi against Badur Jobava seems to have changed dramatically. It was an objective draw, but right now, after this seemingly very natural move
of course,
by
you
Black,
want to take all
G4.
the pawns, yes.
Yes, rook to G4, F5, rook to E4, rook takes B2, and finally we get this trade. Now White has a winning move, and it's not the one that you would be thinking about.
Yes.
Probably king to G5, king to G7, maybe. King to G6 seems to be the only move that wins. And I'm going to try to explain it, and I'm going to fail, because there is absolutely no reason why king G5 or king G7 would not win. But apparently king to G6, obviously, you have to be connected with the pawn. If you go to G7, I'm going to throw in a check, and that's probably the reason. Right now, check that.
So rook F4?
Because I take. Rook to F4, and now I just simply push. H4, continue pushing.
We have king F5, I guess is the point, yeah? Rook H2 here.
Rook H2.
And against the check, we need king F5, but we do have king F5.
You cannot defend because I just simply take on H3. That wins.
I think he played king G6.
King is on... I believe it. That looks like G6 to me.
Wow.
That looks like G6 to me.
It seems like he understood the difference.
Maybe he was listening to the broadcast.
No.
It's not possible. We have 15 minutes delay.
King to G6 is the move that wins the game right now. And that gives France the victory in the match.
It looks like that. What about the other board? I mean, just out of curiosity, like what's going on there?
Luka Paicadze, yes. Luka Paicadze is putting some pressure on Etienne, but it does seem like G4 might come, followed by G3. That's going to force the exchange of the pawns, but maybe G4 doesn't work as easily. No, G4 apparently is losing. Take, and now bishop. Is it bishop takes G3? No. Take.
No, it's gonna be just bishop and
the
rook
is
against rook, yes.
Useless.
So maybe even Etienne is not going to lose this one.
Not bishop takes G3. Apparently bishop takes G3 is a draw.
Yes.
But actually just rook to A1. The idea is to go rook A8, followed by rook to H8. And you can go G2, but it doesn't actually matter. And the funny part is, I go bishop F4, you take, it still doesn't matter.
It's not mate, but it still doesn't matter, yeah.
It still doesn't matter.
This is like puzzle.
Yes,
type
sort
of
a
position.
study.
This is study position.
And I don't know if you covered this, but a brief update from me here. This might not matter in the final analysis, but this is, for our collection of, which goes in the category of people are becoming tired. This is a game between Valery Kazakowski and Ferenc Berkes.
Yes.
Where, I mean, at some point when I was in the hall where they had this position where Black is currently 4 pawns up.
And we were watching it exactly at this moment, counting all these pawns, Peter.
Yeah. And I thought, okay, resignation doesn't really seem out of place, and play whatever. He played H6, not a mistake. Rook D2. He played B5, still probably not a mistake. Queen takes B4. Now the engine goes Rook A7, which is a bit mysterious, but why not? He went Rook F8, Knight D3. And okay, if you don't see Queen H5, which appears to be the strongest, you can always play Queen C7. And maybe after some simplifications, you will have to give up on G6. But in the process of winning the pawn on G6, White probably has to trade everything. And then the black pawns on the queen side will queen. Instead of that, Ferenc Berkes played C6, C5 here. Knight takes C5, C takes B4, and Knight takes G6. And this is just a full exchange for nothing. Which is very, very mystifying to me. He is probably still not going to lose the position. This is the current position. White can create a passer, but Black constantly threatens to create a passer on the B file. So I guess this is still fine. But the fact that he actually has to play precisely now not to lose is absolutely insane if you consider this position. Like, he's 4 up right now, and there is not a single threat in the position.
Yes.
So, and I mean, I played against Ferenc. He is a very, very strong player.
Yes.
I really don't understand what happened there.
Yeah.
But as I said, it probably will not end up mattering at all, because draw on board 1 between Rapport and Stimavichus. Peter Lekov has beaten Pucinevichus and Benjamin Glidura on the last board. This is a kind of a really weird looking position. But as always, when you can't really immediately understand who has more material, you just look at whose king is more safer and you assess from there. This king is extremely safe, this king is never safe. And at some point the h-pawn will be on h6 and I have to worry about that. Even some endgames will become risky. So I think Glidura will also win. So even if Berkesh, honestly, even if Berkesh loses, they probably will win the match. But the fact that we're even discussing that as a possibility is quite shocking to me.
Absolutely.
Peter, Gukesh is actually getting some chances right now against
Let's take a look.
Actually, we have an update, one draw on the board number 4.
Yes.
India, China, Wang Yue managed to, finish his game in a draw, as we expected.
But Gukesh is really piling up the pressure right now.
I'm not sure this is much better than what he had, because he still needs to attack the pawn on a5 somehow. And now there is a potential target on g3. I just visited the Chess Base India studio for like 3 minutes, and obviously the only game they wanted to talk about was this one, understandably, as it should be. And yeah, I think...
Did you actually go there and you spoke with them?
Yes.
Oh,
Betrayal, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's a very nice word that some people in the podcasts I listen to, they use. It's called podultery. When you commit podcast adultery.
Okay.
So I've done a little bit of podultery here, but yeah.
So what they say? I mean, what's happening in the
no,
world?
they were asking for my opinion, and I said that I think, with perfect play, I'm pretty sure this is a draw.
Yeah.
The thing is, neither of those two guys have shown perfect play today. They really aren't playing nowhere near as cleanly as they normally play, and eventually they will have very little time. And obviously, Black never has any winning chances, so Gukesh is the only one who could potentially win this. But I think, strictly speaking, it's just so difficult to even attack the pawn on a5. You constantly have to watch out for the weakness on g3. And also, even let's say if Black doesn't win the pawn on g3, but let's say we imagine some... Let me just put something on the board. Something completely ridiculous. I don't know, some scenario like this. It's just like, this is completely fine, because I'm always picking this up.
Yes.
And at the absolute worst scenario, I will just go rook a8 and I will take on a4 at some point. Yes. And then we get 2 knights against the h-pawn and I lose. But
well, I need to push the h-pawn as fast as possible.
But I will give it up later. I will not give it up immediately. I will go h5, h4, h3, and then I will give it up. So honestly, I think there's enough leeway here for Wei Yi not to lose. But it has still been a pretty confusing game.
Yes.
I have to say.
No, absolutely. So advantage team India, once again, maybe even remaining perfect if he manages to win this one. Obviously, it's a big if, it's a difficult task. But with low time on the clock and with so much pressure, Wei can make a mistake. Where should we go, Anastasiya?
Yeah, I'm checking also this game of Vietnamese from the match
this is what I
Iran
have
Vietnam.
on the screen, so maybe.
Yes, so we can
The
also
match
jump
is
there.
more or less over.
No, it's not
It
over.
is,
It's still
yes.
one, and he still like keeps some hopes. You never know what can happen.
No, not really.
Yes,
We can
Not in this
maybe
one,
take
yes.
it from here.
Yes.
Eventually, I think the last we discussed it somewhere around here, and for some reason, Black decided not to even try to hold on to the pawn on h5. I don't quite understand why that happened, but he just gave it up for nothing, and then White successfully managed to push g3, g4, making tremendous amounts of progress. gf5. Here, the engine goes gf5, knight f5, knight c4, and starts giving checks from g1, playing knight e5. Really not a shock that this starts collapsing for Black. It looks horrible. Instead, Danishvar played rook g1, also a strong move, just maybe slightly weaker than the move the engine was suggesting, and we got here. And in this position, in particular, after rook h4, rook d4, the move knight g4 here, creating ideas of check or rook h7 or rook h6 and knight e5 perhaps is maybe the strongest threat you have. It just looks like this will collapse because White has by far the more solid structure, White has by far the safer king, and there's a lot of pressure. And every single White piece is kind of stronger than the Black one. Instead, rook h3 was chosen, allowing Black to play rook f4, which is an improvement. Rook g5, king e8, knight g4. And the fact that the king will actually get all the way to c8 is a massive improvement for Black. But even this position, let's say we go rook g7, and we continue creating threats. You would like to play knight d5, but if you play knight d5, I will give this check and then play rook g8, and I will start actually creating mating threats against this king. this is still a massively unpleasant position to play, and also 15 minutes for Danishvar against a minute. He played knight c6 instead. This probably collapses
It
somehow.
seems very likely that
Yeah,
Danishvar
I
will
think
be
Iran
able to
wins
win
3-1 today.
3-1
seems like Iran wins 3-1.
And again, at this point, teams are starting to understand the value of tie breaks. Definitely, because they know what they have to do. They know that it's going to come down. Most likely tie breaks if the battle for the medals intensifies. So I do believe that he's going to try to win this one quite heavily.
I have on my
Where shall
screen,
we
and
go?
maybe we can go there. It's Hungary B is playing against Venezuela today, and I really like the position which I see on the board number 1. I mean, just just out of curiosity, let's
see if
open
I
it.
can show this
because
one.
I just scroll down, like Venezuela against Hungary B. I think it's
Ooh,
nice
I
to
think I
show.
found it.
You
I
found
think I
it. So
found it,
it's
yes.
on board number 1, where we have absolutely amazing position with 5 pawns against rook.
Yes.
I mean, it should be winning probably for white, but I mean, it's really nice, spectacular.
I am not at all
You're
sure
not
this is
sure,
winning
yes,
for
but I
white,
mean,
no.
I thought the king is quite weak, but the
Well,
whole
the
thing.
king on
But
e4
also
is
king on
also,
e4. Yes,
yeah.
you're right. I mean, where this king goes?
Generally,
yes.
this is extremely difficult to win. Extremely difficult to win. I've actually drawn queen and pawn versus queen and rook.
Oh,
And
really?
I managed to find some sort of a perpetual.
I don't know how did they
There's
get
a big
here,
propensity
huh?
for perpetual right now.
I cannot even
Yeah,
understand.
this is a good one, but we should go back.
Yes, something
We should
happened.
go back to Gukesh versus Wei just to kind of stay with this one. It's such an important, consequential game for everything in this Olympiad.
Yes, of course. I mean,
And there's still some chances. I'm still not convinced that Wei doesn't have a difficult task. From a practical perspective, objectively, I understand. He's good. He's good. He's going to make a draw if he can play perfect chess. But if he doesn't, I do like this pawn right now on g3. h4 maybe will happen as well. The knight on e2 is defending that pawn on g3. And then I'm going to try to find a way to include my king into the attack of the a5 pawn. If I manage
how
to do that.
unpleasant is it for black to defend this position,
Look,
Christian? Like
with
if you
a
were
lot
on
of
the
time,
black side.
not that difficult,
Not that
I
bad, yes.
think. But with only 6 minutes, again, it's all about the situation in the match. It's all about the situation in the whole tournament. Both of these players have been under tremendous pressure throughout this game. It was Gukesh who was worse at the beginning. Then Wei, I don't know whether he understood that, but he was even close to losing at some point. Managed to get back, but right now it's Gukesh for the last 10 to 15 moves that's pressing the matters.
Absolutely, yes. Of course, we know this skill that he's always trying to keep playing if he has at least some chances in the game.
It's starting to become a trademark for
That's
him.
a great skill if you,
Yes.
especially thinking about the World Championship match, which is coming soon in November, and it's a very important event for all chess fans. That's why we were a bit disappointed today not having him playing against the world champion Ding Liren. We discussed it a lot today. I don't know what actually ChessBase India was telling about it, like how disappointed they were also not having him not playing against the world champion, but playing against Wei, board number 2. Still, the decision, it's team competition, it's different from any other event.
It almost paid off though, right?
Yes.
It came very close to paying off because Wei got a position. I mean, once again, it feels a bit harsh to say these things, but Ding would not have played the game Wei played today.
Correct. We don't know what the result could be. Paid off, but maybe even a draw would mean that it paid off. You know, obviously we're, you know, just hypothetically speaking scenarios, but we're seeing a very contested match. This is what matters. Knight to f4, obviously, against rook to b4. Don't go rook to b4 because knight to d5.
Yeah, the rook gets on an active square, and now both rook a1 and rook g1 in some positions become an issue. It's just so difficult to balance these pieces. You can anchor them, but you can anchor them in purely defensive positions. Like you can absolutely defend all of your stuff.
Yeah.
Your stuff will not hang.
Yeah.
But then how do you make progress?
Like 92, for example.
Yeah, 92, put the
rook
second one on
a1,
c3,
knight
yeah,
c3.
yeah. And then knight g2, and yeah, he goes 95 check. I'm guessing we play king, like if we can, I would like to play king e5, but then we have to calculate knight c3, and then knight c6 check starts being a threat.
Obviously don't go rook to g1.
Yeah, and that would be...
f3.
So yeah, it's a nice little tactical way to ask a question, because king e5 is the best move, and then after knight c3 you have to play rook f1, I guess, too.
What about rook a1? Would that be so bad?
I don't like it in the corner.
After knight b3? Ah, not knight b3.
Knight b3, rook h1 even, yeah.
Yes.
No, but this is the point. Yeah, we're watching. Obviously, we're kind of heavily consulting the engine here, because you get lost in these positions a little bit. Where did the rook go? The rook. King e5 has been played. The rook hasn't gone anywhere yet. King e5 is on the board. Gukesh will play knight c3.
But now knight e2 seems to be quite unpleasant, actually.
Yeah, because your rook is kind of stuck. Your rook will have
Where
a1 and h1,
Yeah.
the two squares. It's not getting caught, but it also has restricted itself a great deal. So I don't know if this is...
And he was keeping the rook on c8 and d8 so that the king cannot go to c4, basically.
Can't we check this line, like rook h1, king c4?
In this position?
Or, I
Yes,
mean, if you
yes.
go king c4.
No, that's a very comfortable
But I'm
draw.
probably going to go
No,
h4.
yeah, we start
You
with
have to
h4.
h4,
Yeah, we
okay.
have to start with h4.
Yes.
And now, okay, let's say rook h2,
Yes.
and now you go king c4.
King c4. Like,
Yes.
And
Now you probably have to go. And you have to...
no, but this is just
Immediately. I can take with
absolutely
a knight.
stunning to me, because the engine goes f4, knight takes f4, rook c2, and says nothing of value was lost, basically.
I mean,
That's not...
it's not human.
It basically says the evaluation has not changed. We no longer have a pawn on f5, and we're still making a draw.
And sorry, how is that even
Just
possible?
yeah, I don't
Just
know. Rook b2,
yeah.
rook b2, king f5, king g4, I guess.
Yeah, no,
No, but
from a
this is-
human
yeah.
perspective, this
no,
is
you
not...
don't do this to yourself
No,
normally. You
no.
don't give the pawn like that, yes?
No, you absolutely.
Could we
no.
just wait until king goes to b5 and then play f4?
No, after knight c3,
it's
like
hard to
if we
say.
don't want to give up anything, we can go rook b6, I guess, right?
He's probably considering knight to e3 as well, but then I can just simply go back if I really want to.
Knight e3, rook a1, though.
Yeah, yeah, rook a1, check,
King f6.
king f6, king f6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, if we trade a5 for
This
a4,
is
it's this is
Yes.
never going to be any kind of a
We are
problem
ready
at
to
all.
give even this rook for 2 pawns. Okay,
Yeah,
no,
yeah. No, this is just a very safe draw.
Not.
No, I think the move has to be knight c3, and then the question is where we. I think like a human move probably is rook b6.
Sorry, did I just see Mauricio Jobava end in a draw? I just want to... I saw it flash on my screen for a second, and I think that must have been the wrong result.
What I know that Vaishali actually won her game, and just to make sure that everybody's aware that India, women's team of India won all the matches.
Continues marching on 7 out of 7 match
7
wins,
out
yeah,
of
14 out of 14 points.
Incredible.
Amazing.
Yeah, just sweeping everything before them. Very, very impressive.
In fact, there's not that many games left in this one, at least.
This is why I abandoned the board.
Yes.
I scrolled up and down, and I realized there's really nothing I particularly want to update you on. So I thought
But you know what is
I'll
the
join
worst,
the crew.
What is the worst scenario of this game now? That they ended up in the position 2 knights against pawn.
And played forever.
Yes,
yeah.
and played it 7, I don't know, for
played
50
forever,
moves,
yeah.
yes.
We will
This is
watch.
possible.
We will
We
watch.
will.
Also, one of us will pick up a phone and consult the table base,
Yes.
and we will be flawless. We will no longer make any mistakes.
I do believe knight
C3
came back
has-
to c3.
Knight c3 played, and yeah, like all the moves that give up on a5, I think are.
This is nightmare for anyone, yes, to get to the position with these 2 knights and the pawn, yes.
A nightmare.
Nightmare.
Nightmare. Yes.
Table
It's-
base is ready for us.
Yeah, it's this part of the broadcast where we get unreasonably happy about any kind of a pun
Yes, yes.
or an attempt of a joke.
We have to we have to keep our sanity.
Yes, amusing ourselves in any way possible. Rook h1.
Yep, that's exactly where he put it. He definitely did not land it on g1. We understand why. Rook to h1.
I think they're
This
getting
is,
new
this is actually
forfeits
quite
now,
clever
yes.
because you probably actually end up succeeding in playing f5, f4 because we have rook h3 now.
Yes.
Let's show this. Let's say h4, we go rook h3. Oh no, h4 actually f4 is very strong. So the way to get it with white would be to play knight f3 check first.
Yes.
We play king, let's say d6 to stop the knight from, h4, rook h3. Knight e2, f4. And if you play knight fg1 here, which you probably should, we go rook h2. And if knight takes f4, we switch to the other side and go rook h2.
Yes.
And this is instantly very, very comfortable, because if black actually has a passer, you have to start looking.
Actually,
Yeah, you have to make
already
sure you
black
don't lose. Yeah,
You're not
will
going
try.
to lose.
Oh, okay, but
Yeah.
it's black who's
It's
will
black
try
who's
as
playing
well.
for,
yes.
for an advantage.
Knights are just like so horrible in dealing with specifically pass pawns on the outer rims. Yeah.
So this is what we have. Knight to f3 was played.
King d6 is the cleanest solution. The other moves don't lose as well, but king d6 actually allows you to go for this line. Otherwise, you cannot go for this line because knight d5 f4.
Big moment right now that could probably save both teams some energy.
Some energy, yeah, exactly.
And our team as well. Yeah, but also I wanted to draw your attention. Still, we have the game between Ukraine and Poland in the women's section. I mean, at the moment we can switch it. I just want to say that it seems like Natalia Buksa is losing her chances to equalize the score in this match.
She's a
few
pawn up.
Yeah,
she's a pawn up, but it feels like it's not
so
going to be
much
enough
material.
somehow, yeah.
Is already has already left the board, so I don't know.
Yes.
It's really
and if that's the
unlikely.
case, by the way, Olivia Kielbasa would be the hero of Team Poland for 2 matches in a row. She defeated the Chinese player, I believe Nishikuni, if I'm not mistaken, or Guoki. But right now, a very difficult defense against the tremendous Natalia Buksa, and she manages to save the draw and win the match for Poland right now.
Great results so far, 4.5 out of 5.
By the way, I think it disappeared off my screen, so in between me leaving the playing hall and arriving here, I can no longer see what's happening in the match between Uzbekistan and Ukraine in the open section. How many did they win? They definitely won on board 1.
Yes, so there was the last game, yes,
and they were basically at some point winning
2.5 to a half.
It was, but we don't know Ivanchuk.
Ivanchuk still
Maybe he
playing,
made a draw. I will let you know very, very soon. I hope. Yes, so Ivanchuk managed to save.
Ivanchuk saved them.
Yes, so it's 1 to 3.
Okay. Yes, 1 to 3.
We
Yeah,
were
that was not a
discussing-
close match, to be
No,
honest.
no.
That was not a close
It
match.
could have,
Starting from
it could
the
have been
beginning.
worse, yeah, because Ivanchuk also was in
trouble.
a decent amount of trouble.
King
there at
d6
some
is
point.
on the board.
Yeah, King d6 played, yeah. I think they're actually back to playing very, very cleanly. I mean,
It's like waves, yes?
recent play has been very clean from both sides.
Very well calculated.
Yeah.
Let's just show that variation once again. If you try to keep hold of this pawn with h4, rook to h3 is very
This is
far.
not the only thing that holds, but I like it very much because it limits the number of
If you
pawns
take,
straight away.
then I just simply take. The more pawns we exchange, the
Yeah.
easier it is for black.
And
to
also
make a draw.
importantly, we are now prepared to play king c5, king b4 and start hinting at that as well.
Correct, correct.
Yeah.
So you have to, and this is probably what Gukesh wanted from the beginning of this variation. But now I go rook h2. If you take
Actually,
with
rook
the pawn,
h1 is also good, yeah.
Yes.
Rook h1 does exactly the same.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yes.
Forces you to go g takes f4, we take on h4, and yeah, this one we are not going to lose.
Yes. The h pawn is coming.
With the outside passer starting.
Also
starting
harassing
to
me
play.
with king c5, king b4. Yeah.
This
This one
one.
is looking good for Wei. Wow, finally, India seems to be losing some points.
Yeah.
Or maybe some point.
Yeah, exactly.
One point.
Yeah, 1 point. Yeah, one
So
point.
you're,
point,
so
yes.
you're, I mean, you were not predicting it, but you were mentioning the possibility of them going perfect.
Yeah, yeah. No.
Likely will not happen now, but they don't care. I mean, if they win the Olympiad, they will not care about failing to score 22 points.
But perhaps
What's
they're
the
going to
record, by the
play
way,
with
in the
Uzbekistan.
modern era when it became 11 rounds? What's the record?
That's the question for
We
the
should actually-
AI
we will-
or for
Yeah, we will look
For
at
our,
it.
so here's our producer, yes, we're going
We will
to
look
check
it
it
up.
out, yes. Yes, that's a good
People
question.
definitely scored 19 out of 22. I wonder if anybody scored higher. I don't think
I
so.
think higher. I think even higher. I think recently even higher.
Because
than that.
we brought this graphic up on screen one day, showing the last 3 Olympiads, which were all, I
Exactly.
think, 11 rounds. And I definitely remember 19. I think one Olympiad was even tied at 18 out of 22. And maybe the one I can't remember, that might have been above. But I think 19 might be the record.
Yeah, good
H4,
point. Yes, to
H4
check.
played, yeah, and he's
H4.
thinking about rook h3.
making sure
USA scored 20 in Baku. Okay, yeah, I was wrong.
USA and Ukraine.
So yes,
Oh, yeah.
good 20 points. Yes,
Yes.
they tied for the first
So
place.
that was a big fight. That was a big fight.
Yeah,
Olivia.
two teams actually scoring 10 out of 11 in normal human points is quite spectacular.
So like maybe 2 draws they made. Yes,
I
only.
guess, yeah,
Yes,
I
I guess there
guess.
were only 2 draws.
Rook h3 is on the board.
Yeah. So if this, as we suspect it now, will ends in a draw, India will be on course, if they win everything else, to score 21 out of 22.
But that means maybe we can see the results once again on our screen as we await the final few moves of this one. Uzbekistan moves on closer, only one match point behind India. Who else moves
Feels like they're gonna
Iran?
play with India. Yes.
What about Iran?
Iran, which won today against Vietnam, yes, most probably.
They will win.
They will, yes.
Because the remaining game is massively in their favor.
How many points does Iran have?
They were on 10, so they will be on 12.
They were on 10, okay, not 11. Okay.
No, there were only 2 teams on 11, China and Vietnam.
Yes.
Okay.
Serbia also managed to win against Netherlands
That's
today.
that's
huge thing.
So in terms of who can play India tomorrow, it's
Iran was 11.
Ah, yes.
Iran was 11.
I am, as usual,
No, but
very confident and very ill-informed.
No worries,
I
no
apologize.
worries.
I did not, because I knew they were playing Norway, and Norway was doing really well as well.
Yes.
And somehow they defeated Norway. They were on 4.5 out of 5.
Yeah, correct.
5.5.
Yeah, I apologize.
So that means Iran and
Iran
India.
basically automatically plays India, I guess.
Ooh, huge clash.
Yeah.
Huge clash.
Yeah, they will be tied for first, yeah?
Yes.
On 13 out of 14 and definitely playing each other.
Yes.
Gukesh played white today and Parham played white as well.
As well, yes.
So we cannot tell for sure which color they will have on board one.
Is it generally the favorite?
The top rating
changes
player,
color, right?
in individual competitions, the highest rated player changes color, but so that would mean Gukesh will be black tomorrow. But I'm not 100% sure it's the same here. Yeah, and Tari says it's different.
Yes.
F4 on the board, very nicely played by Wei to defend this one with accuracy and in fact without that many problems.
We are going to have a move.
Knight FG1 chosen,
yes.
Knight FG1 chosen, and there's really no particular difference between Rook H2 and Rook H1, but Rook H1 is sort of more settled because you force GF, you take on H4, and
One more pawn, pair of pawn, leave the board.
Very important. Yes.
Board and it's
Knight F3, you probably put the rook on G4 to kind of disincentivize a 4 F5 immediately because A4 will be hanging, and you start pushing H5, H4. Yeah, and Satiris tells us they have the exact same color history coming into round 8, so it is possible that what we talked about, the higher rated team changing color, might actually be the decisive factor, and then Parham will be white against Gukesh on board 1.
Yeah.
This will still get played out, and they are nearing the moment where they will start playing on increment. Gukesh down to below 2 minutes, and clearly he realizes this. He knows he's not going to win this position now.
But it seems like nobody is going to offer a draw, right? They will just play until the very end, right? Until there is some kind of sort of repetition or something,
These guys are not into offering draws.
No, not at all. Like there is.
No, especially with Gukesh,
moment,
I think he's taking every single opportunity to try to hone his skills for the World Championship match, in which he will not offer draws. Like try to play all the way until the end, try to maintain the focus all the way until the end. You know how important it is to be able to maintain that focus in those last few minutes or the 5th, 6th hour of gameplay. It's going to happen during the World Championship match. It's happening right now.
Actually, Ding Liren, the old Ding Liren we know before the COVID times, he was like this. He would have played any position until the very end. I mean, it just now that something is happening with his play, but
honestly,
before he was like that.
This generation, Wei is definitely a bit older than Gukesh and than the rest of the kids. But I want to say the Indian generation plus Norebek, and also I was somewhat corrected on this topic by the loyal viewers that we have, about the 3 loyal viewers that we have. They all wrote in telling me that not naming Firouzja in the list of very young players who are very good is arguably maybe a little bit of a mistake, but there is a reason for it.
Yes.
Because we went through 2 phases. We went through a definite phase where this generation, by which I mean Gukesh, Pragg, Arjun, Norebek, Kaimar, they all suddenly became 2700 and suddenly became really, really exciting and promising players But by that point, Alireza qualified for the candidates.
And he won Grand Chess Tour by that point, right? In 2022.
And won the GCT and won the
Yes.
Grand Swiss and
A
won
few
all of
times.
those
Yes.
things. And it felt like he was in a separate category, despite
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Candidates twice.
Twice already
Yeah.
by this moment. Yes.
and it felt like he was like there was a separate category which just said Firouzja, and then there was this category with these incredible youngsters.
Even though the difference is like 1 year, yes, 2 years between all of them.
And now it kind of feels that they have all sort of overtaken him in terms of rating and results. Although he has just won,
back.
he's
He's
just
back,
won
yeah.
the GCT again by winning 2 tournaments in a row in St. Louis. So yeah, you do not count him out by any stretch.
I
Obviously,
think he
he's-
basically took a fashion detour for a year.
Is he done with it? You
And
think?
now he's more or less done with it, I think. I have a feeling he's done.
No, but also like
He used to live in Paris. I
Yes.
think he's
He
out
moved
of
now,
Paris
yes.
right now. He's not focused on fashion. He's not going to fashion school anymore. It's all about
Enough is
chess.
enough, yes.
He's having Ivan Chaparinov, he's second in pretty much all the tournaments that we're seeing him around, and he's taking things very seriously.
Absolutely, and I asked him actually where he brings himself, which generation he belongs to, and because we discussed it during GCT events, we had everybody. We had a generation of Fabi, Maxime playing there, Wesley So, and we also had all the youngsters, and he actually also didn't know where to put himself. So it's same for you, Peter. It's normal that you made this kind of inaccuracy, forgetting about him, because we don't know where
He belongs in a category of one.
somewhere.
Yeah. There's
He's
a
somewhere
category
there.
of one somewhere there, just saying Alireza in very large block capitals. Yeah, and
Exactly. It's a pity he's not participating
It
in
is.
this Olympiad.
It is,
He
yes.
could have played for France, but you know, it's always tricky with teams and all this who's coming, who is not, who is playing. So it's
yeah, where you playing Rook H1 is interesting because now you can find some scenarios where, you know, if you go Rook A1 here, I'm not going to give up on A4 immediately, but I will play Knight C3, and then I will play Knight E4 check. I will play, let's play H5 here, yeah? I go Knight E4 check, you go King E7, I assume.
Yes.
I go F6 check, you go King somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Let's just put it back once again. H5, Knight E4.
Knight E4, yeah, King E7,
E7.
and we go F6 check.
And
we
we have to calculate.
Yeah, and we
is the
start
problem.
because the Rook on A4 will have very few moves. So, for instance, I don't know if it's absolutely certain, but the way the evaluations are, it might be that King F8 is the only move that makes a draw.
Yes.
Oh.
F5, by the way.
Yeah.
H5 was
H5 played, yeah.
Probably the best move.
Yeah, and Knight C3 played instantly by Gukesh. And yeah, I think pushing the H-pawn closer to... because White needs to be distracted from the very simple process of trying to, like, queen
How
UF pawn
easy?
with checks. Yeah.
How easy is this?
King D7 only move seemingly on our screen. I don't quite understand why, but appears to be the only move. I really don't understand why. I would put it on E7 like any day of the week. But
King D7, Knight E5, and maybe King C7.
run away, yeah?
But this is not easy.
No,
anymore.
F6, Rook F1, I guess, and then we start pushing the H-pawn, right?
Wow. Wait a minute, guys. Are we actually having some sort of tension still remaining in this game?
Yeah, of course.
Also, our screen seems to suggest Knight C3 was a massive mistake, but I don't believe that. I don't think
I
that
think
was-
Knight
that was-
G3 was a bit more, maybe more practical, in fact, because now you're forcing Rook to A1.
Yeah, Rook H3 actually is a problem. Yeah, Knight E4 check, and then Knight Knight EG5 and F6, F7.
Correct.
Oh yeah, Knight G3 was stronger in practical terms. Yeah,
Yes.
he goes Knight C3 H4. Yeah, and this is Gukesh has to give this check. Nothing else makes any sense whatsoever. And this is an interesting one because, yeah, as I said, like from a purely human perspective, explaining why King E7 loses, if it loses, would be very, very difficult. But there is a gulf in the evaluation between King D7 and King E7.
Yeah.
This is the moment. And
Yeah.
by the way,
By the
King
way, we
E7,
have-
King E7, but King D5 also is very
Yeah.
somewhat tempting. Obviously, you want to be in front of the pawn, but King D5 is very tempting for the simple fact that you're not allowing Knight E5. check.
I wanted to bring you the breaking news. Actually, Natalia Buksa managed to win this ending and
Okay.
managed to equalize the score. Ukraine 2-2 with Poland. It's
And
a
you
big
can-
match. It was
It
a
is
big match, and
big
she
match in the
brought
women's
very
section.
important victory, or victory which actually
Yeah.
made this
And
match.
I keep on coming back, like,
See Natalia Zhukova,
Yes, her
congratulating her.
captain, one of the trainers of the team. together with Michael Brodsky, yes, and I'm sure that
Yeah.
Oh, king to
she stayed
d7
till the
was
very
played.
end. Yes.
King to d7 was played.
And
Strong.
this is yet another opportunity for us to say people good at chess.
Yeah, yeah.
People were watching very good at chess. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. These are not easy moves.
No. And he's done it on a minute as well. Like they're both now down to basically playing on increment. Slightly above the increment right now, but yeah, these are not obvious decisions by any stretch.
This is when mistakes happen, pretty much, at any level. And just to mention, these two players did fight for top position in Tata Steel at the beginning of the year as well. They were both qualified tiebreaks. I think Wei Yi defeated him, in fact, in the finals.
Ah, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
They played. Actually, we never brought head-to-head. Did we?
Yeah. I don't believe we had the head-to-head for this one, but
Yes.
we might still use
Maybe
this.
now is not the
Maybe
right
it's
time, just because it's
it's getting
the last
exciting
few,
and it's the last
few
one.
minutes. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if Citrus can bring it to us head-to-head.
Maybe
Yes.
not the right time though. 'Cause we should see them,
Yes.
right?
No, we were just
Yeah.
thinking about their score. Yes, in the previous. Yes.
Yeah, and there it is. Yeah, Gukesh ahead by 1 win and 1 draw, and that was actually with the black pieces, because with the white pieces only one classical game that ended in a draw.
Yeah.
And this is just classical. This does not include
Obviously,
the Rapid
yeah.
Blitz. Let's go back.
Down
King
to
to
13
d7.
seconds, by the way.
Oh.
Time to make a move. Goes knight e5 check. The king has to, I believe, go to c7, because the point is you want to step away as far away from the checks as possible. You actually do not want to be anywhere near the f-pawn. Yeah, and I think he played maybe
King d8. Yes.
king d8 maybe, which is
Good
the other
enough.
move. Yeah, which is the other move which is good enough. Yeah.
Good enough, but now
F6.
after f6, which is played.
Rook d1 check, apparently only move. Well, I mean, rook f1 still okay-ish, but
Somehow this feels
it is
not
not
easy.
okay.
Rook f1 is not okay. Why?
This is bad
Rook,
news.
show
guys.
this. Yeah, rook
Yes,
f1,
rook f1,
f7,
f7, yes.
h3, we go knight g5, h2, knight gf3.
Oops.
And this is
close it.
apparently still a draw after...
King e7.
No, you have to include the check on d1.
Okay.
And then after king c4, there's actually no mate after h1, f8, king c7. But nobody does that.
No.
Nobody does that. And you also probably get mated anyway. Like, even if you do that, you probably get mated in the
Guys,
results
this
position.
is bad news for Wei Yi. If he doesn't find rook d1,
Yeah,
and
he's
he
played
hasn't-
h3. He's played h3.
Oh, this is big trouble. This is officially big trouble.
Yeah, and Gukesh has only this one maneuver, which is any kind of problem.
To be honest, I
But-
think he's going to find it.
45 seconds. 45 seconds. He can still make an immediate draw with knight f2, but no, he goes
F7.
f7. Yeah, and f7 I think signals that he sees it, because otherwise I don't think you play f7.
Yes. And this is when you start panicking
Yeah.
as Wei.
Rook f1, absolutely strictly the only move, because king e7, knight g5, you can no longer stop knight g6 check, and you just lose the h-pawn for nothing. And then you, like, without the h-pawn, you cannot make a draw here. Yeah, just knight takes h3. Oh, yeah, f8. Yeah.
Yes, so this is lost. You cannot take on f7, knight
Yeah,
e5.
so he needs to play h2. No, sorry, he needs to play rook
Rook
f1.
f1.
He's gonna
After
go
knight
for it.
g5, he needs to play h2. And then after knight gf3, he will have to start with the check. I think maybe it's findable that you start with the check, but
But
yeah,
it's
I
really
mean,
like hard.
yeah.
And h1,
Yes,
by
rook
the
f1
way.
is on
Again,
the board, yes.
h1 has to be played at this point.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like you no longer have any choice. Yeah, f8, king c7. And
I'm
this is
still not-
somehow not made.
I'm not convinced that you don't lose this.
No, I think in practical terms, I think you do. No, I think
Queen
that's what I was.
f4, queen e7.
Yeah,
Queen
yeah.
e7 even. Let's go for the first lines.
King
yes.
c8, I guess. Yeah.
But
You need to include this knight. This is the
Yeah.
big problem that you're having.
And black
But
will
even
have
knight d4.
black will have some
no,
checks
but
from
some queen
of their
f1
own.
and
Yeah.
no, so you have to check it. Rook c1.
Yeah.
There are some checks. I mean, it's unclear. Even black. can-
Yes, but you have to be
No,
very
I think rook
precise.
c1 you should start. No.
Yeah, this
Yes.
this loses for
No,
some
no,
reason
for
because
example-
it hides on b6, I
No,
guess.
rook-
And then
We're
that
just
is-
showing how easy
Yes,
it is
how easy to lose one move.
lose. Yes.
yeah.
Here,
and,
there,
and
you
rook
lose.
c1 somehow was still a draw. Yeah.
Rook to f1 right now, big moment once again. Knight to g5 followed by knight f3 is the key maneuver. Will he find it?
I mean, after 5 hours of play, this is the moment now that you have to be fully
9
energized,
seconds?
you know, and find everything.
Knight G5
Yes,
played.
Knight G5.
With 5 seconds on the clock.
I am honestly in absolute awe watching this.
Yeah.
The amount of pressure there's on them as well, and they've played.
The whole for 5 hours and
Yeah,
15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is already into the 6th hour of play,
Yes.
and they're back to calculating. Okay, Gukesh actually calculating cleaner than we here, but yeah, he has to play h2. If he doesn't play h2, he just loses the h3 pawn, and with it he loses the game on the spot. So h2 strictly
The only move, and
The
he
only
has
move, yeah.
20 seconds now. Goes to 17 seconds, 15.
Yeah,
He has to
I
make
keep
a move.
coming back to him playing rook h1 and not rook g4. If he plays rook g4 there, like none
Yes,
of this,
h2 is on
none
the
of this
board.
ever happens.
Huge mistake.
Yeah,
Huge mistake.
none of that
from
ever
a
happens.
practical perspective, of course, understandably so. But he did not spend any seconds on that one. He immediately played
Yeah,
rook
he
h1 and he had
Yes.
4 minutes on the clock.
And knight f3, I think, is on the board.
Yeah.
Yes, can we
As
update
we
our
as we
board?
established, if you don't take control over the d file, you will actually get mated. So,
So you have to play this rook
You have to
g1.
include the check.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
ah,
oh,
No, this is
And
king
that's it.
e7.
this is over. Yeah, knight takes h2 and
Knight
yeah.
takes h2
no, this
and
is
this
just
is-
over.
e7, knight takes h2,
and
immediately
This
played.
this is lost, yes.
Yeah, this
It's
is just
game
over.
over.
I guess he wants to go rook a1 and take on a4,
Yes,
but then he gets mated on the other side. Yeah.
Gukesh does it for Team India, and Team India remains perfect.
Unbelievable. We just
Yeah, this is just like they're completely unstoppable. Yeah, rook a1, but very simply knight f3, knight g5, I guess is maybe the simplest. Yeah.
I cannot believe what just happened. We already kind of, as commentators scores,
Wait,
right?
how
We
do we-
decided that it's 1-1 already.
How do
Oh,
we?
no.
What's the cleanest?
Yes.
What's
Rook
the
a1
cleanest
and
here?
knight.
Only thing
Sorry,
that wins is knight
not the
h4.
cleanest, the only
Knight
move.
Only move that
It's
wins
knight
is knight
g4.
g4. With the idea, I'm guessing of playing knight h6.
Yes, knight h6 and knight g6 is unstoppable.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
knight, if you do
Okay,
pick
he will
up,
find it, most probably, yes.
well, is it unstoppable though? Because but rook to g3, I just simply have knight f5.
Yeah.
So I go king here. You go rook g3 to stop knight g6. Knight
No,
f5,
here you go rook a4 check. Oh no, doesn't matter. King b5. Yeah.
king b5. Yeah.
Or king c5 actually. let's
Same,
not-
yes.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
rook f4, knight g6, yes.
Down to 30 seconds. Only one move
Oh
winning.
no.
This is still not over. There is a lot of ways to connect those knights. Only one wins. Knight
Yeah, you have to aim
g4.
You have to aim at specifically the h6 square.
No, he
If
should
you go
find
knight
it,
g4, rook a3 check, king.
My
But
guess
it doesn't
is
matter.
If you
'cause-
go on e2, then I have f4 extra.
No,
Yes,
you.
and
Knight g4 is
Knight
on
G4 is
the
on the
board.
board.
This guy is a machine
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, this is.
He's unstoppable.
This is quite something, honestly.
Yeah, I'm.
Rook a3
It's
check.
really expected that we didn't find all the consequences.
Only move.
King d2 is the only move
move.
in the position.
Okay, but you don't go.
But
you
why?
mean not king c2? Why not king c2?
Because we need to stop rook f2. We need to be able to play king
My
e3.
goodness.
We need to stop king e3.
with king e3.
Yeah. Knight
okay.
h6, rook a2 check.
Yes.
And we need to play king e3
If
here.
he finds this, I mean, this would be the absolute game of the round of King d2 is on the board.
Unbelievable.
The
I mean,
guy
he did
does not
everything, yes.
miss.
Yeah, he just
no,
doesn't miss at all.
He
Yeah.
does not miss.
Oh, that's why he's a challenger in the World Championship match. This is just, it proves once again how strong
My
he is.
goodness.
Yes, he's just really strong.
And Wei is like, what do I have to do to find the draw against
Like
this
he
guy?
knows, yes, he,
Yeah,
know-
Wei
he
knows now,
knows
yeah,
that
he
it's over, yes.
This was played with 8 seconds on the clock, by the way.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. We should definitely see what's happening after the match. Like, maybe Sagar will jump on.
Chessbase India is going wild right now. I can tell you that much.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
This is for
They're
sure.
probably dancing in
All
the
Indian
studio or
fans.
something along those lines.
Getting wild. Yes, if we have Indian fans here, I don't think so. No, everybody's celebrating right now in a
Yeah.
different channel. Yes, maybe we can even hear them from here. They're not so far away, just
No.
next
Yeah,
door.
they're-
Yes,
they're a couple
yes,
doors
yes.
down.
No,
to-
no.
Yes, we
to my left,
we will
yeah.
probably go and check on them after.
No, this is truly stunning stuff by Gukesh. The last moments of this game are just
Knight
unbelievable.
h6,
Yeah,
only
he knows.
move, but
Yeah, he
easily
knows.
findable at this point.
Yeah.
He knows, Wei knows.
No, look, rook a2, rook g2, and we just have this moment to play knight g7, yeah?
Ah, yeah, because not knight g6, yes, but
Let's just
knight
Yeah, we can
d7,
we can
yes.
stop knight
Let's
g6.
just show it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there is no rook f2.
No more
yes.
checks. You give
Yeah.
one check, I
And
go
king-
to f2.
Actually, if you go to e4, there is rook g4, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is funny. So just you can show
Yes.
it. That is,
Yes,
yeah, if
you
you
have
go-
to come here. If you go here, rook G, it's still win.
It's still,
yeah,
yeah,
of
we
course,
can,
but
we
that
can
just
come
mean
back
that,
down.
yes.
Yeah, we can come back down.
it's just funny that you can try to give this rook.
Yeah, rook
Incredible.
a2 check played, only move king e3, but not a difficult one. Yeah.
Incredible stuff. King
E3
e3
is on the board.
No
Unbelievable,
hesitation.
yes.
No, he knows now. Now he's had enough time with this position that he will no longer really think about any decision. There's nothing to discuss.
And you can see the determination on his face right now.
So,
he knows. he
Peter,
got it.
now we can actually discuss it. Like, Dingliren didn't come to play this game, yes? And all the theory we had before. Yes,
I don't
that
know.
kind of,
It's-
yes.
it feels unbelievably unfair to criticize Wei
No,
Yi
of
for
course,
this.
he played really good game. Just
Yeah,
Gukesh was
rook a3
stronger today, it
check, yeah,
seems.
and now any move wins, you know.
Mhm.
Like I guess king f4 would be a mistake because rook a1 and you have to think again, yeah. Even that probably is winning, to be
Yes,
honest.
no, you're right.
It's
you're
winning
right.
still. We can, while he's thinking
It
king
would
f4.
be nice to put the king on f5 so that whenever you go through all of these things, I have knight f4 covered.
Mhm, yeah.
So basically, you go
Yeah, we
king
can just
d7.
queen. We just queen the pawn, and we have the.
I have the cover.
Yeah. No,
With the
is-
king on f4. the
It is
cover
basically
not-
impossible to
is not
misplay
there.
it now because let's say in the current position we go king f4. If we can go back to
yes,
king f4, rook a1. Ah, it's not winning. Knight g6. King e6. I thought king d7, knight f5. But king e6 makes a draw.
I think
No,
he's gonna go
no,
king.
So you
no,
can
no.
put the third knight on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
board, but
no,
it's
but
maybe too
nobody-
much. yes.
nobody-
One more. One
Actually,
more.
3 knights. are
Nobody
winning.
nobody plays king f4 here though. Like
One more find, and that's it. King e4 is on the board.
well, I think
One more find.
was it the only move? No, I don't think
Probably
it was.
not.
No, I think yeah.
King
here-
f2 just to go on the other side.
Yeah. Even
would
king
work.
d2 is winning. Yeah, it's just I think specifically king f4.
I think it's just a handshake, resignation.
And there you have
can
it.
see Wei, and he's shaking his head. He knows that he had the draw in this game, but
Yeah.
something went wrong, and
A tremendously dramatic game.
Wow.
Very in the end, you have to say very well played, and you have the Chinese coach there.
And he's still
You can
thinking
see-
about
yeah,
it.
they're
He's
discussing
still trying to
something and-
understand what went wrong.
Hmm.
Where
and they're
was it?
discussing with Gukesh.
Where
like,
did I make the final mistake?
What a game it was. I mean, it was pleasure, of course, to follow it from the beginning until the end. I mean, there was so many up and downs in this one, right?
What type of boost of confidence does Gukesh get from this game?
Oh, this is. I mean,
Starting from the pairings.
I don't think
Starting from the pairings, that's a very good point.
Yeah.
The guy dodges you. Ding dodges you right now. And we can call it as a dodge right now. Because look,
Yeah.
it seems like Ding did not get himself together after that loss. He did not want to have anything to do with defending against Ding with black.
This is,
And
by the way,
then-
Bardi are not
Yes.
winning his game, but it doesn't
It's a
really
draw,
matter
yes.
because they still win 2.5/2.
And then you win this marathon of a game to give your team the
Victory, yes. Wow.
Like this type of boost of confidence
yeah.
doesn't happen very often.
No,
It's going to be everywhere. All Indian newspapers will cover this match and the outcome of
Honestly,
the match.
after watching today, and once again, I don't want to jinx that team. I like that team, but how do you stop them exactly?
Now you took
Iran?
Christian's side, yes?
Iran tomorrow,
Yes.
we'll see. I mean, only time will tell, but obviously every single game is going to be difficult from now on. Tomorrow,
Only
there's
Alexander
nobody else but
Grishuk
Iran.
knows. Yes.
Grishuk will have to do a
Yeah.
miracle.
Yes, it's his job now, yes?
We pass it on. We pass
Yes.
it on to Sasha. Yeah, we'll go on a brief break. We'll try and figure out if we can maybe get you an interview. It's obviously unclear. It's late in the day. Players by this point are probably kind of very much in favor of going home, but
Or West India.
maybe we can get an interview, and if not, we'll do a small recap after we come back, and then we're waiting eagerly for round 8, which starts tomorrow.
2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is chess amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies. The world's biggest mind game, Global Chess League, coming soon.
This course is about white playing d4, all the tools you need to get an advantage with white and not be tricked early in the opening. Now, it has a really long, complicated name that I'm going to mispronounce now, so you can make fun of me. Okay, don't make fun of me too much. I'm trying to help you here. It's called the Chelyabinsk variation, and I'm probably mispronouncing Chelyabinsk. That's why I call it the A6 Slav.
Waves are up, his clock is ticking. How will he respond to Econom's first move already complete?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say like house. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Welcome back, and we feel very privileged because we did manage to get Gukesh to speak to us for a bit after what is unarguably the most important game of the round. To begin with,
we're absolutely happy, first of all,
yeah.
to see you. Congratulations on your victory. You just brought a very, very important point for your country, for your team. And what do you feel? How do you feel right now after this big match?
Yeah, it was a very interesting game. So I'm just happy that I managed to trick him in there. Yeah.
You feel tired, it seems, like at the same time. Like, what are your emotions right now?
Not really tired. Yeah, I'm just happy how the game went.
Yeah, happy is a good emotion to have, for
Yeah.
sure. And I have to ask you, because obviously this is a topic that cannot be avoided. Did you expect to play Wei today?
No, actually, I was expecting to play Ding, but I knew that there was a possibility that I might play Wei. But yeah, still, I mean, China, even without Ding, is a very strong team. So yeah, we were all just trying to play our best today.
Yeah, of course. So returning to the game, like, we don't want to keep you here. This is a kind of a game we could talk for half an hour and still not really touch
Yeah.
the surface. But like, what were your impressions out of the opening? What do you think were the critical moments in the game?
Yeah, so I think briefly, so
yeah, it was
I mean,
very
the
long one.
interesting stuff started when he played, I guess C4 was not really that great, or he had some other follow-up, but to keep it short, I think basically this position I thought was like really good for me, but I didn't know why he went here. Okay, computer says knight f4 is a mistake.
Yeah, rook f2 is stronger. Yeah, knight f4 is.
Rook f2 to stop
rook f2
queen
first
b6.
is stronger. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that. But I thought we basically go into this this endgame, which I felt it should be like close to winning, but it was based on a miscalculation that I saw. I mean, I thought bishop c3 can't do because of knight d5, but rook b1, rook d1, and we enter this endgame, and I realized this is just a draw. Okay, I can play on forever, and I was just trying to make as many moves as possible to get into time trouble, and then
yeah.
And then yeah, I guess the next critical moment was when all the trades happened. I don't know where exactly he had a draw, but I was sure that this should be a draw.
Yeah, we thought rook g4 instead of rook h1
Yeah,
is more
rook
logical. But then
g4
I guess after knight e5, you still have to
I
make
thought
moves.
knight e5, rook f4 is a draw. Oh no? Okay.
Apparently not. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Probably I can get my knight to b3.
Yeah, so I guess this is what he didn't like, because originally we
Yeah.
thought allowing f5 is just it makes it life hard. His life
Yeah,
harder.
especially with the rook on h1, he finds it very hard to get back. So I don't know where exactly was the draw, but here already I was like very optimistic, because we were in time scramble and okay, it's impossible to calculate this. And h5 is already a mistake.
Yeah, it says knight g3 is stronger than knight c3, but these things are not.
But yeah,
not very
we were
obvious,
in
yeah.
seconds, so.
Yeah. And then both of you played really, really precisely, but.
I guess this trick he missed, yeah, knight f3, and then it should be just winning.
But actually here was an interesting moment. Yes.
Shockingly, rook d1 check probably is actually still a draw, weirdly. And then just allow you to queen with check, yeah.
Oh.
With the rook on d1, there is no mate. But we thought it's impossible to do this with black. And, yeah.
I thought if we queen, it should just be mate. I didn't even calculate.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's very understandable. I think it's like what anybody would think in the opposition. So, yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of points in the game where, you know, we could ask you questions, but it's a very long game and we don't want to keep you here. I mean, I know the answer. You're on 7 out of 7 match points, but what's the mood like in the team?
It's quite nice. I mean, we are obviously we take it as a serious tournament. We are playing. We're all playing well, and but also we are enjoying ourselves. I mean, in the team meetings, I mean, we all know each other for such a long time that it's easy to enjoy the company. And yeah, I think it's just that we are all in good spirits and playing good chess.
And today, when you saw that all the others made 3 draws, did you feel some extra pressure on your shoulders while playing this game?
Well, I mean, when everyone made a draw, it was already like the end game with knight versus rook, and I thought, okay, I'll press this forever and see what happens. Yeah. I mean, I couldn't really lose it, so there was no pressure.
Yeah, that is always good. Yeah.
Exactly.
Most likely playing Iran tomorrow. Any. Like, how do you view their tournament so far? Have you been watching them? What do you think of their performance?
Yeah, they are a strong team, and yeah, I guess we'll just come and play some good chess.
That is fair.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for speaking
today.
to
Yes.
us. Yeah, and once again, congratulations on a very important victory.
Congratulations. Yeah, so I think this is the moment when we should update everybody with the final results of today's round. If we can check the live results.
Yeah,
yes.
So this is the top boards in the open section. India, with that victory by Gukesh over Wei Yi, ends up winning 2.5, 1.5. Same result in favor of Hungary in the match between Hungary and Lithuania. Same result, Iran beating Vietnam. 3-1 for Uzbekistan versus Ukraine. 3-1. Serbia beating Netherlands.
Exactly. This crazy match.
Big result with huge swings.
Yes.
Obviously, Jordan losing. I assume he lost, right?
He did. He lost, yes.
Yeah, so
And
many swings
Max
in that
as
game.
well.
Absolutely crazy game. Armenia ended up beating England with a victory on board 1 for Ike Martirosyan over Nikita Vityugov. France
Kovalev
drew with Georgia 2-2. And the US continue climbing back up with a kind of a comfortable 3-1 victory over the United States. On the other side of the Olympiad, in the women's, we see India
beating Georgia.
Yeah.
Also, let's say, tremendous results
Looks
so
like
far.
there's still a game going on in the match between Austria and Hungary.
Yes. It seems like that, but at the moment Hungary is leading 2-1. Ukraine managed to equalize the score 2-2 in the match. Azerbaijan lost against Kazakhstan. We were following 1-3. Armenia draw with United States.
Black scored no points in that one.
Exactly. Mongolia, Germany 2-2. Spain lost against France and Canada lost against Bulgaria. And I think on this note we should kind of finish our day number 7. It was again a very eventful day. India keeps leading in both sections.
7 out of 7 and 7 out of 7 match wins. So yeah, yet to drop a single match point, Team India.
Yeah.
Fantastic Olympiad for them so far.
We will watch it closely tomorrow, like we will check all the matches. We predict that perhaps India will play against Iran tomorrow. We'll see what will be the pairings for women.
Less clear what's happening in the women's. And as we wrap up our broadcast, we leave you with our colleague Charlize, who asked the players how they spend the rest day, which is a question chess players love and always answer truthfully. So let's find out what happened there.
It's round 7 of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, and we're going around today asking players how they spent their free day.
I actually met some friends from South Africa.
Around the city, visited the famous cafe, New York Cafe, and went out to eat.
And also we had a wonderful team dinner.
I want to know how you spent your free day yesterday.
I played in the football tournament, working, very busy. And we won with Team Europe. Very hangover. Yeah, I played like 3 hours, played football. It was good. Yeah.
The Bermuda party was great. Okay, we had rest because of Bermuda party, yeah. We were a bit tired, so yeah. Happy to be alive today as well.
How did you spend your free day yesterday?
Good. I visited some castles.
What did you do?
Historical buildings. After that, I just came to a hotel and relaxed a bit.
Yesterday, I trained and I sleep.
We went to the Queen Trap music video.
Well, we went to Buda Castle.
It was fun. It was quite long, but it was fun to see like the behind the scenes
and the fashion streets, and we go to the parliament.
I went for shopping.
I also went for shopping. Basically, the whole team went for shopping.
Well, good luck for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Today.
Thanks.